Chapter 312. Countless bats were flying in the sky above the former headquarters of the Gangjin sect. The Day 1 army was stationed below. A temporary, northern expedition city was established. It was the headquarters of the Day 1 army's northern expedition. A giant sand table was placed in the main hall of the northern expedition city. A general in red stood with his hands behind his back as he looked at the sand table. A group of subordinates carefully explained the situation of the sand table and pointed out the internal layout of the troops. Grand Marshal, this is the city under our control and the direction of the troops. A group of subordinates said respectfully as they pointed at the sand table. The general in red squinted his eyes and revealed a faint smile. The Deng dynasty's troops are so weak. Yes. Just now, news came from Yingdu. The fate of the Deng dynasty has collapsed. Liu Yang should have died. The news also spread that Liu Yang appeared for the last time and shouted to kill Gu Hai in Lushan City. Oh. Liu Yang died in Lushan City. The Grand Marshal in red frowned slightly. Report. Suddenly, a bat flew into the main hall. It immediately turned into a human-shaped guard. The Grand Marshal in red had his back facing the guard and did not turn around. Grand Marshal, I was at the border of the Lushan dynasty and found out that Huangfu Chaoga had died. The Lushan dynasty no longer exists and has completely handed over to Gu Hai. Gu Hai used the power of the country to kill Liu Yang. The guard said respectfully. Oh. The Grand Marshal in red turned to look at the guard. The guard reported in detail what he saw in one of the cities. The red-robed commander turned his head to look at the sand table where Lu Divine's city was located. Chaoga City. Ha, this Gu Hai really knows how to win the hearts of the people. The Grand Marshal in red said coldly. That's right. Grand Marshal, Mr. Mo sent you a message. He asked you to be wary of Gu Hai and not make him an enemy. A subordinate reminded him. Ha, be wary. Gu Hai used the power of the country to kill Liu Yang, who was severely injured by Huangfu Chaoga. That's a huge advantage. Secondly, Gu Hai can't make the 12 cities united in such a short time. The Grand Marshal in red said seriously. Yes. However, since Mr. Mo said so, we have to be careful. These 12 cities are already surrounded by the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. They're considered the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's countries. It's only a matter of time before we take them down. However, it seems that Gu Hai isn't a law-abiding person. Since that's the case, let's take down these 12 cities first, just in case. Solemnly the Grand Marshal in red said. I request to take down the 12 cities. Suddenly, a pale-faced general stepped forward. Chang Ming. The Grand Marshal in red frowned as he looked at the pale-faced general. The pale-faced general smiled slightly and said, Grand Marshal, my 8th army hasn't been touched yet. Let me take it. Don't worry, I won't disappoint the Grand Marshal. Moreover, I've already opened the Sky Palace. The Grand Marshal in red stared at Chang Ming for a while and said, Chang Ming, you've opened the Sky Palace, but it's only been half a year. You've only opened the Sky Palace for a short while. Don't bite off more than you can chew. No, Grand Marshal. I know that Gu Hai killed Liu Yang, but what kind of situation was that? Liu Yang was already on the verge of death. Gu Hai only dealt the final blow. Although this is the first time I'm leading an army, it's easy to deal with Gu Hai. As long as we can take down Gu Hai, there won't be any obstacles in the 12 cities. Chang Ming said confidently. The Grand Marshal in red seemed to be weighing something. After a long silence, he finally nodded and said, all right. Thank you, Grand Marshal. Chang Ming said with a smile. Chaoga City. In Gu Hai's study room. Gu Hai sat behind the desk, holding a cup of tea. He took a sip and looked at the officials in front of him. The leader was Tang Chu, who used to be the manager of Gu Hai. Have you finished reading? Gu Hai looked at the 60 officials and asked. Yes, the 300 pages of information given by the emperor have all been recorded. The officials said respectfully. What do you think? Gu Hai said lightly after drinking a sip of tea. The leader, Tang Chu, took a deep breath and said, Your Majesty, the information given by the emperor is not the 12 cities we already control, but the other 12 cities. Continue. Gu Hai smiled after drinking the tea. These 12 cities have a special characteristic. They used to belong to the Xinlu dynasty, but they were later taken over by the Deng dynasty, the Gengjin sect, the Greedy Wolf sect, and the Great Huang dynasty. Recently, they became the territory of the Day One imperial dynasty. Tang Chu said solemnly. Gu Hai nodded. Your Majesty wants us to open branches of the world's #1 zither pavilion in these 12 cities. Do you have any plans for these 12 cities? Tang Chu asked boldly. Gu Hai nodded and took a deep breath. The Xinlu dynasty used to have 25 cities. Tianhe city was destroyed by the Gengjin sect, so there are 24 cities left. Half of them are in my hands, and the other half are in the hands of the Day One imperial dynasty. I believe that the people there still have feelings for Huangfu Chaoga, so I hope to get all 12 cities back in one go. Is that so? The eyes of the officials lit up at first, but then they became worried. Your Majesty, are we pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth? Will they? Tang Chu said worriedly. I am pulling a tooth from the tiger's mouth. It is normal for you to be worried about the revenge of the Day One imperial dynasty. If I don't make a move, will the Day One imperial dynasty let go of the 12 cities we control? Gu Hai sneered. They won't. Since they won't, why can't I take the risk? Gu Hai said solemnly. But don't worry, the Day One imperial dynasty is not invincible. This war will not last forever. Before the war ends, I want to get as many cities as possible. Gu Hai said solemnly. Yes, Your Majesty. The officials answered. These were all old followers of Gu Hai. Gu Hai could feel Gu Hai's unshakable will with just one look. They would carry out the emperor's orders. Your Majesty, what should we do? Solemnly, Tang Chu asked. This time, you will be in charge of the overall situation. You will lead the 12 cities to open branches of the first pavilion of this street. You will focus on the zither. In the first pavilion of this street, you can also store other goods such as elixirs, treasures, weapons, and go. The business model will not change. Set them up as soon as possible. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. I will arrange for a large number of experts from the Divine Lu dynasty to follow you. They will be in charge of completing all the tasks that you have given them. When the time comes, I will slowly teach you how to use a shop to seize a city. Gu Hai said. Yes, Your Majesty. Everyone answered. Your Majesty, we have returned from Silver Moon City with half a year's worth of income from the first pavilion of this street. Respectfully, Tang Chu handed over a ledger. Oh. Gu Hai did not look at the ledger. Instead, he looked at Tang Chu. In the past half a year, we have earned a total of 40 million high-grade spirit stones. Respectfully, Tang Chu reported. Gu Hai nodded and said, Your management is pretty good. Thank you, Your Majesty. The officials smiled. In the Han Dynasty's territory of the Divine Continent, 50 flying ships were flying rapidly toward Chaoga City. The Han Dynasty had just stepped into the Divine Continent and had not yet gained a firm foothold. Otherwise, the 50 foreign flying ships would not have been able to enter the Dahan's territory so easily without anyone stopping them. On the leading flying ship, there were 2 flags. One had the word Yuan written in large letters, while the other had the word Chang written in large letters. On the deck of the flying ship, Chang Ming wore a long black robe and sat elegantly on a chair. He held a crystal cup in his hand, which was half filled with a scarlet liquid. If one looked carefully at the layer of blood platelets floating on the liquid, they would realize that this half cup was not filled with wine, but with blood. Changming took a sip elegantly and narrowed his eyes as he looked into the distance. General, we will reach Chaoga City soon. A subordinate said respectfully. Changming narrowed his eyes and said, I have already seen it. Chaoga City. Ha, do you think Gu Hai will surrender in fear if he knows that I have the cultivation of the heaven-opening palace realm? Ah. That subordinate fell silent for a while, not knowing how to answer. Mr. Mo and the Grand Marshal told me to be careful of Gu Hai. However, no matter how powerful he is, does he have 3 heads and 6 arms? According to the news from 95 Island, Ao Shun must have been deceived because his head was stuck between a door. Only a fool like Ao Shun would believe such a lousy lie. Be careful of Gu Hai. What is there to be careful of? In front of absolute power, all schemes are a joke. Changming said indifferently. Yes. Liu Yang lost to Gu Hai. At that time, Liu Yang was already at the end of his rope. Why don't you try to get him to deal with me again? Ha! Changming said with a cold smile. General, this is your first time leading an army. Perhaps. Do you think I'm lying to you? Changming's eyes turned cold as he looked at his subordinate. This subordinate does not dare. However, the military is not a small matter. We cannot be careless. That subordinate said with a lowered head. Humph. What do you know? These 12 cities were predetermined to belong to my Day 1 imperial dynasty. So what if it is my first time leading an army? The Grand Marshal still let me come because this battle was easy to begin with. I just want to earn some military merits. What do you know? Changming said disdainfully. Yes. At that time, watch me take down the 12 cities without expending a single soldier. Ha 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 ha. Changming laughed confidently. His subordinates were slightly confused but did not dare to say anything. Chaoga City, Huangfu Palace Hall, Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and a flat imperial crown as he sat on the dragon throne. He looked down at the 2 rows of officials and issued one decree after another. All the officials in the royal court listened patiently. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the hall. Report. The urgent military report could ignore all obstacles and reach the heavens. Reporting to the Emperor, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's army has 50 flying ships and about 500,000 soldiers. They have appeared 20 kilometers south of the city. That guard reported anxiously. What? The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's army? The officials were shocked. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and slowly stood up from the dragon throne. Whoosh! He waved his sleeves and slowly stepped down from the dragon throne with his hands behind his back. He walked out of the Huangfu Palace Hall step by step. The officials followed Gu Hai and slowly stepped out of the hall. They looked toward the south of the city. The Huangfu Palace Hall was very high. They could see the 50 flying ships 20 kilometers south of the city. They were lined up in a row and floated in the air. On each flying boat, there was a large flag with the word Yuan written on it fluttering in the wind. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. They came so quickly. Gu Hai's expression was gloomy. Chapter 313. Chaoga City. Gu Hai wore a dragon robe and stood with his hands behind his back. He looked coldly at the flying ships in the south of the city. When the officials behind him saw the large Yuan flag above the 50 flying ships, they were worried and turned to look at Gu Hai. When they faced Liu Yang's army back then, it was only the Imperial Dynasty's army. However, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty in front of them was a completely different concept. Now, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's army was pressing in. What should they do? Boom! A group of experts flew down from the flying ships and slashed with their swords and sabers. Instantly, 5 mountains were flattened, forming 5 huge plazas. The army on the flying ships slowly landed on the 5 flattened mountains and stood in 5 neat formations of 100,000 soldiers. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. What were these soldiers doing? They were so far away, so why were they in a formation? Were they trying to fight each other? Gu Hai looked at the leading flying ship. There seemed to be a pale-faced man standing on the deck of the flying ship. He was holding onto the deck railing and looking at Gu Hai confidently. Where is Gu Hai? A soldier behind the pale-faced man shouted. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes, not knowing what these people wanted to do. This emperor is Gu Hai of the Dahan. Who are you? Gu Hai asked indifferently. There was a sound amplification formation outside the Huangfu Hall, and the voice was transmitted into the distance in an instant. The pale-faced man smiled slightly. When he saw Gu Hai, a trace of pride flashed in his eyes. Our general is the 8th Army Commander of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's Northern Expedition Army, Chang Ming, Commander Chang, the soldier shouted again. Commander Chang Ming. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he recalled all the information about the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty that he had read not long ago. However, no matter how hard he searched, he could not find Chang Ming. In fact, Gu Hai had looked through all the information about the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's army in the past 2 days, but he still could not find Chang Ming. The commander of the 8th Army? Day 1 Imperial Dynasty? Could it be a fake? Gu Hai felt a strange feeling in his heart, but he did not show it. Your Majesty, this subject knows this person. An official suddenly said respectfully. Oh. Gu Hai looked over in confusion. In the past, this subject was sent to the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Chang Ming is a descendant of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's Chang clan. The Chang clan is a large clan in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. A family of vampires. The official said respectfully. Vampire family? Gu Hai raised an eyebrow. Yes, this Chang Ming's face is pale, which is a characteristic of vampires. They call themselves the Blood Clan, and Chang Ming is the youngest son of the master of the Chang clan. His cultivation is quite fast. The last time I went, it was said that he was already at the peak of the nascent soul realm, and was only a step away from leaving the heavenly palace. Oh. What military exploits and achievements? Gu Hai asked. This subject does not know. He should not be famous. This time, the northern expedition of the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty should be for him to gain military exploits, right? The official shook his head. Never been on the battlefield? No wonder. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at Chang Ming in the distance again. General Chang. May I know the reason for your visit to the Han Dynasty today? Gu Hai said indifferently. In the distance, Chang Ming looked at Gu Hai proudly and revealed a faint smile. Gu Hai. Ha, this general is here today to give you great riches and honor. Oh. Under the orders of the Grand Marshal, I am allowed to do whatever I want with your 12 cities. This general does not want to make a big move, so I will give you a chance to negotiate. Chang Ming said with a smile. Peace talks? Gu Hai's lips curled into a cold smile. The 12 cities belong to the Han royal dynasty, not you, the great commander of the northern expedition. Allow Chang Ming to do whatever he wants. Does he think that the 12 cities are his? Gu Hai suppressed the anger in his heart and looked across with a cold smile. That's right, negotiate. Gu Hai, the Grand Marshal cares a lot about Mr. Good, and this general does not want you to suffer any losses. How about this, I will make the decision. The 12 cities will still be under your control and listen to your orders. What do you think? Chang Ming said confidently. Ha ha. The 12 cities listen to my orders. Gu Hai laughed coldly. That's right. I will grant you the title of provincial governor of the 12 cities in the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. These 12 cities will belong to the Day 1, and you will continue to control them. What do you think? Chang Ming said with a smile. Gu Hai laughed coldly for a while. General Chang, this means that you are here to offer amnesty? Offer amnesty to the Han Dynasty? That's right. Changming nodded and said. After he finished speaking, Changming stared at Gu Hai as if he was sure that Gu Hai would win. Offer amnesty. The surrounding officials were confused, and the crowd of Chaoga city citizens also frowned and looked into the distance. If they could avoid war, the citizens naturally did not want war. However, they were citizens of the Han Dynasty. How could they be offered amnesty by the Day One? But the citizens all looked at Gu Hai. The officials also looked at Gu Hai, wanting to see how Gu Hai would decide. Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. The heavens are virtuous. General Chang also has a compassionate heart. Ha 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 ha, that's right. Gu Hai, a wise man submits to circumstances. I am giving you a chance. I won't hurt any of your citizens. Changming laughed loudly. Gu Hai's smiling face hid a trace of strangeness. Was this army commander Chang's brain damaged? Why is he so smug? Do you really think that I am happy that you are offering amnesty? Furthermore, even if you are offering amnesty, you shouldn't use such a method. If you don't convince the other party, is it like offering amnesty? When it comes to matters of state, every inch of land is filled with blood. Every inch of land is filled with human lives. You actually want to take down my 12 cities with just a few words? Do you really think that I am a philanthropist? General Chang, I heard that not long ago, your cultivation has reached a height that ordinary people can't reach? Gu Hai asked tentatively. As if he had touched Changming's itch, Changming immediately laughed and said, ha 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 ha, that's right. I opened the Heavenly Palace. That was half a year ago. I didn't expect that it would spread to you. Gu Hai was speechless. Turning his head, Gu Hai looked at the official beside him. Are you sure that he is a disciple that the Chang family is nurturing and not a retard? The official beside him. In the distance, Changming was smug for a while. He shouted, all right, Gu Hai, what do you think? Hurry up. Gu Hai looked at the distant Changming, a faint smile flashing in his eyes. You can't underestimate national affairs. General Chang, why don't we have a private chat in the center? Gu Hai pointed 10 miles away. Rumble. The earth's dragon veins churned. Suddenly, a huge square mountain slowly rose from the ground. It looked like a huge terrace. Oh. Changming's eyes lit up. A private chat. Gu Hai wants to have a private chat with me. However, Gu Hai's cultivation is much weaker than mine. If he comes alone, why should I be afraid of him? All right. Changming agreed. Wait for a moment. Gu Hai said calmly. Changming looked puzzled. Then, he saw Gu Hai dispatching a group of officials. All of the officials nodded in agreement and quickly left. They looked for craftsmen in the city and brought a lot of materials to the huge terrace in the center. They started to build a pavilion. It seemed that they were going to renovate the pavilion. They made the bare terrace look very beautiful and comfortable. They also put tea sets and chairs, making it look very elegant and comfortable. Changming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. So, you need a good environment to have a private chat with me? Gu Hai is more particular than me. Gu Hai quietly left everyone's sight and went to a large hall. He took out countless spirit stones and put them in the hall. However, the spirit stones disappeared in the blink of an eye. At the same time, he gave some instructions to the Lu Shi people and officials. Yes. The officials responded with strange expressions. After everything was arranged, Gu Hai slowly walked over. He looked into the distance. Changming was still patiently looking at the renovation of the terrace. He even sent his subordinates to put a wine rack next to the tea table. Gu Hai's face darkened when he saw the scene in the distance. Where did this weirdo come from, Changming? He even asked people to cooperate. The renovation soon came to an end. Gu Hai stretched out his hand. Rumble. The earth's dragon veins churned again. Then, around Changming, the 5 mountains where the 500,000 Day 1 soldiers were slowly merging. It was as if they were merging into a huge square. The soldiers felt the mountains under their feet move. They frowned and wanted to leave the mountains. Don't move. This is Gu Hai expressing his goodwill to us. He wants the 5 mountains to merge. Don't embarrass me. Changming said coldly. Yes. The 500,000 soldiers nodded uneasily. Boom. Sure enough, the 5 mountains merged into a huge terrace where the 500,000 soldiers stood. At this moment, the officials and craftsmen sent by Gu Hai slowly returned to Chaoga City after they finished renovating the huge terrace in the center. Bang! The gate closed with a loud bang. The decoration on the terrace was quite beautiful. Changming's eyes flashed with satisfaction. General Chang, please. Gu Hai said. Ha 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 ha, good. Changming flew up with satisfaction. Boom. In the blink of an eye, Changming flew to the gazebo on the terrace. He chose a very comfortable chair and sat on it. With a wave of his hand, the fine wine on the wine rack fell into a crystal cup in front of him. Holding the crystal cup, Changming looked at Gu Hai in the distance and signaled Gu Hai to come quickly. Gu Hai was speechless. Is this Changming really retarded? Gu Hai looked at the official beside him and asked again. That official's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He didn't know how to answer. Gu Hai, you're still not coming? Changming waited impatiently in the gazebo. Gu Hai was speechless. It has always been people waiting for me. No one dares to make me wait. Gu Hai, don't you want to be the regional commander? Changming shouted coldly. After a moment of silence, Gu Hai said, this emperor didn't say that I wanted to go. Eh? Changming's face stiffened. He didn't know how to react. What do you mean? Didn't you say that you wanted to talk to me alone? Boom. Behind them, at the place where Changming's army of 500,000 was, a thick fog suddenly rose into the sky. In an instant, it swallowed all 500,000 soldiers. In the blink of an eye, the 500,000 soldiers couldn't be seen or even heard. The reason why the dragon vein had merged the 5 mountains wasn't to create a square for them, but to bury the spirit stones used to set up the array. Seeing his 500,000 subordinates disappear into the fog, Changming sat alone in the comfortable chair with a cup of wine in his hand. For a moment, he couldn't wrap his head around the situation. Chapter 314. Recalling Gu Hai's words, many officials and commoners were slightly stunned. His Majesty really didn't say that he would go with us. An official said strangely. Outside the formation, Changming's expression also froze. No, why didn't you talk to me? Why did you build a pavilion? Changming asked anxiously. I've already said it clearly. You can't underestimate the state's affairs. An inch of land and an inch of blood. With just a few words, you want me to hand over 12 cities? The Han dynasty has never been so despicable before. Gu Hai said coldly. So you're saying that you're rejecting the offer? Then why did you want to build a pavilion just now? Changming asked coldly. Gu Hai was speechless. Not far away, Shangguanhen could not help feeling speechless as he said, His Majesty's intention is for you to go wherever it is cool. He built a pavilion for you to go and chat with yourself. Yet, you really went there. Changming. After a period of sullenness, Changming was about to go crazy. He didn't expect that he would be played by Gu Hai as soon as he arrived. Roar, Gu Hai, you're courting death. Changming roared. Boom. Behind Changming, billowing black qi suddenly emerged. As the black qi surged out, it suddenly transformed into countless bats that rapidly fluttered about. Whoosh! There seemed to be millions of bats circling around the formation. All the bats revealed ferocious expressions, and their eyes flashed with ferocity. Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Shen Guanhen, who was walking over, was also stunned. "Your Majesty, is this vampire here to be a joke?" Shen Guanhen asked in astonishment. Gu Hai looked at the 500,000 Day 1 soldiers in the distance who were enveloped by his formation. Chang Ming seemed to have completely forgotten about them, not paying them any attention at all. He was the commander-in-chief of an army, the commander of a legion. Shouldn't he always prioritize the safety of the legion? Now that the formation had just enveloped the area, he could still break it with the strength of the heaven-opening palace, but he didn't care anymore. "You want to compete with me? Gu Hai, I'll give you one more chance. Otherwise, today will be the day you die." Chang Ming roared. Gu Hai was speechless. Shen Guanhen also rolled his eyes. "If you have that ability, why are you still talking?" As expected, Gu Hai ignored him for a long time. Instead, he looked at the formation shrouded in clouds and mist in the distance. "Break!" Chang Ming took out a red saber and slashed at the city-guarding array. Boom! Only a small ripple spread out from the formation, but it was completely unscathed. "Ha!" Gu Hai sneered. "How can the city-guarding ritual array be so easily broken? Opening the heavenly palace might be very strong, but you just opened the heavenly palace. No matter how strong the attack was, it would only have the power of 100 peak stage nascent soul cultivators of the Yuanying state. So what if your attack had the power of 10,000 peak stage nascent soul cultivators? Back then, it took 1,000,000 bronze men a long time to break this kind of defensive array. Chang Ming did not manage to slash open the array. He waved his hand. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The 10 million bats immediately swooped down and landed on the grand defensive formation. "Humph, do you really think I can't break it? Absorb, absorb all the power of the barrier," Chang Ming said coldly. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The tens of thousands of bats immediately bared their fangs and pierced into the edges of the array, slowly absorbing the array's energy. There was a limit to how much he could absorb, but he could absorb it bit by bit. After the bats were full, they flew into Chang Ming's body and suddenly turned into black gas, transferring their energy to Chang Ming. Then, they condensed into new bats that flew into the formation and continued to absorb. Buzz. After a period of intense absorption, the formation actually trembled slightly. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows and was about to make a move. "Your Majesty, let me do it," Shen Guanhen said with a smile. However, Shen Guanhen pointed his finger, and a ray of green light shot towards the place where the countless bats were landing. Buzz! The green light instantly merged with the formation. It dispersed and was then sucked into the mouths of the bats. Squeak, 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 squeak. After the bats absorbed the rays of green light, their bodies suddenly turned green. Then, their eyes rolled back, and like a rolling gourd, they tilted to the ground and flowed towards the edge of the barrier. Huh! Chang Ming was slightly stunned. Why did his bat subordinates turn green and fall down? This is... Gu Hai looked at Shen Guanhen. Snake venom. Shen Guanhen explained. Gu Hai was slightly surprised, but he nodded. Gu Hai could tell that these bats were not real bats. They were similar to the little skull in the black smoke of his life-ender saber, which was an illusion of energy. But this snake venom could even poison it. The Xuanwu was divided into the black tortoise and the black snake. Shen Guanhen had swallowed the snake head of the former Lord Xuanwu, so he had obviously inherited some abilities. Commander of the Day 1 Corps. He doesn't seem to be a big deal. Yeah, I was worried for a long time. This group of bats was all taken down by the Dahan officials with just a finger. What's the use of that? This Chang Ming doesn't seem to be very capable. The people were relieved, and the officials weren't as nervous as before. It seemed that there was nothing to be afraid of. Above them, more and more bats were taken down. Thousands, or even millions, of bats were taken down. Chang Ming's face darkened. That's impossible. My bat subordinates aren't real. How can they be taken down? Come back. Chang Ming waved his hand, and the fallen green bats were instantly sucked into Chang Ming. Suddenly, they collapsed, and all the energy absorbed by the bats entered Chang Ming's body. Shangguan suddenly opened his mouth wide, showing a shocked expression. After absorbing the poisonous bat's energy, Chang Ming's body suddenly turned green. He was poisoned. Gu Hai said in shock. Okay, I think so. Shangguan said in confusion. Gu Hai was speechless. The Dahan officials. You, Gu Hai, you poisoned me. Chang Ming's body swayed as he pointed at Gu Hai and roared in shock. Gu Hai was speechless. Shangguan was speechless. No one poisoned you. You absorbed it yourself. You want all the energy of those poisonous bats. Who can you blame for being poisoned? Whoosh! Countless bats flew into the sky. They opened their mouths and roared at the formation, but they didn't dare to take in any more. Chang Ming waved his hand and absorbed all the intact bats into his body. The remaining 100,000 poisonous bats, however, didn't dare to take in any more. Pfft! Even so, Chang Ming still spat out a mouthful of poisonous blood. His eyes were filled with shock and anger. What kind of poison is this? Gu Hai, you despicable person. How dare you poison me? I won't let you off. Chang Ming roared at the top of his lungs. Gu Hai was speechless. Gu Hai turned to look at the official beside him. Are you sure that he's a disciple that the Chang family specially nurtured? The official's face twitched. The effect of the snake poison was extremely strong. It made Chang Ming feel weak. He flew into the distance, but he didn't attack the city anymore. At this moment, Chang Ming suddenly remembered something. Right, where are the 500,000 soldiers? He turned to look at the fog formation in the distance. Humph. Chang Ming immediately flew into the formation in the distance. Break for me. The red saber in his hand slashed down again. Boom. Under the tremendous power, the great cloudy formation exploded with a loud bang. Cough, cough, cough. Suppressing the poison, he coughed and looked at the broken formation. General, save me. General, save me. Shouts came from the formation that was filled with smoke and dust. When he looked carefully, he saw more than a dozen soldiers being pushed into the ground by a group of Lu Shi people. Ah! In the blink of an eye, the Lu Shi people were underground. General, why are you only here now? Why are you only breaking the formation now? Ah! The last soldier shouted as he was pulled into the ground by the Lu Shi people. Rumble. The soil on the ground churned and the cave disappeared. He was one step too late. Bastard, how did this happen? Break for me. Boom. Chang Ming roared and slashed the saber into the ground again. Soil was lifted from the ground, but Lu Shiren and his 500,000 soldiers were nowhere to be seen. Chang Ming. How did this happen? Chang Ming turned to look at Gu Hai in front of Huangfu Hall in the distance. His face was full of hatred. Gu Hai and Shangguan were also silent for a long time. Your Majesty, this is the first time in my life that I have met such a strange general. He can lead soldiers, but he forgot about his own soldiers and threw them away. Is he really the commander of Daewan's army? Shangguan was speechless. Where are my soldiers? Gu Hai. Chang Ming roared as he endured the poison. Commander Chang, go back and report to the commander of Daewan. Just say that the 8th Army is temporarily a guest in Chaoga City and that I will not make things difficult for them. When the war with the Deqian Celestial Empire is over, I will return these 500,000 soldiers. Gu Hai said. You, who wants to be a guest here? Chang Ming glared at him and said angrily. Commander Chang, do you still want to continue attacking the city? Liu Yang came here and died in Chaoga City. Do you really think that I don't have the strength to deal with your Kaitian palace? The 500,000 Day 1 soldiers are invaders. I said they were guests because I was giving you face. Now they are prisoners. If you dare to act rashly, I will immediately behead them. Do you believe me? Gu Hai said coldly. You. Cough, cough, cough. Chang Ming glared at him as he endured the poison. Commander Chang, I forgot to tell you. This snake poison of mine ferments once every 3 days. If it is not forced out in time, the poison will double in 3 days, and double again in 3 days. Sheng Guanhen said. Chang Ming's expression suddenly changed. Despicable man, Gu Hai, just you wait. Today you secretly poisoned me. In the future, I will teach you a lesson. Chang Ming roared with a ferocious expression. Boom! Chang Ming shot in a certain direction into the distance. Chang Ming came in high spirits and left in disappointment. Countless officials and citizens of Chaoga City were at a loss. Many people still couldn't believe what had just happened. Are my eyes blind? Is the Dayuan army filled with such trash? Chapter 315. Northern Expedition City. The Day 1 Empire's Northern Expedition General Day 1 rested for a while after processing a batch of battle reports. He held a cup of tea and stood at the sand table again, looking at the changes in the military forces on the sand table. Any news from Chang Ming? The Grand Marshal looked at the 12 cities of Dahan. I heard that General Chang should be heading straight for Chaoga City. A subordinate said respectfully. Oh. Heading straight for Chaoga City. You want to get it done once and for all? The marshal smiled slightly. The subordinate on the side frowned and said, Grand Marshal, I have something to say, but I don't know if I should say it. It's like a bone in my throat. It's a little. Say it. The Grand Marshal said lightly. We've been in contact with that Chang Ming for a while. How can someone like him lead an army? We've deduced a few times, but what did he say? He's stubborn and blind. Such a person will only lead the army to destruction. Why did the Grand Marshal make him the commander of the 8th Army? 500,000 soldiers were given to him, but I just can't accept it. How can a person like him harm the army? Just because he's from the Chang family? The subordinate said unhappily. The Grand Marshal smiled slightly and shook his head. Self-righteous, self-opinionated, and self-opinionated. He thinks he's very powerful. Ha, I know that too. Ha. Then why did the Grand Marshal? The Grand Marshal sipped his tea and shook his head. He narrowed his eyes and said, You saw Chang Ming. He seems to be unrealistic and has no ability. He thinks he's very powerful, but he's actually a good-for-nothing. You're mistaken. Oh. The subordinate was surprised. If he's a good-for-nothing, why does the Chang family value him so much? He's the youngest son of the master of the Chang family, and he's not the son of the first wife. Why does his status in the Chang family seem to be higher than all his brothers? Are those old monsters of the Chang family all fools? The Grand Marshal chuckled. I don't know. Please enlighten me, Grand Marshal. The subordinate was shocked. He's an idiot, but you can't blame him. Everything has been going too smoothly for him. The Grand Marshal frowned. What do you mean? This Chang Ming was born with evil intentions. It's as if he's blessed by the heavens. His luck has always been extremely good. Everything he does is very smooth, so smooth that everything is decided by luck. He has never met a worthy opponent. It's so smooth that he can find a treasure when he goes on an excursion. He can pick up a peerless secret manual when he falls into a valley. Even if he encounters a situation of certain death, he can get through it with the least loss. The Grand Marshal frowned. How could there be such a person? Luck? The subordinate was at a loss. The Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and said, yes, luck. Luck is also a kind of strength. However, Chang Ming was uncannily lucky. It was also because of his good luck that everything he did was smooth sailing, to the point that everyone was jealous of him. Therefore, with such smooth sailing, there were many times when he did not need to use his brain. In this way, in your eyes, many of his ideas were like a straw bag, but to him, so what? He seems to be blessed by the gods. No matter how idiotic his ideas are, they're better than your foresight. The subordinate was speechless. This kind of person belongs to the category of people blessed by the heavens. Any family that produces such a person would treat him like a treasure. Why didn't the Chang family send anyone else in this northern expedition? It's because of this Chang Ming that the Chang family gave all the opportunities that could bring about military merits to Chang Ming. It's all to protect him. The entire Chang family didn't participate in this battle and gave Chang Ming the position of commander of the 8th Army. Do you still think it's a waste? The Grand Marshal laughed. The subordinate was silent for a while. Then, can he take down the 12 cities? The subordinate frowned. The Grand Marshal shook his head and said, originally, the 12 cities were already under our encirclement, so I wasn't in a hurry. Everything could be done slowly. However, Gu Hai destroyed Lu Yang, so we had to move forward. Otherwise, if he completely took over the 12 cities, we would have to pay a huge price. Moreover, Mr. Mo's message repeatedly reminded us to be careful of this Gu Hai. Someone that even Mr. Mo has to be careful of. Do you think he's easy to deal with? It's good that Chang Ming is going. He's very lucky. If he can deal with Gu Hai, that would be the best. If it's a situation of certain death, Chang Ming's luck will make him retreat. Moreover, this time, Chang Ming asked to go. Let's wait for the results. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes. Jinan City. Jinmu of Silla's study room. Jinmu of Silla sat behind her desk, and a group of strategists stood in front of her. Holding a battle report in her hand, Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes. Gao Xianji again. Sima Changkong, who was beside her, said bitterly, that's right. The Deng dynasty's cities have all been divided equally between us and the Daewon Imperial dynasty. A group of legion commanders have also started to interact with the Daewon Imperial dynasty's legions. Legion 6 was the first to defeat the Yuan army and took back the first city from the Yuan army. Jinmu of Silla's face was gloomy, and the strategists in the study room were also bitter. Grand Marshal, the legion commanders haven't officially shown their strength yet. Right now, they're waiting to attack. They will soon surpass Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji is just using tricks. A strategist said softly. Tricks? Why don't you let them try? What I want is results, not waiting to attack. Jinmu of Silla said coldly. The strategists were silent. Grand Marshal, there's no need to be angry. We still don't know who Gao Xianji will serve in the future. Sima Changkong persuaded. Jinmu of Silla suppressed the anger in her heart and nodded. Gao Xianji is a sharp blade that can open up new territories. She alone can fight against 1,000,000 soldiers. Sima Changkong nodded. The strategists wanted to refute, but they didn't know where to start. Lu Yang's corpse has arrived in the capital. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Sima Changkong nodded and said, yes. Along the way, all the big cities closed their doors and refused to see Lu Yang's corpse. None of the city lords let Lu Yang's corpse enter the city. Now you know how to avoid suspicion. Jinmu of Silla laughed coldly. Grand Marshal, what about Lu Yang's descendants? A strategist asked curiously. Jinmu of Silla squinted her eyes. We have to eliminate the roots. His Holiness won't do it, and we can't do it either. Let the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty be the evil ones. Yes. Everyone answered. Eliminate the roots and shift the blame to the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Everyone avoided talking about it. Oh right, Grand Marshal, news just came from Chaoga City. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's 8th Legion, 500,000 soldiers, is attacking Chaoga City. Sima Changkong suddenly said with a frown. Oh. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's 8th Legion? Chaoga City has gone through a few disasters and is at the end of its rope. Can it still resist? Jinmu of Silla was slightly stunned. Sima Changkong nodded with a bitter smile. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's 500,000 soldiers were all wiped out. Only the Legion commander, Chang Ming, escaped. The 8th Legion was wiped out. The main commander escaped alone. Chang Ming. I don't think I've heard of this person. How did Gu Hai do it? How much did the Dahan pay? Jinmu of Silla was shocked. Sima Changkong was silent for a while. Everyone looked at Sima Changkong. Mr. Sima, did the Han dynasty suffer heavy losses? A strategist asked curiously. Sima Changkong shook his head. The Han dynasty didn't suffer any casualties. Everyone was slightly stunned. What do you mean by no casualties? Jinmu of Silla frowned. Sima Changkong was slightly bitter as he described the information obtained by the scouts. In the study, everyone was puzzled. Where did Day 1 find such a good Legion commander? How can such a person be a Legion commander? Jinmu of Silla was confused. Northern Expedition City. Day 1's commander frowned as he read the report from a subordinate in front of him. Is the information reliable? Grand Marshal frowned. Yes, when the people of Chaoga City came out, we sent someone to investigate. The information we obtained was that the 8th Legion was all captured by Gu Hai. General Chang is also nowhere to be found. The subordinate said bitterly. Grand Marshal, Chang Ming is going to be punished by military law. He didn't come back to report such a huge defeat. Where is he hiding? Is he dead? The other subordinates immediately became impatient. Grand Marshal shook his head and said, with his luck, he won't die. But this defeat is all his fault. A general shouted angrily. Grand Marshal shook his head. Maybe, this Chaoga City is more dangerous than we thought. Chang Ming leaving in such a huge defeat may be the best result. At least, the commander came out alive. The subordinates' faces froze. Was the Grand Marshal trying to absolve Chang Ming? Grand Marshal's face was gloomy. He looked at the sand table in front of him again and fell silent. Could it be that this Chaoga City is hiding a monstrous killing plot? Grand Marshal looked at the sand table with a gloomy face. Then what do we do now? Grand Marshal, let me go and destroy Chaoga City. A subordinate said with a battle intent. Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No need, you will die if you go. Impossible, Grand Marshal, I won't be like that idiot Chang Ming. I said, no need. Grand Marshal turned his head and looked at the subordinate with a cold face. That subordinate lowered his head and said, yes, please forgive me. Grand Marshal nodded and said, now the front line has begun to contact Takashi Ryushin's army. We must focus on contending with Takashi Ryushin. Daewon's plan for so many years is in this battle. We can't be distracted. As for the 12 cities of Gu Hai, they are after all my, Daewon's, states within states. I'm not afraid that they will run away. After this battle, we will deal with the 12 cities. Yes, sir. The subordinates answered. Send someone to search for Chang Ming. If you find him, tell him to come and see me immediately. Grand Marshal said in a deep voice. Yes, sir. Chapter 316. Above a sinister valley at the border between the Daewon and the Dahan, how can it be like this? What poison is this? I have never lost before. No. Changming flew over weakly. Changming's entire body turned green. After fleeing for some time, he could not return to Northern Expedition City in time before he fainted in the air. Bang! Changming landed in the valley, kicking up a large amount of leaves. He seemed to have fainted. There's food again. Ha ha ha. Ha! A spirit-assimilated cultivator. An aged voice suddenly came from the valley. After some time, Changming slowly opened his eyes from his unconsciousness. What entered his eyes was a gloomy valley. Inside the valley, there were countless rotting leaves. Above them, there were layers of shadows, and on a damp wall. A wet wall covered the wall with talisman scripts. 4 chains came out of the talisman scripts, locking up a dirty savage with disheveled hair and rotting clothes. I must be dreaming. I am so elegant. Is this hell? Changming felt slightly stunned. Little child, it is still too early to dream. TSK. TSK. A spirit-assimilated cultivator. Or a second-generation spirit-assimilated cultivator. The dirty savage said while clicking his tongue. You, who are you? What do you want? Changming said in horror as he goggled. Why are you afraid of me? If not for me, you would have been poisoned to death long ago. Brat, you are really lucky. The savage said with a smile. Poison. My poison is all gone. How can that be? I am an expert of the heavenly palace. Why can't I suppress that poison? Changming exclaimed in shock. Expert, my ass. You are just a brat who just opened the heavenly palace, and you call yourself an expert? What poison is that? That is the poison of a prime. Less than 5 people in the world have such a poison. You are already lucky to be alive. You still want to suppress it? Ha! The savage sneered. Huh? Is the poison very powerful? Ha! Powerful? If I am not wrong, this should be snake poison. Ha! Furthermore, snake poison of this level would poison even the people of the heavenly palace to death quickly, not to mention you. Aren't you lucky to be able to live until now? The savage sneered. Oh, is that so? Changming was slightly stunned. Brat, don't be so ungrateful. I've saved you, so take me as your teacher. I'll teach you Tongtian's skills. I'm going to reincarnate. The savage shouted. You're going to teach me a skill? What can you teach me? I'm a member of the blood race, do I need you to teach me? Changming said disdainfully. Bloodlings my ass. Isn't it just your father who was demonized by the bats? The human soul has long been swapped, and the descendant is just a vampire. Moreover, the human soul is forever under the control of that bat demon. He is your ancestor. If he wants you to die, you have to die. The savage sneered. Changming frowned slightly. Don't worry. I am also a spirit-assimilated cultivator. However, I killed my primogenitor. It's more than enough to teach you, brat. The savage said calmly. You teach me. Why teach me? Because I was crippled by a human, no, a beast. Damn it. I've been trapped here for 1,000 years, unable to advance for so many years. It's no different from dying, the savage said sullenly. With these chains? I'll help you cut them open. Hey, cut my ass. Do you know what these are? Alright, cut the crap. I already have an inheritor, so I can reincarnate. When I return after reincarnating, I will take revenge. Look into my eyes, the savage shouted. Changming turned his head to look. Buzz. The savage's eyes seemed to have a magical power. They immediately gave off a strange light. Changming seemed to be bewitched, becoming motionless. Buzz! A red light seemed to surge into Changming's eyes, and his body instantly turned transparent. There seemed to be a clump of black bat light trembling behind his head. Brat, I've re-refined your human soul. Your human soul is no longer under the control of that bat spirit. However, if you want it to be perfect, you need to kill that bat spirit and consume its human soul to make up for what you lack, the savage said. Ah! Changming cried out in pain. Just like that, 2 hours passed. Buzz! Changming's head trembled before recovering. Then, he looked up at the savage. At this moment, the savage was so thin that he looked like a bag of bones. You directly sent these cultivation techniques into my head? Who are you? Changming looked at the dying savage in shock. Who am I? Hee. Who I am is no longer important. I've had enough of this life. My body is also crippled. Leaving behind an inheritor can be considered fulfilling my wish for the past 1,000 years. Damn it! After 1,000 years, a vampire finally arrived, the savage said with a smile. Hey, senior, the cultivation techniques you passed to me seem to be the blood race's cultivation techniques. Are you one of them too? *T. I'm not a vampire. It's easy for you to know who I am. Hee, you'll definitely know in the future. Because you've received my inheritance, you'll also have a great enemy. This is for you. That bastard will come for you sooner or later. The savage said with a cold smile. As he spoke, he opened his mouth and spat out a black bead. The bead looked ordinary. However, since the savage valued it so much, it must be an extraordinary treasure. This thing, you can study it yourself. That enemy will come for you. Hang in there for a while and wait for me to reincarnate. I'm leaving. The savage's figure slowly dissipated. Changming grabbed the bead and said blankly, Say. Senior. Alright, master, can you at least tell me who your enemy is? He's called Mosquito Daoran. This bead is called Chaos Bead. The savage said at the end. Whoosh! The barbarians suddenly disappeared. When the savage disappeared, the talisman inscriptions on the mountain walls and the chains that shackled him also disappeared. Changming was left holding that chaos bead in a daze for a long time. The 16th of the 16 magic treasures, the chaos bead? Changming looked at the black bead in his hand with a shocked expression. This was the 16th chaos bead since ancient times. As long as the news of the chaos bead spread, the world would be shocked. Everyone would act upon hearing the news. Everyone, including Daiqiansheng, would act. The strongest people in the world would not be able to resist coming. Who is Mosquito Daoran? I've never heard of him. Chaos bead? Is it the chaos bead? Damn, I'm so lucky. I thought I was unlucky when I went to Chaoga City this time. I actually got this treasure. Damn, there are so many cultivation methods. Gu Hai, you despicable person, you're dead. Ha 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 ha. Changming laughed loudly. Qinglu City. Gu Hai and Tang Chu looked at the streets around them. Your Majesty, you guessed right. Although Qinglu City is occupied by the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty, there are still some families who miss and are grateful to Huangfu Chaoga. Although it is difficult to get in touch with them, they are still willing to cooperate with us on account of their friendship with Huangfu Chaoga. Moreover, the officials you arranged to get in touch with them are inextricably linked with the families here. Tang Chu said respectfully. How is the situation in Qinglu City now? Gu Hai asked. The Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's army has replaced the original defending army. The original defending army has all been imprisoned. As for where they are imprisoned, no one knows. However, the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty's army has posted a notice saying that there will be no problems if they are released after 10 years. Tang Chu said solemnly. 10 years? Ha, the people will have forgotten about Huangfu Chaoge in 10 years. At that time, there will be no problems if we release the army. Gu Hai smiled coldly. Yes, in 10 years, the Day One Imperial Dynasty will completely control these cities. There will be no need to be so cautious. The Huangfu Chaoge that the people miss is already dead. The people do not have a sense of belonging to the Dahan. They can only play the emotional card that Huangfu Chaoge entrusted the country to you. However, the effect may not be good. It is not a possibility, but it will definitely not be good. I spent a lot of effort to win the hearts of the people in those 12 cities. Naturally, it will be more difficult here. Then, Your Majesty, what should we do? The nostalgia for Huangfu Chaoge will slowly fade in the hearts of the people. In 10 years, it will completely disappear. Therefore, before the nostalgia completely disappears, we must let the people's nostalgia completely erupt. Let the people reject the Day One Imperial Dynasty and miss Huangfu Chaoge. The hearts of the people are the heart of the city. What is the use of the Day One Imperial Dynasty's army occupying the city? However, when the hearts of the people belong to the Dahan, occupying the city is a small matter. Gu Hai said confidently. Yes, Your Majesty. First, we must find the 1 million former garrison soldiers who are imprisoned. Once we find them, we will have an additional 1 million troops. Gu Hai said solemnly. But no one knows where they are imprisoned. Those families that are willing to help me have already sent people to investigate, but there is no trace of them at all. Tang Chu said with a frown. It doesn't matter. Even if you can't find them, can't the Day One garrison soldiers find them? Gu Hai said with a smile. Tang Chu's expression changed slightly as he looked at Gu Hai. This time, I have also brought a group of prisoners on death row from various cities. Have they settled down? Your Majesty, are those prisoners all devils who indiscriminately kill the innocent? Indiscriminately kill the innocent? Ha, you underestimate them too much. The sins they have committed are not enough to kill them 10,000 times. The law of the past did not have the death penalty when Huangfu Chaoge founded the country, but the Han dynasty does. Qinglu City. After a few changes of hands, Qinglu City fell into the hands of the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Although the people felt uncomfortable, the Day One army did not oppress their lives, and the people did not resist much. Moreover, after Huangfu Chaoge's death, many people gave up. They did not care about this and continued to live as they should. Perhaps life in the Day One Imperial Dynasty was not bad. The people comforted themselves. Suddenly, one day, 10 dried corpses slowly floated in a river outside the city. There were 2 bloody holes on the corpses' necks, and all the blood in their bodies had been sucked dry. The 10 dried corpses were wearing the military uniforms of the former garrison soldiers of Qinglu City. Imprisoned garrison soldiers. Their blood has been sucked dry. Vampires? Suddenly, someone saw the corpses and revealed a look of horror. Soon, a crowd gathered outside the city. Batch after batch, the people quickly entered the city. Auntie Zhang, is your son a garrison soldier? Yes, they said that he would be imprisoned for 10 years. I wonder how he is now. An old woman smiled bitterly. Quickly go outside the city and see if it's your son. Sigh, he might not even be able to recognize his own mother. What's wrong? Go and see for yourself. Sigh. The news could not be suppressed at all. After all, many people's relatives were garrison soldiers. The news of the garrison soldiers being sucked dry and thrown into the river outside the city instantly exploded in the city. Could it be their relatives? Immediately, countless people rushed out of the city. Chapter 317. Qinglu City. The dried corpses outside the city were fished out, and more people gathered around. There were 2 bloody holes on their necks, and their blood had been sucked dry. Who knows who these 10 dried corpses are? They're so shriveled and soaked in water. Who can recognize them? But they must be the garrison of Qinglu City. Weren't they imprisoned by the Yuan dynasty soldiers? These bloody holes were bitten by the bat demons? No, the vampires. Vampires? Those Yuan dynasty soldiers. Countless people discussed. Tang Chu put on a simple makeup and stood in the crowd. Not far away, a group of people seemed to be adjusting their expressions. Tang Chu looked at the small group of people. She nodded gently. That group of people seemed to have received a signal. My son, why did you die so miserably? It's my nephew. He had just broken through to the Golden Core realm that year. The Yuan dynasty soldiers went back on their word and only said that they were imprisoned. It was all a lie. The Yuan dynasty soldiers were eating them. After they finished eating my nephew, they turned around and attacked us. You blood-drinking demons, give me back my grandfather. Woo woo woo. The group of people kept crying and slandering the Yuan dynasty soldiers. For a moment, the surrounding people panicked. Were the million garrison soldiers really eaten and not imprisoned? Eaten for 10 years? 10 years later, will they make a move on us? They drank human blood. Auntie Zhang, these dried corpses are already like this. Can you recognize your son? Someone questioned. I don't know, but can you guarantee that it's not my son? Huh? These dried corpses were only discovered. Can you guarantee that my son is not among the undiscovered ones? Huh? Back then, the Gengjin sect sent troops to Qinglu City. My 3 younger brothers and 1 son sacrificed themselves to protect Qinglu City from being massacred by the Gengjin sect. Now, my youngest son has been sucked dry by the Yuan dynasty soldiers. My life is so hard, and you still doubt me? Woo woo. Auntie Zhang cried bitterly. The people who questioned Auntie Zhang were also reprimanded by the surrounding people. Inhumane thing, what did Auntie Zhang do to you? You're always exonerating the vampires. Bah, do you have any shame? Back then, our city was almost massacred. How many people in Auntie Zhang's family died to protect the city? Do you still doubt her? Yuan go. Cold-blooded animal. Immediately, the questioning voices disappeared. Tang Chu specifically found some family members who were crying and complaining, but they were all crying and screaming. This sadness and fear quickly spread to the city. More and more commoners were attracted over. Those who did not come had also received the news and were looking forward to seeing how the city lord would respond. The news quickly spread to the city lord mansion. A large number of officials were invited to the main hall of the city lord's mansion. Bang! The city lord knocked over a vase and looked coldly at his subordinates. Who is it? Who couldn't control their own mouths? Don't you remember the imperial edict? His Majesty asked us to do our best to appease the people and assimilate them. Who couldn't control their mouths and actually sucked the blood of the defenders? Aren't prisoners enough for you to drink? Why would they throw their corpses in the wilderness after drinking? Who is it? The group of officials did not dare to speak. City Lord, now that there's such a huge commotion, why don't we seal up the 10 dried corpses outside the city? That will prevent the people's resentment from growing. Do I need you to say that? The dried corpses definitely need to be sealed up. However, sealing them will cause a huge backlash. Investigate and find out who it is. I want him dead, the city lord roared. The group of officials did not dare to speak. Originally, they were sent to assimilate Qinglu City. It was a lucrative job. 10 years later, all of them would have a good resume with countless contributions. However, if they made a mistake, His Majesty would definitely blame them. At that time, it would no longer be a matter of merit but a serious dereliction of duty. Report. Suddenly, a guard rushed into the main hall. Ha! Everyone looked over. Reporting to the city lord, news just came from Qinglu prison. None of the 1,036,425 prisoners are missing. The guard reported. Huh. The expressions of everyone in the main hall changed. None missing. Then, who are the 10 dried corpses outside the city? They are even wearing the uniforms of the defenders, the city lord said with a frown. Someone did it on purpose. To frame us. Everyone in the main hall was shocked as they looked at the city lord. Go and count them again. Count them carefully, the city lord said. Yes. Where did those dried corpses outside the city come from? Could it be that the Deqian dynasty framed us? It is very possible. Only the Deqian dynasty would dare to play such a trick. City lord, what should we do about the dried corpses outside the city? Don't touch them. Since those dried corpses are framed, don't touch them first. Investigate who did it. Also, investigate thoroughly to see if there are any outsiders. Yes. The news of the dried corpses continued to spread. The attitude of the people in the city was different. Some were inexplicably terrified, while others did not believe it at all. However, no matter what, in a short period of time, the news of the dried corpses had spread to all parts of the city. Almost all the adult citizens had heard the news. The news could not be suppressed at all. Of the 1 million prisoners, only 300,000 had families. The 300,000 families came to investigate immediately. All of them were worried. Among them, there was a large group that kept crying. They organized and headed to the city lord's residence. City lord, let go of my family. Murderous demon, return my son. Kill me too if you dare. Kill him. You said that my son is still alive. Let me see. Let me see. We can visit the prison too. Why can't we? Everyone. Suddenly, a loud voice came from the city lord's residence. It was amplified and spread in all directions. All the people in the city went silent. I promise everyone that your family members are all safe and sound. The dried corpses outside the city are all part of a scheme. The city lord's voice was heard. What about my son? What about my grandfather? Countless relatives of the prisoners shouted. From tomorrow onwards, you will be allowed to visit the prison in batches. 100 people will visit the prison every day. Go to the torture hall to register. Those who arrive first will be allowed to visit the prison first. The city lord's voice was heard. Boom. The relatives of the prisoners immediately rushed to the torture hall to register. A vampire storm instantly vanished like smoke in thin air. Since the prison visits were allowed, what the city lord said should be true. Did someone deliberately frame the city lord? However, the relatives of the prisoners were ecstatic. Gu Hai stood in the first building of the street. He looked in the direction of the city lord's residence and revealed a faint smile. Your Majesty, the prison is about to be exposed. Tang Chu smiled respectfully. Go and arrange it. Also, record every batch of relatives. Get ready to start. Gu Hai nodded. Yes. The prison visits in Qinglu City began. The other 11 cities were also doing the same thing. The prison visits had completely resolved the crisis. The Yuan army could sit back and relax. Everything returned to normal. In the face of facts, all conspiracies and tricks were jokes. However, the city lord of Qinglu City still wrote the news in a memorial and sent someone to send it back to the Dayuan's capital and the northern expedition city. The first batch of 100 relatives was sent to an extremely remote area in the city. A group of Yuan army soldiers watched over them and they saw their relatives. The first batch of 100 relatives came out of the prison happily. How is it? How is it? Countless people outside were waiting expectantly. It's okay. My son is living well in the prison. It's just that his cultivation is sealed. He has been an ordinary person for 10 years and he is fine. No one is injured. My grandfather wants me to cultivate well and check on my cultivation after 10 years. When the first batch of 100 relatives came out, the last trace of worry in the hearts of the people disappeared. It turned out that everything was fake. The second batch and the third batch of people went to visit the prisoners one after another. The people were no longer worried. The prison area. It was like a living area for ordinary people. Millions of Yuan army soldiers lived together. Among them, the few who had been visited gathered at a small mountain pass. Our family head sent a letter to ask us to cooperate. What do you think? One of them whispered. Although the family head did not mention who will help us, I will definitely listen to him. Me too. Humph, my family put in a lot of effort to make me a military officer. Now that I am a prisoner, I will have nothing in 10 years. My family is thinking of ways to help us break the seal. Brothers, we killed the enemy together in the past. Now we have to cooperate from the inside and take back what we have. Do you dare? Of course we dare, but not everyone thinks that way. Right now, our million people are like a sheet of loose sand. My family gave me a plan of rebellion. The first clause is to persuade the old city lord. He is also imprisoned here, so he must be full of resentment. The condition is that he will continue to be the city lord. I don't believe that he will not be moved. If he is not moved and does not cooperate with us, we will find a way to replace him. We will use the old method of organizing the army and manage it layer by layer. The plan of rebellion states that we will try to instigate the defection of some prestigious generals. After we get out, all of them will be restored to their positions. We will reward them according to their merits. As for the other soldiers, we will not let them know for now to prevent too many people from gossiping. Time is limited, so do it as soon as possible. Okay. The plan of rebellion in the prison was in progress. The prison is heavily guarded. Gu Hai looked at the fog-shrouded prison area in the distance. Yes. A large number of Yuan dynasty soldiers guard the place. Furthermore, they set up a ritual array. The ritual array covers the underground. Even if we dig a tunnel, we will not be able to enter. Tang Chu explained. Gu Hai nodded and smiled. Now that we know where it is, it will be easy. Yes. Have you found a way to break the 1 million prisoner army's seal? Gu Hai looked at Tang Chu. The family clans and the prisoner army have already discussed it. This seal is the same as the seal that His Majesty placed on 95 Islands' Great Feng Mafia family. It can be undone with the lightning luring platform. Tang Chu said respectfully. Gu Hai nodded. Since this is resolved, the plan of rebellion must have started. We just need to instigate a group of generals. We will be done in 10 days at most. All right. Since that is the case, let's begin. Unexpectedly, it is easier than expected this time. Ha! I hope it will succeed. A determined look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Accumulating resentment and offending the authorities. With 10 days to ferment, it should be about time. Tang Chu nodded and smiled. However, Gu Hai remained silent for a while before saying, "We cannot bully the people's hearts. We had no choice this time. When we capture the city, we will properly compensate the citizens of the city." Yes. Tang Chu's expression turned solemn. Chapter 318. Jinan City. Jinmu of Silla's study. A group of strategists stood respectfully in front of Jinmu of Silla's desk. At this moment, all of them were smiling. Grand Marshal, the various armies have sent back reports of victory. Although the Yuan dynasty has taken over the major cities of Yingzhou, the battle line is too large this time. They have taken over too many cities, and there are not enough guards in each city. The cities of Yingzhou are slowly being taken back. If you eat too much at once, it's only natural that you won't be able to digest it. However, Sima Changkong said. Everyone looked at Sima Changkong. Grand Marshal, although the Day One has taken over half of Yingzhou this time, there are not many guards. At least 300,000 yuan soldiers. It is very difficult to control the entire city and defend against the enemy. After all, the Day One has taken over too many cities this time. The Great Huang Dynasty, the Greedy Wolf Sect, the Gengjin Sect, and even half of the Xinlu Dynasty are not enough to take over Yingzhou. Therefore, they don't seem to be preparing to take over Yingzhou. Looking at the battle reports, although the Yuan Dynasty has taken back the cities, the Yuan Dynasty did not suffer many casualties and retreated. Sima Changkong said with a frown. The Yuan Dynasty was not determined to take over Yingzhou from the beginning? Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. Half of Yingzhou, to be precise, was prepared to exhaust our army. When we take over all of Yingzhou, we will no longer have the strength to continue south unless His Holiness sends another army. However, it seems that His Holiness will not start a bigger war. Sima Changkong said with a frown. Are you saying that when we take over all of Yingzhou, the war will end? Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. Yes. Although the Day One has made a big move this time, they did not invade the Deqian Celestial Empire. The cities of Yingzhou were taken from Luyang, weren't they? If we take over Yingzhou, no one in the world will dare to say anything. However, if we continue south after that, it will be the Deqian Celestial Empire's invasion. His Holiness will not send troops because there are other Deqian empires around us. If we cannot take over the Day One in one bite, the Deqian will not be an army without a clear path. This is to avoid trouble for others. That is why His Holiness gave you the title of Commander of the South, instead of Commander of the South. Solemnly Sima Changkong Sima-ing. King Shenwu squinted his eyes. The Dayuan Imperial Dynasty has really thought this through. The Yuan army has the advantage of defensive formations. Although they lost time and time again, they did not lose much. After giving up on Yingzhou, the Day One still managed to take over 60 or 70 cities, increasing their territory by a third. This is an unprecedented victory. Emotionally, Sima Changkong said. It is all Lu Yang's fault for being bewitched by Mo Yike. Jinmu of Silla sighed softly. Therefore, when we take over the remaining cities of Yingzhou, we must obtain the greatest returns with the least amount of casualties. Otherwise, we will be the ones suffering losses. Emotionally, Sima Changkong said. Speaking of the least amount of casualties. Which legion has the least amount of casualties? Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. The strategist stammered, feeling slightly bitter. Gao Xianji's Legion 6 fought the most ferociously and took the most cities, but they suffered the least amount of casualties. They lost no more than 1,000 men in each battle, Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Jinmu of Silla had a gloomy expression. This time, Gao Xianji took 7 cities in a row. Her battle style is too classic. She is invincible. Sima Changkong said with a bitter smile. Rewards must be given. The reward given to Gao Xianji last time will be increased tenfold. Send it to Gao Xianji's camp. Solemnly, Jinmu of Silla said. Tenfold? The strategists were flabbergasted. Last time, they were already shocked. This time, it was tenfold. Reporting. A guard rushed into the study. HM. Everyone looked at the guard. Reporting to Grand Marshal, urgent report from the front lines. Gao Xianji took the 8th city and arrived at the border of Yingzhou. She led 1,000,000 soldiers and killed her way into the depths of the Day One Imperial Dynasty. She has entered the former territory of the Xinlu Imperial Dynasty. The subordinate said respectfully. Ah. She took the 8th city so quickly. She entered the depths of the Day One Imperial Dynasty. Oh no, outside of Yingzhou, the Day One Imperial Dynasty's troops will be concentrated. According to Mr. Sima's analysis, outside of Yingzhou, the Yuan soldiers are extremely concentrated. The number of Yuan soldiers who escaped from Yingzhou increased. Gao Xianji is courting death by going straight in. The strategists looked at Jinmu of Silla. Gao Xianji didn't say anything. Jinmu of Silla asked. No, she just led the soldiers to continue taking cities. The guard shouted. In Yingzhou, the people's hearts are with the great Qian dynasty. Gao Xianji has taken advantage of the people's hearts time and time again to break through the city, sweeping away all obstacles. Outside Yingzhou, the Yuan army is everywhere. He only has 1 million soldiers, and he is completely surrounded. Grand Marshal, tell Gao Xianji to come back. Yes, Grand Marshal, tell Gao Xianji to take the cities of Yingzhou as soon as possible. The strategists shouted. Jinmu of Silla looked at Sima Changkong. Sima Changkong shook his head slightly and said, Sirs, you may be right, but when it comes to war, Gao Xianji should be more experienced than all of you. Ah. The strategists frowned slightly. Jinmu of Silla nodded but did not give any orders. Just as Sima Changkong said, Gao Xianji did not need them to teach him how to fight. I am just a little curious. Why is Gao Xianji so stubbornly going straight in at this time? The Northern Expedition City. Just as Sima Changkong had guessed, the Northern Expedition City was not set up in Yingzhou. They were preparing to return Yingzhou to Deqian. Deqian had taken over 60 to 70 cities outside of Yingzhou. Including half of Yingzhou, they had more than 100 cities. If they did not return the cities of Yingzhou to Deqian, they would definitely be wiped out in this battle. It was just that everything was done in secret. The cities of Yingzhou were lost so quickly. With the protection of the formation, 1/3 of the cities of Yingzhou were lost. The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition said coldly. Yes, the enemy's Legio 6 is even more ferocious. News has come that they seem to have reached the border of Yingzhou and have crossed into the border. A subordinate said respectfully. Legio 6. Mr. Mo's news did not say that the Legio 6 was very powerful. The Grand Marshal frowned. Grand Marshal, I request for battle. Let's take down the Legio 6 completely. I request for battle. They have entered an area where we have many troops. They can't escape even if they have wings. I request for battle. The group of generals all requested for battle. The Grand Marshal frowned slightly and shook his head. No. The war can only be controlled in Yingzhou. We can't let it escape. Legio 6. We have to fight, but we can't destroy them. We just have to beat them back to Yingzhou. We can't let them die there. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Ah. Why? Because the war can only be fought in Yingzhou. If we destroy the Legio 6, we will definitely drag the battlefield here, the Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Everyone was silent for a while, then nodded. My Legio 6 is in charge of encircling the Deqian Legio 6. Beat them back. If we can't beat them back, we have to drag them back. The Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes. Although the news of the 10 dried corpses in Qinglu City had spread, it would take some time for the news to reach the Northern Expedition City and Daewon's capital. During this time, Gu Hai would not give the two sides a chance to react. On the 4th day of the prison visit. Help, help, help. With a shout, a man in a sorry state ran in from outside the city in horror. What happened? Someone at the city gate asked in confusion. Vampires, vampires, Xianan village has been sucked dry by vampires. They're all dead, all dead. The man shouted in horror as he rushed into the city. This person was naturally arranged by Gu Hai, but he was a descendant of one of the families that had surrendered to Gu Hai. He fled into the city in a panic, and after attracting the attention of countless people, he knelt in front of the family gate. Patriarch, not good, not good, the Xianan village has been eaten by vampires, it was not easy for me to escape, it was not easy for me to escape, my father, my mother, our entire village, died so miserably. Patriarch, the Xianan village is your property, we work for you to cultivate spiritual materials, you have to make a decision for us. That person shouted. His shout could be heard clearly by dozens of people in the surrounding streets. The people were waiting for news, but there was no news. There was really no news. The person who had called for help entered the family gate and never appeared again. Many of the citizens revealed curious expressions. They went to investigate. Everyone, disperse, disperse. Nothing happened. The family head came out to refute the rumors. The city lord's mansion was also very sensitive and sent people to investigate. You're overthinking, officials. There are no vampires. No, there really are no vampires. Don't worry, we won't act recklessly. The family head shouted. The official who came to investigate frowned slightly and also left. The surrounding people were shrouded in a shadow. They didn't know what was going on. Just as they were about to forget about this matter, the family was covered in a thick fog that night. The next day, everyone disappeared. The family was in a mess, as if there had been a great battle. There was blood everywhere. The whole family seemed to have suddenly disappeared from the face of the earth. The strange thing made the people who were about to forget what happened yesterday panic, and all kinds of guesses came out. Where are the Zhang family members? Why did they disappear overnight? Have they been slaughtered? Vampires? Could it be vampires again? I went to Xianan village last night. Like the Zhang family, everyone in Xianan village disappeared. The more the people thought about it, the more strange it was. Although there was no evidence, the blame was all pointed to vampires. Vampires destroyed the corpses. Countless people who received the news shuddered. They looked in the direction of the city lord's mansion, and their faces suddenly darkened. No, it shouldn't be vampires. Didn't someone go to the garrison prison to check it out? It's okay. Vampires don't dare to do such a thing. What about the people in Xianan village? Where are the Zhang family members? Maybe they went on a trip. Bah, is this how your family goes on a trip? With Gu Hai adding fuel to the fire, although he did not have any conflict with the government, the people were shrouded in a layer of dark fog. The people didn't cause trouble, and the city lord didn't care about this kind of thing. The next day. Help, help. Master, the Middle West village was eaten by vampires. They held a vampire banquet last night. Master, you have to avenge our entire village. Woo-woo, there were so many vampires. I hid in the latrine for an entire night before I managed to escape. Master, woo-woo, the Middle West village is all Master's property. The same thing happened again. Yesterday it was the Zhang family, today it was the Li family. They wanted to keep the peace, but on the third day, the Li family played the same scene as the Zhang family. In one night. Washed clean by blood. Everything was gone. Everyone was gone. A kind of white terror shrouded the whole city. Your Majesty, there are 100 million people in the city, but only a small number of people know about this kind of propaganda. And it's all kept a secret. When others hear about it, it's just gossip. Tang Chu frowned. Sometimes, gossip spreads faster than the public. We didn't say anything. Everything was guessed by them. Isn't that right? Gu Hai smiled. In the next few days, gossip spread from 6 or 7 small families, but it spread like a virus. In just 10 days, the news had spread to the whole city. This kind of mysterious disappearance, will it fall on my head one day? I don't even know how I died. Will my whole family be wiped out? And then there's nothing left. Vampires? Must be vampires. Countless people suddenly felt a sense of fear. It was as if there were pairs of eyes staring at them, and those eyes belonged to vampires. Living here, he was merely being raised and raised. Until the day they were fattened up, they were eaten by them. Qinglu City was like a demon's den. That group of demons imprisoned us. Fear pervaded everyone. Many people wanted to escape from Qinglu City. They didn't want to stay here anymore, but their families had lived here for generations. How could they just leave like that? Some people left Qinglu City in fear. As soon as they left, they were misunderstood by the people around them that they were eaten by vampires. The panic continued. Don't be afraid. Someone must be framing Yuan Jun. Aren't the prisoners in the prison fine? Good news comes every day. They're fine. Their blood isn't being sucked. No, Auntie Zhang went to visit the prisoners 2 days ago. She's gone. Huh? I think my cousin went to visit the prisoners. When she came back, she said everything was fine. She's gone too. Gone. In the past 10 days, there were more than 1,000 visitors, right? Where are they? Did anyone come forward? The people who visited the prisoners earlier had all disappeared. It was as if they had evaporated into thin air. In that case, no one could prove the innocence of the city lord and the others. I don't want to live here anymore. Boo-hoo, my cousin was eaten by vampires. My cousin is in the prison. He must have been eaten by vampires too. I want to leave the city. I want to leave these demons. Someone cried. Gu Hai arranged for dozens of such sobs to be spread throughout the city. Day 1 Imperial Dynasty. Is this a nation of demons? If only the Xinlu dynasty was still here. If only the emperor was still here. Waves of panic and resentment accumulated, but the hearts of the people suddenly became anxious. Chase the demons out of Qinglu City. Chase the demons out. Someone shouted. We don't want to be eaten. Chase the demons out. Demons, get out of Qinglu City. Shouts came from all directions. The citizens who were originally fearful slowly became fervent. Under Gu Hai's arrangement, some families sent people out to parade and shout slogans. Instantly, they attracted the attention of the entire city. City Lord's mansion. The city lord's face was gloomy. What's going on? Didn't you say that there was no problem? Where are those people? It's a conspiracy, city lord. A group of subordinates said anxiously. Humph. The city lord flung his sleeves and snorted. City lord, there must be some people causing trouble. I've sent people to suppress them. Arrest them all, another official shouted. What? Bastard, are you trying to cause a riot by arresting them now? The city lord shouted and rushed out of the hall. Sure enough, a group of Yuan dynasty soldiers rushed to arrest the people parading on the streets in a few blocks. The vampires are killing people. I'll kill you. The vampires are going to silence people again. Kill them and get out of Qinglu City. Amidst the shouts, the former experts of the Xinlu dynasty sent by Gu Hai clashed with the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Bang! There were vampires among the Yuan dynasty soldiers. They were immediately beaten up and turned into hundreds of vampire bats to escape. Don't let them escape. It's that vampire. Kill him. The city was in chaos. Some places were even set on fire. The whole city was in chaos. The city lord stood above the floating island and looked at the chaos with a gloomy face. My subjects, please calm down. I've restrained the vampires with all my strength. There are no cases of vampires hurting people. There's no problem with the prison. Anyone can monitor them. The city lord's voice spread throughout the city. He's lying. Where are the families of the soldiers? They were all killed by them. Drive the demons out of the city. If we don't drive the demons out today, we'll be sucked dry by them tomorrow. Everyone, let's drive the demons out together. The city was in chaos. The Yuan dynasty soldiers fought with the people. Of course, the people leading the fight were the families loyal to Gu Hai. The city lord looked at the chaos in the city with a gloomy face. City Lord, what should we do? We must suppress them quickly and capture the troublemakers. The City Lord said coldly. Yes. A large number of Yuan dynasty soldiers were about to move out. At this moment, the sound of war drums came from outside the city. Dong, dong, dong. The City Lord's face changed when he heard the war drums. War drums. Someone is attacking the city. Not good. Defend the city with all your strength. The City Lord's face changed. Day 1 bastard, return my Qinglu city. People of Xinlu, don't be afraid. We're here to carry out the will of the old emperor. Even if the emperor is dead, we can't let the people of Xinlu fall into the hands of the demons. I'm Lu Shi. We're here to destroy the city. Roar. A loud roar came from outside the city. Lu Shiren's friendly voice seemed to warm all the anxious and fearful people in an instant. Did the emperor send people to save us? The emperor is already dead. Those aren't the emperor's soldiers. They're from the Han dynasty. The Han dynasty also carried out the emperor's will. I don't want to be a demon's subject. Since the emperor chose the Dahan must be the same as the previous Xinlu dynasty. Lu Shi broke into the city. Lu Shi is here. Brothers, follow me and open the city gate. Let Lu Shi in and destroy the demons. Open the city gate, quick. Under the encouragement of some families arranged by Gu Hai, a large number of people immediately rushed to the 4 city gates. Stop them. Bastards. Stop them. The mayor immediately shouted. This was not only to defend against the enemy but also the civil strife of the people in the city. In an instant, the situation became very bad. Ah! Demons killed my brother. Demons killed my brother. Ah! Kill the demons. Kill the vampires. As long as one person died, the resentment of the people increased tenfold. Could these Yuan soldiers who killed the people lead us? If we don't chase the demons away now, should we wait for them to eat us slowly in the future? Demons, I'll kill you. Outside the city, Lu Shi charged at the city gate. Inside the city, the people charged at the Yuan soldiers. For a moment, it was chaos. Although there were 800,000 Yuan soldiers guarding the city, there were hundreds of millions of people. In the blink of an eye, they were drowned in the crowd. The mayor anxiously stood on the city gate tower. Indeed, he saw 2 Lu Shi people attacking the city. There were only 2. In the distance, the fog churned. He could not see how many soldiers there were in the fog, only the sound of war drums. The 800,000 Yuan soldiers in the city were isolated and without reinforcements. It would be fine if they did not attack ruthlessly. However, once they did, the people would beat them to death. Of course, there were many experts that Gu Hai had brought from Chaoga City among this group of ordinary citizens. These were the elites of the Divine Foothill Dynasty. Now, they worked together in the city, forcing the 800,000 Yuan Dynasty soldiers to retreat. When the people were angry, what was the point of having more soldiers? At this moment, Gu Hai's group arrived at the prison. Raise the array. Gu Hai said. Boom. The spirit stones buried in the surroundings immediately formed a 28-line pair world array for Gu Hai, surrounding the prison. Break. Gu Hai shouted. The array formed Xiang Yu, the cloud beast, and chopped down with its halberd. Boom. The halberd immediately broke open the prison. How dare you? Who is it? A large number of prison guards immediately charged out. Humph. Xiang Yu swung its halberd, and the Day 1 general of the Yuanying state was instantly chopped in half. Xiang Yu continued to charge forward. As for the weaker prisoners, they were all subdued in the blink of an eye by the large number of experts behind Gu Hai. In the outside world, the city lord also noticed the thick fog in the prison. Oh no! Someone is trying to break into the prison. Quick, quick, quick! The mayor roared. However, the Yuan soldiers in the city were being attacked by the people. Occasionally, they would run out, but they were instantly surrounded. They could not help the prison. The 28-line pair whirled array. Even if some people rushed in, their numbers were limited. Xiang Yu was more than enough to deal with them. Inside the prison, the countless prisoners were at a loss. The former mayor of Qinglu City and a group of former generals walked forward. They looked at Gu Hai with complicated expressions. This is the Han Dynasty's Gu Hai. You should be familiar with him, right? Back then, he was the one who destroyed the Gengjin sect with Emperor Huangfu and helped us out. Before Emperor Huangfu died, he entrusted the country to Gu Hai. Now, Lushan City has become Chaoga City. Everything is the same as before. This time, Gu Hai is here to save you. Why aren't you greeting the emperor? A family head shouted. When the family head shouted, the family members immediately shouted, Greetings, Emperor. Greetings, Emperor. A large group of generals had already received the news and knelt down. The mayor of Qinglu City frowned and knelt down as well. Greetings, Emperor. Qinglu City Lord, you may rise. Gu Hai helped the mayor up. The 1 million soldiers were stunned. Everyone, Gu Hai is not talented, but I will regain control of Qinglu City. Gu Hai assures everyone that what you did in the Xinlu dynasty will not change in the Great Han royal dynasty in the future. Huangfu Chaoga has always asked me to save you. Today, I will fulfill my promise to her. I, Gu Hai, promise that I will not force you. After 10 years, if you feel that I am not worthy of controlling Qinglu City, I will let you choose your own country and will not stop you. Gu Hai shouted. Emperor Huangfu's request. Emperor Huangfu will not forget us even when he dies. Countless soldiers' eyes turned red. Greetings, Emperor. A large group of soldiers knelt down. Nearly everyone in Qinglu City knew about the relationship between Gu Hai and Huangfu Chaoga. Now that Gu Hai had come to rescue everyone on Huangfu Chaoga's orders, everyone felt grateful. Many people kowtowed. Many people followed suit. Everyone, Qinglu City belongs to the Qinglu people, not the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Outside, the Yuan dynasty soldiers are bullying and killing your loved ones. Everyone, quickly undo your seals and go out to help your loved ones. Protect the citizens of Qinglu City and repel the ruthless Yuan dynasty soldiers. Gu Hai shouted. What? Yuango is bullying and killing the people of Qinglu City? Bastard! Release my seal. I will go and kill them. A large number of lightning stations were set up, and the soldiers of Qinglu City were released. Kill! Kill Yuango! The 1 million soldiers of Qinglu City charged out of the formation and met with a group of Yuan soldiers. Kill! Boom! The resentment of the people boiled. The 1 million soldiers of Qinglu City charged out and killed the Yuan soldiers. The sound of war drums and the shouts of the people of Qinglu City gave the people and soldiers in the city confidence to overcome all fear. The city lord of Day One looked around blankly. It's over. It's over. The 1 million soldiers charged out, and the resentment of the people attacked. Many of the 800,000 Yuan soldiers were killed or injured. In a panic, they fled to the outside in flying boats. 2 of the 4 city gates outside the city were breached by the people of Qinglu City. The city lord of Day One also saw the thick fog behind him when he fled. There was no army. Only a few dozen people beating drums? Only this few people. No. Whoosh! As the city lord shouted in grief, the flying boats had already fled far away. After a mass uprising, Gu Hai quickly arranged for people to treat the injured. He gave a large number of spirit stones to all the injured people and soldiers. Gu Hai quickly compensated all the losses of the people. The resentment of the people slowly dissipated. The people of Qinglu City entered the city. There were not many of them, but they gave the people in the city a familiar feeling. The Xinlu dynasty came to take back the city, but Emperor Huangfu had died. Many people were disappointed again and turned to look in the direction of the city lord's mansion. Han Dynasty. Gu Hai. This time, he chased away the people of the Day One Imperial Dynasty and joined the Han Dynasty, right? All the people in the city, Gu Hai, thank you for your bravery. Just as Huangfu Chaoga said, you are not afraid of any difficulties or enemies. Day One Imperial Dynasty chased away, and Gu Hai is not talented enough to temporarily take over Qinglu City. Before Huangfu Chaoga died, I accompanied him every day. He could not forget you all and felt sorry for you all. He asked me to do everything I can to help you all escape from the clutches of demons. Today, I did it. I don't know if I can do as well as Huangfu Chaoga, but I will do my best. Qinglu City will be governed by Huangfu Chaoga in the past. All the laws and city rules will be returned to the past. Perhaps many people still doubt my ability and the Han Dynasty. But it doesn't matter. I, Gu Hai, promise everyone that please give me 10 years. After 10 years, if the Han Dynasty still can't win everyone's approval, the Day Han is willing to let Qinglu City freely enter and leave. I will not stop you. A monarch's words are not a joke. Please remember my words today. Gu Hai said. His voice spread through the entire city through the loudspeaker. He used I instead of I throughout the speech, hoping that the people would recognize him faster. Wow! The city was filled with discussion. Was Gu Hai speaking the truth? Was there really no change at all? Of course, today, I will also announce a new city rule. Gu Hai said. Many people frowned and looked at the floating island. Nothing would change just now, and now there was a change. In the next 10 years, all tax revenue will not be handed over to the state treasury. All of it will be used for the people's livelihood. It will be used to build public cultivation areas covered by arrays, to improve the poor people's bad living conditions, to open schools, and to provide free education to young children. It will be used for those who are nearing the end of their lives, Gu Hai announced. The moment the announcement was made, the people who doubted Gu Hai widened their eyes. Their rejection of Gu Hai disappeared in an instant, and countless people recognized the Day Han. All accounts will be made public for everyone to see at any time. Gu Hai said again. Thank you, Your Majesty, some people said excitedly. Thank you, Your Majesty. Thank you, Your Majesty. Although they were still unfamiliar with the words, countless people called out gratefully. All tax revenue for the people's livelihood. This was a huge gift for the people. Gu Hai said that he would give back to the people, and now he did it. Standing on the floating island in the city lord's residence, Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. Finally, Qinglu City returned. Gu Hai believed that not only Qinglu City, but the other 11 cities were also almost done. The old city lord of Qinglu City stood beside him. The old city lord took back everything he had and heaved a sigh of relief. However, he still looked at Gu Hai with a frown. Your Majesty, Qinglu City is back, but the Day One Empire won't let this go, right? They should. The old city lord said worriedly. Gu Hai smiled and said, don't worry. Since Qinglu City is in the Dahan Empire, we won't lose it. Not to mention the city's defensive array, I still have the First Legion, which has formed a barrier. If the Day One Empire comes for revenge, the First Legion will help us stop them. The Han Dynasty's First Legion. Which general is it? Do I know him? The Qinglu City Lord asked curiously. The First Legion's commander, Gao Xianji. Gu Hai said with a smile. Chapter 319. What happened to Qinglu City happened to the other 11 cities at the same time. The Han Dynasty took control of the cities at the same time. All the former officials were restored to their positions, just like in Chaoga City. However, some additional positions were added to the original foundation to promote the family members and trusted aides from Gu Hai who cooperated this time. The Great Han Empire's 12 cities was a far cry from the Great Yuan Empire's 60 to 70 cities. However, this also depended on the original strength of the Great Han Empire. After all, the Great Han Empire was too weak, and their foundation was too shallow. Conquering 12 cities could be said to have doubled the size of the Great Han Empire. They had just been recognized, but everything was still uncertain. They had to do their best to appease them. After appeasing Qinglu City, Gu Hai headed to the other 11 cities without stopping. At this moment, the memorials sent by Day 1 City Lord were sent to Day 1 City and Northern Expedition City. Northern Expedition City. Northern Expedition Commander Day 1 looked at the memorials in front of him and was confused. 10 dried corpses of prisoners appeared outside Qinglu City. The number of prisoners in the city didn't decrease. The city lord did well. All misunderstandings can be solved by opening the prison visits. Northern Expedition Commander Day 1 nodded. Suddenly, the memorials from the other 11 cities arrived. 10 dried corpses of prisoners again. This city has them too. After reading the 12 cities, Northern Expedition Commander Daewon's expression changed. If it was only Qinglu City, it could be an accident. However, why did something happen to all 12 cities at the same time? Something is going to happen. Northern Expedition Commander Daewon's expression changed. Grand Marshal, what's wrong? His subordinates were confused. Grand Marshal passed the memorials to his subordinates. It was definitely not a coincidence for something to happen to all 12 cities at the same time. Gao Xianji led the troops into this region. Did Great Gan Dynasty purposely cause such a situation to occur in the 12 cities? Do they want to go south? Northern Expedition Commander Daewon's expression darkened. His subordinates all looked anxious. Quick, send people to investigate these 12 cities. If there's any news, report back immediately. Yes. Gao Xianji. No, we must defeat Gao Xianji as soon as possible. Inform the Legio 6 to attack with all our might. Don't show any mercy. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Grand Marshal shouted. Yes. Grand Marshal, do you think it's the Deqian Celestial Empire? If it's not the Deqian Celestial Empire, who else could it be? Daewon's eyes widened. The capital of Daewon. Mo Yike's residence. Mr. Mo also saw the 12 reports. Mr. Mo, Her Majesty has asked me to show you these 12 reports. An official stood respectfully in front of Mo Yike. Oh no, it's Gu Hai, the Han Dynasty. Ha, what a big appetite, swallowing the 12 cities in one go. Mr. Mo's expression changed. Ah. That's impossible. Mr. Mo, Gu Hai, has not even grasped the 12 cities firmly. How can he snatch our 12 cities? He doesn't have the military strength. The official didn't believe it. Mo Yike didn't want to waste time with him. His face was gloomy. Let's go, I want to see Her Majesty. Northern Expedition Commander Day 1, I told him many times to be careful of Gu Hai. Did he just ignore it? Who? Mo Yike didn't care about the official's confusion and stepped out of the residence. Gu Hai was busy comforting the 12 cities that had just been recovered. Chaoga City was experiencing a great disaster at the moment. Squeak, 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 squeak. Rolling bats flew all over the sky, densely covering the sky above Chaoga City. There were more bats than when Changming came last time. A group of black-robed men stood in the sky, coldly looking at Chaoga City, which had been activated by the Great Formation. Gu Hai, get out here and return my young master. The leader of the black-robed men said coldly. Gu Hai was outside, not in the city. A large number of officials gathered at the entrance of Huangfu Hall, looking anxious. Mr. Shangguan Hen, what should we do now? The officials looked at Shanghai Hen. Last time, Shanghai Hen defeated Chang Ming's endless bats with a green light. Now the emperor was not here, and a large number of Chaoga City's elite powerhouses had been taken away by the emperor, leaving only Shanghai Hen. How should they face it now? The number of bats now was more than when Chang Ming came last time. Was Chaoga City a city in trouble? Shanghai Hen looked at the sky coldly. The Chang family? Shanghai Hen said coldly. Who are you? A group of black-robed men said coldly. Chang Ming. If I'm right, he should be dead by now because of my poison. Why don't you look in this direction? Maybe you can find his body. Shanghai Hen sneered. How dare you? Bastard. Our young master will be fine. Our young master hasn't shown up for so many days. He must have been caught by you. Let go of our young master. If you don't, we'll slaughter your Chaoga City. We'll suck everyone's blood. Leave no one alive. Roar. The 50 black-robed men all roared with ferocious faces. The people in the city were worried. What should they do now? Where was the emperor? Many people looked at Shanghai Hen. You can try, Shanghai Hen said coldly. Gu Hai took a large number of elite powerhouses and left Shanghai Hen here to protect Chaoga City. Shanghai Hen naturally had to stand at the front. Humph, you asked for it. Watch me slaughter your city. I don't believe Gu Hai won't come out. Humph. The leader of the black-robed men said coldly. With a wave of his hand, about 50 million bats swooped down. At this moment, a flying boat suddenly flew over from afar. Boom! The flying boat flew from the northeast at a very fast speed. Soon, it arrived outside the city. There were only 3 people on the flying boat. They were the great Myojin and his companions. Cui Tai was in charge of driving the flying boat. The great Myojin was in a black robe and stood in front of the deck with a white-robed woman. Great Myojin, the city in front of us is Lushan City. We've arrived. Cui Tai said with a smile as he drove the flying boat. The great Myojin held the railing and looked into the distance. A white-robed woman beside him said softly, Vampires? There are quite a lot of them. Are they from the Day 1 Imperial Dynasty? Day 1? Gu Hai really knows how to find trouble. The great Myojin said lightly. The flying boat continued to fly toward Chaoga City. It immediately attracted the attention of the vampires and the people in the city. Whoosh! Suddenly, countless bats blocked the flying boat. Who are you? Get out of the way. A vampire immediately shouted. You want me to get out of the way? The great Myojin sneered. Cui Tai didn't care. The flying boat continued to fly. In the distance, Shanghai Hen's voice suddenly came from the city. Guests from the outside world, please be careful. Chaoga City is currently being harassed by small demons. Wait a moment, and we will deal with these small demons. Everyone, come again. The great Myojin was slightly surprised by Shanghai Hen's voice. Oh. Small demons? It seems that other than Gu Hai, there are quite a few people in Dahan who talk big. The great Myojin sneered. The vampires glared at him and said angrily, small demons? Ignorant child, you think you are invincible just because you know how to use poison? I will be the first to eat you later. And all of you, scram back to where you came from. Otherwise, none of you will leave. The vampire turned his head and looked coldly at the great Myojin. Whoosh! Cui Tai didn't care. He controlled the flying boat and continued to fly toward Chaoga City. How dare you? You are courting death. Since you want to die, then you will be buried with Chaoga City. Go, Drain all of your blood. The vampires shouted. Squeak, 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 squeak. The overwhelming number of vampires flew quickly toward the Great Myojin. Ha! The Great Myojin sneered. The Great Myojin, who was standing at the front of the deck, suddenly raised his right thumb and middle finger. He flicked it gently while the vampires were still in a daze. Buzz! Countless officials and citizens in the city were confused. Did the person on the flying boat want to die? There were 50 million vampire bats outside. How dare he charge in? Only the Shengguan hen narrowed his eyes. It's him. That proud peacock. However, the great light sovereign deity flicked his finger. A green halo seemed to emerge from his fingertip and spread in all directions. Bang! The 50 million bats paused at almost the same time and then exploded. Blood splattered all over the sky like blood-red fireworks. Ah! Boom! All of the vampires also exploded with a loud bang. For a moment, the sky was filled with bloody mist. 50 million vampire bats and 50 vampires all exploded. The black-robed man only flicked his finger. Hiss! Countless people in the city sucked in a breath of cold air. Who is this? With just a flick of his finger, the vast army of vampire bats was annihilated. Isn't this strength too terrifying? Ha, it's quiet now. The Great Myojin said lightly as if he had done something insignificant. Cui Tai's face turned serious as he controlled the flying boat to continue flying. Great Myojin, your flick of the finger is getting more and more exquisite. Ha! The woman wrapped in a white robe said with a chuckle. The Great Myojin didn't say much. Instead, he looked at the city not far away. They were getting closer and closer. Mr. Shengguan, what should we do now? An official asked worriedly. It's the Emperor's guest. Open the city gates and welcome the guest. Shengguan Hen said in a deep voice. Ah! The Emperor's guest? All the officials were shocked. The Emperor knew such a powerful person. They opened the city gates wide and allowed the flying boat to fly into Chaoga City. The flick of the finger was so shocking that countless citizens would never forget it. Everyone watched curiously as the flying boat slowly landed in front of Huangfu Hall. Shengguan Hen greets the Great Myojin on behalf of the Emperor. Shengguan Hen said with a slight bow. Oh. You knew that I was here. That means that Miao Qin didn't tell me the truth back then. The Great Myojin asked. It's not that he didn't tell the truth. It's just that Miao Qin did not know where the Emperor was. He sent me a message, so I came to find the Emperor. Everyone, please. Shengguan Hen said with a smile. Gu Hai is not here. The Great Myojin asked. The Emperor personally led an expedition to expand the territory. He will return to the imperial court soon. Shengguan Hen said while shaking his head. Cui Tai showed an uncomfortable expression. Since the Great Myojin knows about the Great Myojin, he must know that I am here as well. It's one thing for the white-clad woman not to reveal her identity, but did Miao Qin not mention me? Personally led an expedition to expand the territory. Ha! We heard the news along the way. The Han Dynasty's 12 cities were gifts from Huangfu Chaoga. Aside from the sea, the Daewon Empire surrounds them. Do they want to expand the territory and snatch food from the Daewon Empire? What a joke! The Dahan only has that bit of accumulations. How can they fight with the Daewon Empire? Cui Tai sneered. This is Cui Tai, right? I remember that Miao Qin said in his letter that you already lost the bet with him on 9-5 Island. What's wrong? Is it not enough? Shengguan Hen smiled faintly. Huh? What did you say? Cui Tai said angrily as he glared. Oh. It looks like I said something wrong. Shengguan Hen smiled. Humph. Last time, Gu Hai was unlucky. Huangfu Chaoga gifted him 12 cities. That was why he had such luck. Now, will the Day One Empire do the same? Snatch the cities from the Day One Empire? What a joke. If I can really snatch them, I will admit that I am Miao Chen's grandson. Cui Tai retorted coldly. Boom. Suddenly, the providence in the sky above Chaoga City churned. Waves of providence quickly gathered from the west and rushed into the sky above the sea of providence clouds. All the ordinary people raised their heads, showing stunned expressions. That is the direction of Qinglu City. The emperor recaptured Qinglu City, an official immediately exclaimed joyfully. Cui Tai. Chapter 320. Outside Gao Xianji's army released the arrows. Gao Xianji shouted. Rumble. A large number of arrows rained down on a distant valley enveloped by a large array. A raging fire burned in the valley, and miserable cries rang out. Ah! Save me! Squeak! 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 A large group of Yuan dynasty soldiers and a large number of bats were trapped in the valley. The fire burned, and the arrows rained down. Outside the valley, Bai Lizhan and a group of soldiers were fighting with a group of Yuan dynasty soldiers. However, most of the Yuan dynasty soldiers were trapped in the valley, and only a small number of them were fighting with Bai Lizhan's group. The sky was filled with bats, but Bai Lizhan's army was also extremely ferocious. Kill the commander! Kill the commander! The Yuan dynasty commander in the distance roared at the top of his lungs. However, Gao Xianji was surrounded by peerless experts, and the Yuan dynasty soldiers were constantly being killed. Let me go! Spare me! Countless Yuan dynasty soldiers roared in despair in the fire. Legio 6 of the Northern Expedition Army? Ha! You wanted to ambush me, but I ambushed you instead. Now, take your remaining soldiers and leave. Otherwise, the fire here will not stop. You have already lost. Are you going to watch your subordinates die in front of you? Gao Xianji said coldly. The expression of the commander fighting Bai Lizhan in the distance changed. Let's go. Whoosh! Immediately, a flying ship appeared, and the remaining Yuan dynasty soldiers quickly flew into the distance under the pursuit of Gao Xianji's army. Whoosh! Suddenly, the great battle stopped. Ha 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 ha! General is mighty. General, we won again. The soldiers cheered. Gao Xianji waved her hand, and the fire in the valley below suddenly disappeared. The rain of arrows also stopped. Bai Lizhan immediately took a rough look and said excitedly, General Gao, less than 100 people died in this battle, but we captured about 500,000 Yuan dynasty soldiers. We killed more than 300,000 Yuan dynasty soldiers. Only 100,000 of the Legio 6 escaped. Ha ha ha. When the news of this victory reaches the Grand Marshal will send a large amount of rewards again. That's right, General. It's all thanks to you that our legion has been able to win every battle. The reward that the Marshal gave you is also much more than the other legions. Victory is victory is victory. General, you really know how to predict the enemy's moves. Those enemies are like your puppets in front of you. They do whatever you want them to do. It's so satisfying to fight with you. The soldiers shouted excitedly. Gao Xianji, on the other hand, ordered his men to seal the enemy captives in the formation before checking on the wounded. Where are my medicinal pills? Give them to me quickly. Gao Xianji shouted. Grand Marshal, you used your own again? Our medicinal pills are not good enough, but they can be slowly cured. Those medicinal pills of yours were all given to you by the Grand Marshal. They are all first-class medicinal pills. One of them is more precious than 100 of our medicinal pills. How can you? A military doctor said worriedly. Why are you talking nonsense? They were injured because of my command. The medicinal pills of the military doctor are slow to cure. What if there are sequelae? Hurry. Gao Xianji frowned. The military doctor took out the medicinal pills that Gao Xianji stored with him and then carefully applied medicine to the wounded soldiers and fed them. Although less than 100 people died in the battle, many were injured. As the military doctor applied medicine, he frowned and said, "General, although the Grand Marshal gave you a lot of medicinal pills, we can't afford to waste them like this. There are almost none left. I will say it again. This is not a waste. The lives of my soldiers are the most precious. We have to use the best medicinal pills to save them. They have already given their lives to me. Why should I care about this little bit of medicinal pills?" Gao Xianji scolded. "Yes." The military doctor lowered his head and applied the medicine. "Thank you, General." The wounded soldiers were all moved. The soldiers who were not injured did not say anything. However, when they looked at Gao Xianji, they approved of her even more. It was worth it to follow a general like this. As for the other treasures and weapons that the Grand Marshal bestowed upon me, I will convert them all into spirit stones at the next city and send them to the families of the brothers who died. Gao Xianji sighed slightly. "Ah. Everything else?" a young soldier said in surprise. "That's right. But they have pensions. The Grand Marshal has already set the standards for pensions." The young soldier said with a frown. "No amount of pensions is enough for my soldiers. But don't talk nonsense. My words are military orders." Gao Xianji shouted in a resounding voice. "Yes." The group of soldiers responded. That was a huge amount of wealth. Pensions? To the families of the deceased. The gazes of the soldiers towards Gao Xianji also changed. This bat poison is not easy to deal with. Who is going to help me? The military doctor suddenly frowned. Everyone looked over and saw a large swollen pustule on one of the young soldier's leg. It looked extremely disgusting. What's wrong? The Grand Marshal has forced most of the bat poison into this pustule. However, a little vibration can make the poison return to the body and rush to the heart. Then, he can't be saved. How do we cure it? You need to suck it out with your mouth. Suck it out carefully. But the surrounding people looked at the disgusting pustule and kept quiet. Even the military doctor was unwilling to suck it out. It was too disgusting. The poisoned person was extremely weak and groaned. Gao Xianji immediately bent down and opened her mouth to suck out the pustule. "General, you can't. General, you can't, let me do it. General." The surrounding soldiers cried out in alarm. "Bah!" Gao Xianji had already sucked out the pustule and spat it out. "Quickly treat the wound," Gao Xianji ordered. "Yes." The military doctor lowered his head in shame. Gao Xianji ignored the crowd and arranged for them to stay temporarily. In the study, Gao Xianji rinsed her mouth. Bai Lizhan no longer persuaded Gao Xianji to surrender to the Jinmu of Silla. He looked at Gao Xianji with respect. Jinnan City. Jinmu of Silla's study. Information from all sides of the battlefield was quickly gathered, including the news that Gao Xianji had personally sucked out the pustule for a young soldier. Gao Xianji, pustule. He is a general, but he personally sucked the pustule from a young soldier's leg? Jinmu of Silla narrowed her eyes. Ah, what Gao Xianji sucked was not the pustule, but the young soldier's life. Sima Changkong said bitterly. All the strategists in the study looked at Sima Changkong. Once Gao Xianji sucked out the pustule, the young soldier would definitely fight to the death for him. Not only the young soldier, but the other soldiers would also completely submit to Gao Xianji. Sima Changkong said bitterly. Is he trying to win people's hearts? One of the strategists frowned. Yes, He is trying to win people's hearts, but what can you do? When Gao Xianji first joined Legio 6, other than by Liz Han who listened to the Grand Marshal's orders and reluctantly listened to Gao Xianji's orders, the rest of the Legio 6 didn't even acknowledge this innate realm brat. But now, do you all still think that Legio 6 rejects Gao Xianji? Not to mention the rewards, just by sucking out the pustule, the lives of Legio 6 are completely in his hands. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Impossible, Legio 6 is Grand Marshal's army, how can it become Gao Xianji's private army? All the strategists shook their heads. Then let's wait and see. Gao Xianji smiled bitterly. Gao Xianji. Hee, it's such a waste to leave this person to Gu Hai. Jinmu of Silla sighed. The strategists on the side nodded and said, yes, I think so too. In terms of war, I think that Gu Hai might not be Gao Xianji's opponent. Oh. Why do you say so? Sima Changkong suddenly smiled. Isn't it obvious? In just 4 to 5 months, Gao Xianji has been winning and conquering 8 cities. He even defeated the Legio 6 of Daewon's Northern Expeditionary Army. This battle record is extremely rare even in our Deqian Empire. Does Gu Hai have such ability other than playing a little tricks? The strategists said in disbelief. Unfortunately, not long ago, Gu Hai took less than a month to conquer 12 cities from the Daewon Empire. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Impossible, Mr. Sima, don't spout nonsense. How did Gu Hai do it? How come I didn't know? He has nothing, how could he do it? The cities that Gao Xianji conquered had few Yuan soldiers. The cities around the Han dynasty all had a large number of Yuan soldiers. How could he conquer 12 cities in a month? The strategists said in disbelief. Take a look for yourselves. This is the news that just came in. This is the truth. Sima Changkong took out the battle report and passed it to everyone. The strategists all widened their eyes. Jinmu of Silla seemed to have known this before, and now her face darkened. Gao Xianji's goal is clear. He crossed Yingzhou and went south to support the Han dynasty. Jinmu of Silla said in a low voice. Yes, now the Legio 6 is completely under Gao Xianji's command. No matter what order Gao Xianji gave, they would do their best to repay it. It seems that when Gu Hai recommended Gao Xianji to be the leader of the Legio 6, he had expected this to happen. He led the Legio 6 to help Gu Hai deal with the Daewon Empire's revenge. Sima Changkong frowned in shock. Northern Expedition City. Main Hall. The Northern Expedition Grand Marshal Daewon led a group of subordinates and looked at the guard in front of him. What did you say? Say it again. The Grand Marshal said with a gloomy expression. Qinglu City and the other 12 cities have all been lost. They were taken by the Han dynasty. The 12 city lords are kneeling outside the city, waiting for the Grand Marshal's orders. The guard said bitterly. Bang! The Grand Marshal smashed the tea table with his palm. Bastard, how long has it been? How long has it been? The people I sent to investigate the 12 cities have not returned yet, and they have already lost the 12 cities. How dare they lose the 12 cities? Bastard! The Grand Marshal was furious. In the main hall, the subordinates were also in disbelief. Gu Hai had nothing. How could that be possible? Previously, in everyone's hearts, the Han royal dynasty should be holed up there, waiting for the time when they would have the time to destroy it. How was it possible for the Han royal dynasty to swallow the 12 cities all at once? This was not right. But the 12 city lords are kneeling outside. You have to believe it. Then the 12 city lords. They can go to hell. The Grand Marshal was furious. Grand Marshal, we have also found out that Deqian's Legio 6 commander is Gao Xianji. He is Gu Hai's official. The guard said softly. Gu Hai's official. Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji is going south. He is here to protect Guhai. Guhai has a plan for the 12 cities. The Grand Marshal's expression changed. The subordinates in the main hall started to discuss. Every one of them had a look of horror on their faces. If Guhai had predicted this, it was too scary. Mr. Mo told us many times to be careful of Guhai, but the subordinates looked terrible. No, the 12 cities belong to me, Day 1. No one can take them away. De Qian is not qualified, and Guhai is even less qualified. Inform Legio 6 to beat Gao Xianji's army to death. The Grand Marshal said fiercely. Report. Another guard rushed into the main hall. The Grand Marshal looked at him coldly. Grand Marshal, Legio 6 was ambushed by Gao Xianji's army and lost. 350,000 died, and 500,000 were captured. The Legio 6 commander is kneeling outside the city with 100,000 wounded soldiers to ask for forgiveness from Grand Marshal. The guard reported. What? Chapter 321. After obtaining 12 cities at the same time, Guhai immediately went to each city to appease the people. In the blink of an eye, he had reached the last city, Heaven-Mending City. After Guhai appeased the people, although it was not enough to make them yearn for the Dahan, at least they no longer rejected the Han dynasty. Huangfu Chaoga's kindness had not faded, and Guhai's welfare had caused the people to temporarily accept him. On the floating island of Heaven-Mending City's City Lord Manor, Guhai stood at the edge of the floating island, his hand on the railing. Looking at the cities in the distance that the people approved of, he let out a long breath, a smile on his face. Behind him stood the City Lord of Heaven-Mending City and Tang Chu. Your Majesty, the cities have been appeased. Should we return to the court? Mr. Shengguan has sent news that the great Miujin has arrived. Tang Chu respectfully said. Guhai nodded. Just as he was about to speak, his eyes suddenly widened in shock. His eyes were bloodshot, and veins appeared on his hands that were holding the railing. In the distance, he saw a group of crane carriages flying not far from the floating island of the City Lord Manor. At the front was a white-haired, youthful old man with a face full of vigor. Seeing that white-haired, youthful old man, Guhai's breathing suddenly quickened. Your Majesty, what's wrong? Tang Chu asked in confusion. Guhai suddenly looked at the city lord with cold eyes, his voice full of cold killing intent. Who is the city lord of Heaven-Mending City? Plop. The city lord suddenly knelt down. Your Majesty, please forgive me. This subject deserves to die. I should not have been blinded by greed. The city lord said in panic. Guhai was slightly startled. Your Majesty, in the past, the Divine Foothill dynasty did not have the death penalty. However, there were some unpardonable evildoers. Locking them up was a waste of the city's military power, so we sold them to the Heaven-Mending sect. Not long ago, we were rescued and our positions were restored. However, there were many officials who wanted to continue selling evildoers to the Heaven-Mending sect, Oh. Heaven-Mending sect. Sell the heinous criminals to the Heaven-Mending sect. Guhai revealed a trace of confusion. Ah. Your Majesty, you didn't know. The Butian city lord's expression suddenly changed. If the emperor didn't know about this, why did he look so scared just now? I was so scared that I told you everything. The Butian city lord wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Tang Chu looked at the back of the red-crowned crane carriage. Indeed, there were many cages. The outside of the cages was covered with a large cloth. Are they dragging the heinous criminals behind the crane carriages? Tang Chu asked doubtfully. Yes. Butian City's city lord wanted to cry but had no tears. Did he ask for it? Heinous criminals, sold to the Heaven-Mending sect. Are you disregarding the law? They let the criminals go, and if they continue to harm the heavens, you will not be able to absolve yourselves from the blame. Tang Chu said coldly. No, Lord Tang misunderstood. We have an agreement with the heaven-mending sect. We will sell the prisoners to them, and after a while, they will send the corpses over. Not a single criminal escaped. The city lord immediately explained. Oh. Tang Chu frowned. The heaven-mending sect opened a large casino. They use heinous criminals to fight in the bestial battle arena and let the gamblers participate. In the end, when the criminals die, they will send the corpses back to us. We have solved one of our worries. After so many years, there has never been a problem. The heaven-mending sect also buys prisoners from other cities. The city lord immediately explained. Oh. Bestial battle arena. Gambling? Tang Chu looked at Gu Hai in surprise. This was not unfamiliar. In the past, 9-5 Islands Defeng Mafia family did this. The difference was that the Defeng Mafia family's evil people were not real, but the heaven-mending sect's evil people were real. I am asking you, who is that white-haired, ruddy-faced old thing? Gu Hai looked coldly at the city lord. He is the heaven-mending sect's sect master, Hu Dongtian. The city lord immediately said. Oh. Heaven-mending sect master. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. Now that he knew who this person was, Gu Hai was not afraid that he would escape. In the distance, the immortal crane carried Hu Dongtian and the others as it slowly flew toward the city gate. Heaven-mending sect. What is the heaven-mending sect? Gu Hai looked at the city lord. In the past, when the heaven-mending sect was at its peak, it was rumored to have reached the level of a mid-tier sect. However, it declined with each generation and eventually fell to the bottom of the lower-tier sections. Before the Divine Lu dynasty was established, they only controlled one city, which was our heaven-mending city. After the Divine Lu dynasty was established, this last heaven-mending city was lost. They only opened a mountain gate in a beautiful forest outside the city. They opened a large casino. To be more precise, it is now at the border between the Han dynasty and the Day-1 imperial dynasty. The city lord immediately explained. The heaven-mending sect master is so weak now? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. Yes. However, the heaven-mending sect master, Hu Dongtian, has a special ability. He can repair magic treasures. If someone's magic treasure is broken, they can find him to repair it. After he repairs it, it will be no different from the original magic treasure. Therefore, he is on good terms with us city lords. When he opens a casino outside the city, no one will find trouble with him. The city lord explained. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes as he watched the immortal crane carriage fly away and disappear in the direction of the city gate. This time, because of the changes in the city, Hu Dongtian personally came to pick up the heinous people. Rest assured, Your Majesty, we definitely did not sell the wrong person. Every one of them is heinous and has been recorded. The city lord immediately expressed his stance. All right, you may rise. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. The city lord still looked at Gu Hai in fear. Tang Chu, immediately send a message. Tell all the idle Lu Shi people to gather at heaven-mending city. Gu Hai looked at Tang Chu and said. Yes. Although Tang Chu did not know what was going on, he still answered. Heaven-mending city lord. Gu Hai looked at the city lord of heaven-mending city. Here. The Han dynasty has a death sentence. Therefore, I will not pursue your previous dereliction of duty. However, I hope there will not be a next time. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes, this official knows his mistake. Thank you, Your Majesty. The city lord immediately said gratefully. Go and find me all the information on the heaven-mending sect. I need all of it. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Yes. the city lord answered. The two left, leaving only Gu Hai standing at the railing of the floating island. His eyes flashed with hatred. The railing under his hand had already been crushed by Gu Hai. After taking a few deep breaths, Gu Hai finally suppressed the anger in his heart. Ha, ha 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 ha, I finally found one. I finally found one. Hu Dongtian. Gu Hai revealed a ferocious expression. Xian Air, it has been more than 10 years. I finally found one of your enemies. Although this Hu Dongtian was the most inconspicuous of the group, with him, I can find the others. Don't even think about escaping. Don't even think about escaping. My Xian Air, is your spirit in heaven guiding me? Gu Hai looked at the sky, his eyes gradually turning red. 5 days later, Gu Hai brought Tang Chu to the heaven-mending sect. They entered the gambling area and looked at the clamor around the beast-fighting arena. Just like the Great Feng Mafia family, the beast-fighting arena conducted gambling. Cultivators from all around came here to spend money. Your Majesty, this heaven-mending sect's strength is considered the weakest among all the sections. There is not even a bit of luck in the sect. According to the information, this Hu Dongtian's cultivation has only entered the Yuanying state for less than 50 years. However, are all the heaven-mending sect masters experts in repairing artifacts? Tang Chu looked around and asked in confusion. Gu Hai also frowned slightly. They just entered the Yuanying state, but they did not follow that big shot and are willing to stay here and open a small casino? Ha! At this moment, the battle in the beast-fighting arena had reached its end. In the blink of an eye, an evil person was defeated. However, he did not die. After the battle ended, they prepared to enter the next one. Your Majesty, we have been looking through the files these past few days. The deaths of the evil people in the beast-fighting arena were all very strange. They were all killed by a sword through the heart. Tang Chu said in confusion. I also saw it. It should have been someone else who killed the evil person after the battle ended. However, this subject does not understand. If you don't understand, then don't think about it. You will know soon. Start setting up the formation. Surround the entire heaven-mending sect. Don't even think about leaving. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. Tang Chu answered. A large number of elites of the Han dynasty quickly followed Gu Hai's instructions and started to fill up the spirit stones. No matter how strange the heaven-mending sect seemed, Gu Hai was still very careful. Half a day later. Boom! Fog suddenly appeared all around the heaven-mending sect. What's going on? Hu Dongtian, what are you doing? Why is the fog filling the sky? Is this a formation? The expressions of the surrounding gamblers suddenly changed as they cried out in alarm. The disciples of the heaven-mending sect also suddenly panicked and ran toward the sect, shouting, Sect Master, not good. Some of the cultivators wanted to charge through the formation, but they circled around the formation and came back. Who is it? Come out! The surrounding people shouted. In the outside world. Gu Hai looked at the formation in front of him and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. Hu Dongtian of the heaven-mending sect has violated the laws of the Han dynasty. Today, we are here to capture Hu Dongtian. This has nothing to do with anyone else, so do not act rashly. We will let you go later. Please cooperate. If anyone dares to act rashly, they will be treated as accomplices. Tang Chu's voice suddenly sounded from inside the formation. Capture Hu Dongtian. Violated the laws of the Han dynasty. The anxious cultivators slowly calmed down. They cooperated and no longer acted rashly. After a while, Hu Dongtian's shocked voice sounded from the heaven-mending sect. I don't know which lord of the Han dynasty it is, but I am Hu Dongtian. I have not violated the laws of the Han dynasty. I am also friends with the heaven-mending city lord. Please investigate. Your Majesty. He is speaking nonsense. I am not familiar with him. The heaven-mending city lord said bitterly. It has nothing to do with you. Gu Hai shook his head. Whether he is guilty or not, this official will investigate thoroughly. Sect Master Hu, do you want to surrender and come with us, or wait for us to capture you? Tang Chu's voice sounded from inside the formation again. At this time, Gu Hai had already set up an inescapable net. Hu Dongtian would not be able to escape. Within the heaven-mending sect, Hu Dongtian narrowed his eyes and his face gradually darkened. Chapter 322. Heaven-mending sect. It was divided into the residential area for tourists, the gambling area and the inner area of the sect. Only heaven-mending sect disciples could live in the inner area of the sect. Outsiders weren't allowed to enter, and there was one mountain peak that not even sect disciples could enter. That was Sect Master Hu Dongtian's private area, and anyone who entered without the sect master's permission would be killed. The mountain peak was called Heaven Mending Peak, and above it was the Heaven Mending Hall. The head of the Heaven Mending sect, Hu Dongtian, had countless disciples, but he didn't have a single direct disciple. This was the custom of the Heaven Mending sect. Only when the head of the sect was about to die would he choose a direct disciple. The Heaven Mending sect wasn't large, but its reputation wasn't bad. When experts' magical treasures were damaged in the outside world, Hu Dongtian would always help them repair them. Even though he would collect a bit of fees, in the end, it was still a good karma. Meanwhile, those who opened the beast battle arena to fight were all wicked beyond redemption, so it didn't draw any ill will from others. A few days ago, Hu Dongtian brought back a group of villains from Heaven Mending City and received a special guest. Until now, he had not seen anyone else. The doors of the Heaven Mending Palace were tightly shut. In the depths of the Heaven Mending Palace, there was an entrance that led underground. The entire Heaven Mending Peak had been emptied. Hu Dongtian, you dare to treat me like this? I'll kill you. Do you know who I am? If anything happens to me, my master will definitely chop off your head. A sorrowful and indignant female voice rang out. If Gu Hai was here, he would definitely be able to tell that this woman was none other than the all-powerful fairy Wan of Silver Moon City. The song Les Miserables had almost cut off the five senses of the hundreds of millions of people in the city. Later on, Pejuan also forced the Jinmu of Sila's army to be unable to advance. However, at this moment, his 4 limbs were bound by 4 ropes that appeared from the wall. Although his face was still covered, he was bound. The sweat from the struggle drenched the thin veil on her body, but she was still unable to break free. Her eyes were filled with infinite panic. The place where the fairy Wanner was bound was like a gorgeous room. There was all kinds of furniture inside, including a large bed. Not far away, there was a staircase that seemed to lead downstairs. No, don't. Ah. Who? From one floor below, there were sounds of delicate panting, but it sounded like there was a man and a woman making love downstairs. However, there was only one male voice, while there were more than 10 female voices. Fairy Wanner, stop arguing. It's useless. Wait until I'm done sucking, then I'll come and spoil you. Ha 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 ha. A man's voice sounded from the floor below. Hu Dongtian, don't you dare. The fairy Wanner opened her eyes wide and screamed at the top of her lungs. Do you dare? Didn't you see it for yourself? Ha 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 ha, a fire cauldron body is truly an excellent cauldron for dual cultivation. I will take good care of you. You can help me condense a fire nascent soul, and the fire cauldron will refine my fire nascent soul. Ha ha ha, perhaps I will be able to reach the highest level in the history of my heaven mending sect, ha ha ha. Hu Dongtian's excited voice sounded from downstairs. No, master, don't. A woman's pained voice came from downstairs. Upstairs, Fairy Wanner's expression changed drastically. How do you know that I have a fire cauldron physique? How would I know? I already told you, my heaven-mending sex cultivation method is one of the best dual cultivation methods in the world. The last time I saw you, my cultivation method was sensitive enough to sense it. Who would have thought that I would still have a chance? Ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian said excitedly from downstairs. No, master, no, The woman's terrified cries sounded from downstairs. In the blink of an eye, there was no sound. Little Dai is dead. Master, don't choose me, woo woo. Let me go, master, I don't want to end up like little Dai and little Xian, I don't want to die like them. The terrified cries of women sounded from all around. Dual cultivation? You're just harvesting yin to nourish yang, not dual cultivation. They're all dead. Sheng Guanwan said in horror. It's their good fortune to die under my treasure. These 50 golden elixir realm female slaves could have been given to me for a year to cultivate, but for you today, I'm willing to give up everything, hee hee. Hu Dongtian's voice came from downstairs. Heaven Mending Peak is your base? You're searching for female cultivators to be your cauldrons, harvesting yin to nourish yang? Sheng Guanwan's eyes flashed with disgust. Ha ha ha, so what if you know? Do you think you can escape from here? I don't have any other skills, but I know how to repair treasures. Do you know how many broken treasures I've recovered? Those treasures are coveted by even heaven-mending palaces cultivators, but they're all broken. I can get them easily, and they're all fixed in my hands. My heaven-mending sect is filled with traps, and it's even stricter than the imperial palaces of other dynasties, no, imperial dynasties. You can't escape. Just like now, you can't use any strength, right? With your cultivation suppressed to the golden core realm, you can't use any treasures or magic power. Escape? Ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian laughed coldly. No, I can't, master, spare me, Another woman's voice sounded from downstairs. Little Sen is also dead, master, spare me, no, master, no. Woo woo, master, spare me. A group of women begged for mercy from downstairs, accompanied by the clanking sound of chains. It seemed that no matter how they begged, they couldn't escape from Hu Dongtian's evil clutches. Fairy Wanner, don't worry, you have a fire cauldron body, and you're still a virgin. I don't dare to touch you now, otherwise, once your primordial yin enters my body, it won't be helping me form a fire nascent soul, but burning my heart. Wait until I've gathered enough power, then I'll come and spoil you. I guarantee you'll like it, ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian's voice sounded. You dare. Fairy Wanner glared. Aren't I preparing? Ha 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 ha. My master won't let you go. Your master. Hiss, speaking of which, last time I sensed that your master is also I can't say for sure, but her body isn't any worse than yours. You have a fire cauldron body, so you should be able to cultivate fire elemental martial arts easily. By the way, what kind of martial arts does your master specialize in? Hu Dongtian asked curiously. Bastard, how dare you talk to my master like that? Fairy Wanner said angrily. So what if I tell her? She won't know. It's like, so what if I sucked your primordial yin? She won't know. Isn't that right? Who asked you to barge in? Ha! Hu Dongtian said with a perverted smile. Fairy Wanner panicked, it's all Gu Hai's fault, that's why I took the risk to play the forbidden song. If it wasn't for the risk, my Guqin wouldn't be broken, and I wouldn't have come to you to fix it, and you wouldn't have fallen into my hands. Ha, it's useless to complain. You have a fire cauldron body, and if you don't give it to me now, another man will take advantage of you in the future. Hu Dongtian continued to laugh. Fairy Wanner's forehead was covered in cold sweat. She had been smart all her life, how could she be stupid this time? How could she fall into this villain's trap? Ah. Huff, huff. Ah. Dead again. Panting sounds came from downstairs, accompanied by the deaths of the Golden Core slaves. Fairy Wanner's panic grew stronger and stronger. It was already the third day, and Hu Dongtian had been forcibly taking her primordial yin to replenish his yang, but now. Fairy Wanner wanted to break free, but she didn't know what treasure this room used, but a force field suppressed her, and she couldn't use any of her magic power. Her magic treasures also didn't listen to her, and she was powerless. Hu Dongtian, I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Fairy Wanner screamed in despair. Ah! Below, the last woman let out a scream. There was no sound. Ha 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 ha, alright, I'm already at the peak of my yang energy. Ha ha ha, become a ghost, I'll make you a romantic ghost, ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian laughed. Thump, 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 thump. Footsteps came from downstairs, and the fear in Fairy Wanner's eyes grew stronger and stronger. She saw Hu Dongtian walk up, naked. His lower body was shining like a soldering iron, and it was covered in blood. Hu Dongtian's hair was white, but his face was very young. It was the effect of absorbing yin to replenish yang. You. Fairy Wanner was shocked and angry. What about me? Hee, the fire cauldron body is also my good fortune. My heaven-mending art is difficult to cultivate, and if I absorb your primordial yin, I won't have to worry about the fire-nascent soul. Ha ha ha, my energy has reached the peak, and now I can bear your body, ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian said excitedly. You dare, I'll kill you. Fairy Wanner said in fear. Hu Dongtian waved his hand, and a pink ball suddenly flew from the bed not far away. Wang! He gently moved his hand, and the pink ball floated above the underground palace. Waves of pink smoke instantly covered the entire underground palace, and some of the pink gas entered Fairy Wanner's nostrils. Suddenly, Fairy Wanner felt her blood boil, and she felt completely different. What is this thing? Fairy Wanner said in fear. This is my heaven-mending sect's inherited treasure, the heaven-mending orb. The pink gas on this heaven-mending orb will make you like dual cultivating with me more and more. It is also because of this orb that you can't use your Dharma power or Dharma treasures because of this heaven-mending orb. Hey, how is it? Do you feel it? Is it wet down there? Hu Dongtian walked over step by step with a lecherous smile. You, just kill me, just let me die. Fairy Wanner said in fear. Don't worry, I'll make you want to die in a moment, ha ha ha. Hu Dongtian slowly walked closer. Slowly, he undid the chains on Fairy Wanner's body. Pa! Fairy Wanner struck out with her palm, but it was a soft palm, as if she had no strength left in her body. Her eyes became hazy. Ha 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 ha, I'll take good care of you. Don't worry. Hu Dongtian slowly carried Fairy Wanner to the bed not far away. No. Fairy Wanner revealed a look of despair. However, Fairy Wanner could no longer control herself from the reaction of her body. Only despair remained in her eyes, and 2 streams of tears fell. As they fell, her consciousness became more and more blurred. Scenes of her past kept appearing in her mind. In the end, the image stopped at the most annoying Gu Hai. He was clearly inferior to her, so why was he able to beat her in every aspect? Under the heaven-mending orb, Fairy Wanner's consciousness slowly became blurred. She breathed deeply, and was incomparably alluring. I'm coming. Ha ha ha, let me see what you look like first. Hu Dongtian was excited, and was about to uncover Fairy Wanner's veil. At that moment, a shout suddenly came from outside. Sect Master, this is bad. A disciple anxiously shouted. Hu Dongtian's expression changed, and his eyes flashed with displeasure. Something happened outside? But he couldn't bear to leave Fairy Wanner in front of him. He hadn't even touched her yet. Sect Master, there's an enemy attack. Sect Master, someone has trapped our heaven-mending sect with a formation. Sect Master, come out quickly. Sect Master, this is bad. The shouts outside made Hu Dongtian very irritated. He wanted to uncover Fairy Wanner's veil several times, but he couldn't do it. Why did something happen outside at this time? They really know how to pick the time. Hu Dongtian was very irritated. Several times, he wanted to ignore the outside world, but the urgent shouts from outside disturbed Hu Dongtian each time. Until he heard Tang Chu's voice outside. The heaven-mending sect's Hu Dongtian has violated the Han dynasty's laws. Today, we're here to capture Hu Dongtian. This has nothing to do with anyone else, so don't act rashly. We'll let you go later. Please cooperate. Anyone who dares to act rashly will be treated as an accomplice. Hearing this, Hu Dongtian's expression sank, and he coldly harumphed. Looking at Fairy Wanner, who was constantly writhing on the bed, Hu Dongtian's expression was gloomy. Wait for me to come back, and I'll properly pamper you. Hu Dongtian's expression was very irritated. Hu Dongtian hurriedly put on his clothes and walked out with a sense of displeasure. Chapter 323. On the square of the Heaven-Mending Palace. Hu Dongtian's expression darkened when the other party still refused to give up after using the name of the Heaven-Mending City Lord. Surrender without a fight? What a joke! How is that possible? However, he had been keeping up appearances for the past few years. How could he have offended the Han dynasty? Sect Master, what should we do? A group of disciples gathered at the Heaven-Mending Peak. Gu Hai's group also stepped into the fog. However, while Gu Hai could see the other party could not see Gu Hai's group. Hu Dongtian, surrender. Otherwise, don't blame us for being impolite. Tang Chu said coldly. Impolite? You dare to mess around in my heaven-mending sect? I'll make sure you don't leave. Hu Dongtian said coldly. Capture Hu Dongtian. Gu Hai said coldly. He waved his hand. Boom! Suddenly, giant cloud beasts appeared in the great cloud mist formation. A group of Dahan soldiers stood on top of the cloud beasts. Rumble. The cloud beasts walked step by step toward the heaven-mending sect. Instantly, a commotion broke out among the gamblers. Everyone, don't move. This has nothing to do with you. Don't interfere. The general controlling Xiang Yu shouted. The gamblers' expressions were complicated. A group of cloud beasts dare to barge into my heaven-mending sect? Attack together and destroy this cloud beasts. Hu Dongtian shouted. Yes. The group of heaven-mending sect disciples answered and were about to charge forward. I have the strength to pick up mountains, and my spirit is unparalleled. Xiang Yu's cloud beast shouted. As it shouted, its halberd slashed toward a mountain. Boom! The huge mountain was split in half. The heaven-mending sect disciples who were about to charge forward immediately stopped. This time, we're only capturing Hu Dongtian. This has nothing to do with the others. Move aside. Tang Chu shouted coldly. The group of heaven-mending sect disciples looked at Hu Dongtian. Sect Master, this cloud beasts is at least at the 4 nascent soul realm, right? Maybe 5 nascent soul realm. Sect Master, you're the strongest, but you might not be able to defeat this cloud beasts. What about us? Sect Master, cooperate with them and we'll be fine. A group of heaven-mending sect disciples said worriedly. A bunch of trash. Hu Dongtian snorted coldly. Hu Dongtian extended his hand and took out a cross-shaped pole. Not good, that's a marionette pole. He fixed it. That's impossible. Didn't he say that he couldn't fix it? The heaven-mending city lord suddenly cried out. Butian City Lord? You're here too. Humph, how much does my heaven-mending pavilion give you every year, and now you bring an army to encircle me? Hu Dongtian glared and shouted. Hu Dongtian waved his hand. Boom! Countless transparent strings burst out of the marionette pole, scattering in all directions in an instant. He shuddered. Ah! My body! Bastard, Hu Dongtian, what are you doing? Almost all the gamblers, including the Dahan elites on the cloud beasts, froze in place. Marionette pole, all of you are my marionettes. A monster from the Han dynasty? It's not that impressive. Why don't you try cutting yourself? Ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian laughed. His hand shook. Xiang Yu's halberd suddenly slashed at one of the cloud beasts. The two Dahan elites' expressions changed. Humph. Gu Hai snorted and waved his hand. Bang! All the cloud beasts suddenly disappeared, and the Dahan elites fell to the ground. However, they were still controlled by the marionette pole. Ha, no more monsters. I'll still let you kill each other. Hu Dongtian snorted coldly. Under his control, the Dahan soldiers immediately started killing each other. The marionette pole can control people's behavior. Gu Hai looked at the heaven-mending city lord beside him. Yes, as long as one's soul is entangled by that string, it will be like a puppet, controlled by him. This was originally a heaven-opening palace expert's treasure, but it was broken. Last time in Mending Heaven sect, he asked Hu Dongtian to fix it, but Hu Dongtian couldn't fix it. In the end, Hu Dongtian used another treasure to replace the broken marionette pole, saying that he would study it himself, but it turns out that he can. What other characteristics does it have? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. It can only be used once. Oh. It means that when you throw it out now, you can control as many people as you want. You can't throw it out again unless you release everyone's control and throw it out again. The heaven-mending city lord explained. I see. Then it's nothing. Get another batch of cloud beasts. Gu Hai said in a low voice. Immediately, another batch of Dahan soldiers rushed out. Boom! The cloud beasts that had just disappeared appeared again. In the distance, Hu Dongtian's expression changed. Unstoppable might. One of the generals controlled Xiang Yu to charge at Hu Dongtian. Humph! Hu Dongtian reached out and pulled the marionette pole. Instantly, everyone was pulled over. Ah! Bastard, Hu Dongtian, what are you doing? Are you trying to drag me down with you? Bastard! Don't drag me! The gamblers screamed in fear. Not only the gamblers, but the Dahan soldiers who had been controlled earlier were also pulled over to block Xiang Yu's heavenly halberd. Clearly, Hu Dongtian had used the marionette string to pull countless people when he threw it out earlier. With his comrades around, the heavenly halberd was forced to stop. Ha ha ha, come on, come and kill me. Hu Dongtian laughed coldly. The cloud beasts were huge. When they charged at him, Hu Dongtian immediately controlled some people to die for him. Even though those people kept cursing him, Hu Dongtian did not care at all. Boom! 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 The cloud beasts all stopped, worried that they would hurt their comrades. Sect Master, why are we being controlled too? Sect Master, don't! The heaven-mending sect disciples shouted in fear. Being pulled around by the marionettes, the heaven-mending sect disciples were also terrified. Humph, you bunch of trash. I took pity on you and let you join the heaven-mending sect. Now that the heaven-mending sect is in trouble, you cower. What use do I have for you? Hu Dongtian said coldly. Hu Dongtian, let me go. Otherwise, my family will destroy the heaven-mending sect. Bastard, Hu Dongtian, I did not expect you to be this kind of person. Did I offend you? You want me to die for you? The gamblers screamed in fear. The cloud beasts wanted to go forward, but the scapegoats were all blocked by the marionettes. The cloud beasts could not go forward. Hu Dongtian said with a gloomy expression, "You must have used a lot of spirit stones to set up such a formation, right? Ha, let's see how long your spirit stones can last. City Lord Mending Sect, don't kill me. I am a citizen of the Dahan. I just came here to gamble. I am also a citizen of the Dahan. Don't kill me. Don't kill me. I am also a citizen of the Dahan. Long live the Dahan. Don't kill me." The scapegoats were terrified. They were afraid that the halberd would come down on them. "Your Majesty." Tang Chu looked at Gu Hai with a frown. "A citizen of the Dahan. Naturally, we cannot attack him." "Hold him down first," Gu Hai said in a low voice. "What do we do now?" "Tang Chu, you take control of the formation," Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes." "Lu Rock Men." "Yes." The 10 Lu Rock Men answered. "Take me to the mountain peak and walk out of the heaven-mending palace. Catch Hu Dongtian from behind." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes." The Lu Rock Men answered. Your Majesty, can't we just let the Lu Rock Men go?" Tang Chu asked in confusion. "Since there is a marionette pole, there might be other treasures. I will go and take a look." Gu Hai shook his head. Gu Hai's eyes were full of hatred as he looked into the distance. The revenge of Qin Xian was still vivid in his mind. Gu Hai naturally wanted to capture Hu Dongtian himself. "Yes." Tang Chu seemed to see Gu Hai's hatred. He did not ask anything and only nodded. Buzz. The 10 Lu Rock Men took Gu Hai and slowly sank into the ground, heading towards the heaven-mending peak. Burrowing into the ground, everything went smoothly. Until they reached the heaven-mending peak. Buzz. The 10 Lu Rock Men paused. "Your Majesty, something is wrong." The Lu Rockmen shouted. "Oh. The soil of this mountain peak is a little strange," one of the Lu Rock Men shouted. "Continue." Gu Hai said in a low voice. "Yes." Buzz. The group of Lu Rock Men continued to enter, but as soon as they stepped inside, their bodies shook. Dang! All the Lu Rock Men were suddenly unable to move. What? Why did the soil suddenly turn into metal? And there is a solidification array in the metal, we can't move. One of the Lu Rock Men shouted. The other Lu Rock Men also trembled for a while, but all the soil around them had turned into metal, and they could not move. In the outside world, Hu Dongtian, who was controlling the marionette, had a slight smile on his face. "You want to use the earth escape to attack me from behind? Ha, you have Lu Rock Men, do you think I don't know? Humph. My heaven-mending sect is full of traps." Hu Dongtian sneered as he looked into the distance. As long as this dragged on, when the array's energy ran out, these people would be at his mercy. Humph. Underground. The group of Lu Rock Men could not move, but they still protected Gu Hai in the center. "You can't use the earth escape now that the soil has turned into metal. Will this hurt you?" Gu Hai asked worriedly. "No harm, we can hold on for a year or so, but we are now trapped." The Lu Rock Men said bitterly. "It's good that you are fine, wait here, I will take Hu Dongtian first." Gu Hai said coldly. "Yes." The group of Lu Rock Men said bitterly. Buzz. The moment the Life Ender saber appeared, Gu Hai swung his saber forward. Shing! The incredibly sharp Life Ender saber immediately cut open a path of metal. Gu Hai squeezed his way forward. However, he had just squeezed his way forward when he seemed to pierce through a wall, revealing a space inside. Oh! The mountain was hollowed out. Gu Hai showed some shock. The Life Ender saber quickly cut open a hole, and Gu Hai stepped in. Hiss! Gu Hai sucked in a breath of cold air. This space was lit up by night pearls. Nearly 3,000 female corpses were laid out underground. Most of them had rotted to the point that only bones remained. However, some were dried corpses. Gu Hai raised his eyebrows. He held his breath and walked to a nearby flight of stairs. There was a small door at the top. Gu Hai extended his hand and pushed it open. The second floor was also like purgatory. At this moment, the 50 female corpses were shriveled up as if all the water had been sucked out. Their lower bodies were tattered, and chains hung around their necks. Their shriveled faces showed horror and despair. Clearly, they had been tortured inhumanly when they were alive. Plucking yin to replenish yang. Gu Hai suddenly recalled a piece of information he had read in the past. Did someone use an evil cultivation technique to pluck all these women's energy? Hu Dongtian. Gu Hai's eyelids twitched wildly. The 3,000 corpses on the first floor were all the women who Dongtian had killed in the past. As for these 50 corpses, they had been killed recently. Gu Hai showed a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian looked decent on the surface, but why did he secretly cultivate such an evil cultivation technique? Gu Hai took a deep breath and suppressed the anger and hatred in his heart. Then, he stepped onto the third floor of the underground palace. There was a small door on the third floor. Gu Hai gently pushed it open and immediately heard a woman's panting. Fairy Wanner. Gu Hai said in surprise. Gu Hai stepped forward and entered the third floor. Just at this moment, a strand of pink gas suddenly entered Gu Hai's nose in the third floor's underground palace. Chapter 324. A wisp of pink gas entered Gu Hai's nostrils. Gu Hai suddenly felt his mind heat up, and his mind went into a trance. Unlike the hazy feeling of drowsiness, there was a feeling of excitement. His consciousness was not muddled, so the heaven-suppressing divine seal between his eyebrows did not move. In a trance, Gu Hai felt all the blood in his body suddenly heat up. Not far from the room, there was a soft moan. It was as if Gu Hai's memories of the past 10 years had been awakened. Xian air. Gu Hai was slightly startled. He turned his head to look. Not far from the bed, Fairy Wanner's body was twisting uncomfortably, as if she did not know what to do. She was also in a trance. Even from far away, Gu Hai seemed to be able to smell the fragrance on her body. And it was this fragrance that seemed to ignite a strange flame in Gu Hai's heart. Looking at Fairy Wanner, but in the trance Gu Hai's eyes, that was Chen Xiener's appearance. Xian air, is that you? Gu Hai walked over step by step. Fairy Wanner's eyes were as charming as silk. After a period of torture, her entire body seemed to have melted, and there was a strange desire. The moment she saw Gu Hai, she hugged him. With a hot and tender body in his arms, Gu Hai did not need the only answer in his heart. More and more of the pink gas entered Gu Hai's nostrils, and the heat became more and more intense. This was the first time Fairy Wanner had experienced this, but Gu Hai was someone who had experienced it before. Rip. The sound of clothes being torn came from the room. Ah! Fairy Wanner cried out in pain. Soon, rhythmic crashing sounds could be heard in the room. Outside. Hu Dongtian manipulated his marionette pole and pulled everyone around him to be his cushion, blocking the cloud beasts. Hu Dongtian's expression was gloomy. Once I enjoy that fire cauldron body, I will leave this place. Heaven-mending sect. Wherever I am, it is the heaven-mending sect. Hu Dongtian thought to himself. Ha 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 ha, come on, the Han officials, why don't you behead them? Hu Dongtian laughed coldly. No, I'm a citizen of the Dahan. Don't kill me. Hu Dongtian, I'll kill you in the future. Sect leader, please spare me. The people who were being controlled were all anxious. Tang Chu stood in the fog with a group of Dahan experts behind her. Beside her was the city lord of Heaven Mending City. Lord Tang, His Majesty has already been inside for half a day. Will something happen to him? The city lord asked worriedly. Nothing will happen. How can something happen to the emperor? Tang Chu shook her head. But at this time, the emperor should have stepped out of the Heaven Mending Palace and dealt a fatal blow to Hu Dongtian, right? The Heaven Mending City Master said worriedly. Tang Chu frowned slightly and shook her head. Perhaps the emperor was delayed by other things. Besides, what can he do now? Hu Dongtian shamelessly used these innocent people as scapegoats. Should we kill them all and then deal with Hu Dongtian? Those are the people of the Han dynasty. Butian City's city lord was slightly startled and nodded his head. However, when he looked at Tang Chu and the great Han dynasty's soldiers, he suddenly approved of them even more. At the very least, when facing their own people, the emperor and his officials prioritized protection and defense. They did not use unscrupulous means to achieve their goals. This was the same as Huang Fu Chaoga. Gu Hai had a dream. It was as if he had returned to the days when he was with Chen Xian. The two of them put aside all the disturbances of the outside world and enjoyed their time as husband and wife. Suddenly, there seemed to be a huge force rushing into his body from the place where the two of them merged. Buzz! A hot force entered Gu Hai's body. This hot force seemed to be able to burn everything in the world. Gu Hai felt that his whole body was about to burn up in an instant. The hot force rushed straight to his heart. Boom! The sky was filled with rolling flames. In an instant, it seemed that Gu Hai's heart was going to be completely burned. Roar! Suddenly, a dragon's roar sounded in his heart. The red true dragon roared and suddenly opened the door to his heart. Boom! The rolling flames instantly filled the entire heart. If it was the heart of an ordinary golden core realm cultivator, this fire would be able to completely burn up. Even the heart and internal organs would be burned up. However, Gu Hai's heart was different. How could the foundation of Gu Hai's heart be compared to others? It had already been refined into a fire god palace. From the inside to the outside, it was the toughest type of heart aperture. The fire was huge, but it was still contained by the fire god palace. The fire burned everywhere, but it did not harm the fire god palace. Instead, it seemed to be nourishing the fire god palace. As the fire entered, there was a fiery red nascent soul. It was Fairy Wan's nascent soul. At this moment, her consciousness was hazy, and she was hugging Gu Hai's ball of vital energy. There was also a pink energy in the surroundings. It seemed to be promoting the relationship between the nascent soul and the ball of vital energy. The rolling flames surged towards the ball of vital energy. In an instant, the ball of vital energy suddenly emitted a dazzling red light. The red true dragon inside seemed to be enjoying this huge force. With the help of the nascent soul, Fairy Wan's primordial energy rapidly matured Gu Hai's ball of vital energy. The red true dragon slowly shrunk into the ball of vital energy. After the ball of vital energy absorbed the nascent soul, it slowly solidified into a red solid ball. It was like an embryo, floating there. The rolling flames quickly entered the embryo. Fairy Wan's nascent soul hugged the embryo as if it was hugging its true love. Waves of Yin-type nascent soul energy entered the embryo. The embryo suddenly moved as if it was nurturing a little life. After absorbing the Yin-type nascent soul energy, it gave back a trace of Yang-type nascent soul energy. The two forces blended and promoted each other. After an unknown amount of time, Fairy Wan's nascent soul reluctantly left Gu Hai's fire god palace. She looked longingly at the embryo floating in the fire god palace, then slowly retreated back along the path she came from. In the outside world, Gu Hai and Fairy Wan were entangled together, separating, fusing, separating, fusing. The two's consciousness became clearer and clearer. After an unknown amount of time, Fairy Wan suddenly let out a high-pitched moan, and the movements in the room suddenly stopped. Only Gu Hai's heavy breathing and Fairy Wan slightly twitching moans were left. In the outside world, Tang Chu and the Butian city lord were worried. It's been a day and a night, why is there still no movement from the emperor's side? The Butian city lord said anxiously. Tang Chu also frowned, this formation is about to collapse. In the distance, at the entrance of the Butian palace, Hu Dongtian sneered, ha 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 ha, are you waiting for someone to sneak up on me from behind? Tang Chu and the others' expressions changed. There's no need to wait, it's been a day and a night, you've all turned into lumps of metal, right? And your formation has reached its limit, right? Ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian said proudly. Do you think you can understand my treasures? Han Dynasty. Ha ha ha, that's all there is to it. You dared to cause trouble in my Butian sect, so you should know the consequences. Hu Dongtian sneered sinisterly. You know there's someone underground? Tang Chu shouted anxiously. This is my Butian sect, everything is under my control. Why don't you continue to try? After killing this group of scapegoats, I still have treasures to deal with you, do you believe me? Ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian said proudly. Oh no, I should have thought of this. Hu Dongtian must have many treasures. The emperor is in danger. The Butian city lord said with an ugly expression. Something is going to happen to the emperor, no, we can't wait any longer, quick, do it. Tang Chu shouted anxiously. It's too late, your formation's spirit stones are about to be used up, let's see what you have to fight me. Now, you don't have anything, what can you do? Ha 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 ha. Hu Dongtian laughed maniacally. At that moment, a girl's scream suddenly came from the Butian palace. Ah! The girl's scream was very penetrative, instantly reaching everyone's ears. Slap! Immediately after, the sound of a slap was heard. Gu Hai, I'm going to kill you. The girl's shrill voice carried a trace of despair. Almost everyone in the outside world stiffened at the sight. What was going on? Those fading cloud beasts were about to attack, but Tang Chu's expression suddenly changed. Don't move, wait a little longer, the emperor is fine. Of course, it did not matter. Although this woman's voice sounded very anxious, anyone could tell that she had suffered a great loss. Furthermore, the other party that caused her to suffer a loss was the Gu Hai that she had called out a second time. If the emperor could make that girl suffer a loss, then would the emperor still be in danger? Tang Chu immediately called for everyone to stop. Bang! The last piece of spirit stone was consumed by the formation, and it exploded with a loud bang. The cloud beasts all disappeared. Originally, Hu Dongtian should be happy that the formation's last spirit stone was used up, because everything was going according to his plan. His goal was to deplete the opponent's formation's energy, and now that he had done it, shouldn't he be happy? But, what was with the Fairy Wan's voice just now? What was going on? Fairy Wan woke up. Impossible, she can't wake up without leaking her primordial yin. Impossible, my fire cauldron's primordial yin. What happened? Hu Dongtian's expression changed drastically. After all this trouble, wasn't it all for the fire cauldron's primordial yin? What happened? Was it leaked? Someone else got it first. He risked defending the sect behind Fairy Wan, risked giving up the entire heaven-mending sect to fight against the Han Dynasty, all for the fire cauldron's primordial yin. Everything was for it, and now, someone else got it first. Gu Hai. Fairy Wan called out, Gu Hai, just now. No, that's mine, no. Hu Dongtian roared in grief and indignation. He waved the marionette in his hand, and all the people under his control immediately started fighting each other. Ah, save me. I don't want to kill them. Everyone was shouting and fighting each other. Hu Dongtian anxiously rushed into the heaven-mending palace. Boom! The door of the heaven-mending palace slammed shut, and a light blue barrier enveloped the outside. Quick, separate everyone, don't let them continue fighting. Tang Chu ordered. Yes. The other Dahan soldiers rushed forward. Hu Dongtian, who had rushed into the palace, had a ferocious expression. He was filled with grief and indignation. No, how did Gu Hai get in? My primordial yin, mine. Chapter 325. Boom! Hu Dongtian kicked open the door of the underground palace and stepped in. The argument in the underground palace stopped abruptly. The pink mist still shrouded the underground palace, but the two people in the underground palace were completely awake. No one knew what happened in the underground palace, but the tables, chairs, and cabinets had all fallen over. Pieces of fairy wan, and Gu Hai's clothes were scattered everywhere. It was a mess. The bed was a mess. The moment the underground palace was kicked open, Wanner pulled the blanket over her naked body and wrapped it around her. The veil was gone, revealing a delicate and pretty face. Her eyebrows were like willows, her eyes were like the moon, her nose was high, and her mouth was cherry. She seemed to have an indescribable elegance. Her fair neck was dazzling, and her messy hair added a mature charm to her. On the other side, Gu Hai had put on his underwear. His upper body was naked, and his back was full of claw marks. A faint red light was emitting from his heart. Almost at the same time as Fairy Wan, Gu Hai turned to look at the entrance of the underground palace. Hu Dongtian felt his head explode. It's over. It's real. Someone got the fire cauldron primordial yin before me. It happened while I was fighting the enemy outside. B****, I'm going to kill you. Hu Dongtian's expression was ferocious as he struck at Gu Hai with his palm. He struck out with his palm, and an energy palm appeared in front of Gu Hai in an instant. Gu Hai's expression darkened. He reached out with his palm to meet the attack. Oh no, other than Hu Dongtian, everyone else has to suppress their cultivation to the Golden Core realm. Be careful. Wan's expression changed. Boom. The two palms collided. Gu Hai paused, but he was not sent flying by Hu Dongtian. Instead, he took the attack with a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian was about to go crazy. He stared at Gu Hai's glowing red heart with wide eyes. No, she has the fire cauldron body. I've taken her in countless times to nourish my yang, but I didn't dare to touch her. How can you be fine and even have a nascent soul? The nascent soul? Hu Dongtian asked in despair. Gu Hai's expression was ferocious as he blocked Hu Dongtian's palm. His eyes were filled with hatred. Why aren't you burned? How is it that you're fine even though you haven't taken yin to supplement yang? You haven't strengthened your yang yet. Hu Dongtian roared. I'm stronger than you, so I don't need any supplements. Hu Dongtian, we meet again. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian's face was full of hatred, but he did not recognize Gu Hai. Humph. You've ruined my plans, Hu Dongtian said. You've been suppressed to the gold core stage by my heaven mend orb. Bastard couple, you're going to die together. Boom. When the two palms collided, another huge force was released, but Gu Hai was still able to withstand it. A vein popped out on his forehead. How could Gu Hai block it with his golden core realm cultivation? Is Hu Dongtian affected as well? Fairy Wan was shocked. She reached out from the blanket and hit Hu Dongtian with her palm. You're courting death. Hu Dongtian glared and hit with his other palm. Boom. Ah. Fairy Wan was sent flying by the palm. She was wrapped in the blanket and crashed into the wall not far away. How could this be? Fairy Wan was shocked. How could Gu Hai block it? Fairy Wan was not the only one who was shocked. Hu Dongtian, who had gone mad, also noticed that something was amiss. You're only at the Golden Core realm. How could you block my palm? I'm already at the two nascent soul realm. Hu Dongtian stared at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai blocked Hu Dongtian with one hand and grabbed the crimson blade with the other. Why is the crimson blade's power gone? Gu Hai asked in a deep voice. That's the heaven mending ball. It's suppressing your cultivation and cutting off your ability to cast spells. All your Dharma treasures can't be used. Fairy Wan shouted from not far away. How could you block my palm? How could you? Hu Dongtian was in disbelief. Hu Dongtian could feel that Gu Hai's strength was increasing bit by bit. He was only at the Golden Core realm. Not counting the newly formed nascent soul, Gu Hai was indeed at the Golden Core realm. However, how could Gu Hai's Golden Core realm be compared to an ordinary Golden Core realm cultivator? As for the Dantian and Five Gods' palaces, even if the Fire God Palace did not use its full strength for the sake of the fetus, it still possessed the purest quintessential essence. It was so pure that even at the Golden Core realm, it could match Hu Dongtian, who was at the two nascent realm, without being defeated. How did you block it? How did you block it? Hu Dongtian was horrified. That was because Gu Hai's strength had surpassed his. He was getting stronger and stronger. Hu Dongtian could not take it anymore. Break! Gu Hai roared. Hu Dongtian's palm energy exploded. Gu Hai's palm landed on Hu Dongtian's body. Boom! Blarg! Hu Dongtian was sent flying and crashed into the wall. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible! You're only at the Golden Core realm. Hu Dongtian struggled to get up. Arg! Not far away, Fairy Wan's scream suddenly rang out. Gu Hai turned around and saw Fairy Wan trying to break the heaven-mending ball in mid-air to recover her cultivation. However, the heaven-mending ball knocked her back into the wall. Gu Hai picked up the life-ender saber that he had thrown on the ground. He jumped up and slashed at the heaven-mending ball. Ha! No one can break my heaven-mending ball. Hu Dongtian said with a ferocious expression. He took out another Dharma treasure. Boom! There was a loud sound. The heaven-mending ball knocked Gu Hai away again. However, the life-ender saber was strange. It emitted billowing black smoke that surged toward a small opening. Roar! Rolling skulls surrounded the sky-mending orb as if it was some kind of extraordinary tonic. What? Hu Dongtian was stunned. Gu Hai did not care about the heaven-mending ball anymore. Instead, he charged at Hu Dongtian again. Golden Core realm? Look at the Emperor Dynasty's imperial seal that I collected. Suppress. Hu Dongtian took out an imperial seal and pressed it against Gu Hai. Break. The life-ender saber slashed forward. Boom. The sharp life-ender saber seemed to be able to cut through everything. In an instant, the Emperor Dynasty's imperial seal was cut in half. It did not stop there. It charged at Hu Dongtian. No. Hu Dongtian took out a shield and blocked it. Boom. Blarg. The shield was cut in half. Hu Dongtian was sent flying. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Impossible. My treasure. My treasure. How could this be? Hu Dongtian slammed into the wall in shock. Gu Hai stomped his feet and arrived in front of Hu Dongtian in an instant. He punched with all his strength into Hu Dongtian's abdomen. Boom! Hu Dongtian's clothes on his back exploded. He spat out a mouthful of blood and collapsed. Gu Hai's punch was so powerful that all the bones in Hu Dongtian's body shattered. Bam! Gu Hai stepped on its head with one foot. Hu Dongtian, I've been looking for you for more than 10 years. I finally found you. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. More than 10 years. Cough, cough. I don't know you. I don't know you. Hu Dongtian said weakly. On the other hand, Fairy Wan sneaked into the second floor of the underground palace to change her clothes. When she stepped into the second floor, she saw 50 dried corpses that had been robbed of their yin energy. Fairy Wan's expression changed. Although she hated Gu Hai, would she have ended up like this if not for Gu Hai? Hu Dongtian, I'll make you wish you were dead. Fairy Wan said with a ferocious expression. She took out a set of clothes from the storage space in her bracelet and put it on. However, the pain in her lower body made Fairy Wan frown. Gu Hai, I won't let you off either, you bastard. Fairy Wan wanted to cry but had no tears. In the upper floor of the underground palace, Gu Hai stepped on Hu Dongtian. Don't you remember me? Ha ha, think again. Hu Dongtian. Gu Hai said with a ferocious expression. Hu Dongtian tried to recall, but he could not remember. Just as Hu Dongtian was in a dilemma. Boom! Suddenly, the sky-mending orb exploded into countless pieces. The bones in the Life-Ender's saber's black aura quickly devoured the pieces. The sky-mending orb is the heirloom of the heaven-mending sect. No, you can't have broken it. Hu Dongtian yelled in shock. You're about to die. Why do you care about a broken orb? Gu Hai said coldly. Bang! A roll of silk fell from the sky. It was stored in the sky-mending orb. It only fell when the sky-mending orb broke. Oh! There's a secret manual in this broken orb. Gu Hai reached out and caught the silk scroll. A secret manual? Why is there a secret manual in the sky-mending orb? The sky-mending orb was left behind by the founder before he died. Did he seal something in it? Hu Dongtian was shocked when he was stepped on. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth? Gu Hai read the name at the beginning of the silk scroll. What? My heaven-mending sect's lost heaven-mending Great Compassion prose. Impossible. Why is it in the sky-mending orb? Why didn't the founder pass it down before he died? Why did he refine it in the sky-mending orb? All the sect masters of the past have cultivated incomplete cultivation techniques until they self-destructed. Here. So it's here. Give it to me. Give it to me. Hu Dongtian went crazy. Boom. Even though all the bones in his body had been broken by Gu Hai, he somehow managed to break free from Gu Hai and snatch the silk scroll from Gu Hai's hand. When Gu Hai broke free, he immediately jumped to his clothes. With a flip of his hand, he placed the silk handkerchief into a storage bracelet and put it on his hand. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth? What a long name. It was the first time Gu Hai had heard of a cultivation technique with such a long name. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. Hu Dongtian was on fire as he tried to grab Gu Hai. Gu Hai flipped his hand and grabbed the crimson saber on the ground. At this moment, the heaven-mending orb shattered. Gu Hai could immediately use his immense strength. His figure flashed, and he appeared behind Hu Dongtian. Boom! Hu Dongtian smashed through the walls of the underground palace and weakly fell to the ground. It's mine! It's mine! Hu Dongtian was still thinking about that cultivation technique. Hu Dongtian, look at who I am. Don't you recognize me? Gu Hai shouted. Hu Dongtian looked at Gu Hai in despair. However, this was indeed the first time he had seen Gu Hai's face. I don't recognize you. Hu Dongtian said with hatred. You don't recognize me? Ha, let me help you remember something. 12 years ago, Thousand Islands Sea, 95 Island. Gu Hai said coldly. Hu Dongtian's mind raced. He had been to 9-5 Island once, but he had never seen Gu Hai. Suddenly, an image froze in his mind. But he was actually a 60-year-old man. That old man looked a lot like the Gu Hai in front of him. However, at that time, he didn't care about a mortal old man and didn't care. Was it him? You remember? Do you remember me when you killed my wife? Gu Hai's eyes were bloodshot. It's you. It's you. That old man. You're here for revenge? No, it's not my fault. It's them. It's them. Hu Dongtian shouted in horror. Who are they? Who's the leader? Gu Hai stepped forward and looked coldly at Hu Dongtian. Hu Dongtian was so shocked that he was sweating. It had only been a dozen years. How did he become so strong? It shouldn't be. It shouldn't be. Speak. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Hu Dongtian's expression changed drastically. I was only called to repair my artifacts. It's not my fault. It's Qing Emperor. Qing Emperor, he summoned us. Qing Emperor, save me. Qing Emperor, I know you have cast the Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique on me. Qing Emperor, save me. Save me. While Hu Dongtian was shouting, Gu Hai was confused. Tongtian earth-penetrating perception technique? Wang. However, Hu Dongtian's body suddenly glowed with a green light. The aura around him suddenly surged. A moment ago, he was only at the nascent soul realm. In the next moment, his aura rushed towards the Sky Palace opening realm. What's wrong? Gu Hai was surprised. Xing. Suddenly, a red sword light shot out from nearby and chopped off Hu Dongtian's head. No. Hu Dongtian let out a final cry of despair as the green light around him dissipated. It was Fairy Wan, who had changed her clothes and walked up from the lower level. With a swing of her sword, she killed Hu Dongtian. You. I didn't have time to ask. Gu Hai looked at Fairy Wan, with a changed expression. There's no need to ask. I know who the Qing Emperor is. If he was really possessed by the Qing Emperor, you wouldn't even know how you died. Humph. Fairy Wan, snorted. Chapter 326. You don't have to ask. I know who the Qing Emperor is. If he was really possessed by the Qing Emperor, you wouldn't even know how you died. Humph. Fairy Wan, snorted coldly. You know the Qing Emperor? Who is he? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Why should I tell you? Fairy Wan, looked at Gu Hai with a face full of anger. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. Previously, when he was confused, he did not want to think about it. At that time, he was confused and mistook Fairy Wan, for Qin Xiener. I will take responsibility. Gu Hai took a deep breath and said. Responsibility? Who wants you to take responsibility? Fairy Wan, glared at him and said angrily. Gu Hai, listen to me. Nothing happened today. You and I never. Anyway, you want to forget what happened before. Take responsibility. I don't need you to take responsibility. Humph. Fairy Wan, snorted angrily. Gu Hai frowned slightly. Although he was confused and couldn't tell who was who, what happened at that time was deeply engraved in his mind. Even the nascent soul in the Fire God Palace felt close to Fairy Wan, Not only Gu Hai, but one of Fairy Wan's nascent souls also felt the same. This was why Fairy Wan, was the most angry. What I said will always be effective. You. Gu Hai shook his head and said. I don't want it to be effective. Bastard, I said that nothing happened between us. Humph. Fairy Wan, stepped forward and was about to leave this embarrassing place. However, Just as she reached the entrance of the underground palace, she turned back. She walked to the bedside. The bed was a mess. In the center of the bedsheet, there was a small patch of bright red blood. Humph. She snorted coldly. Fairy Wanner put away the bedsheet and walked out of the underground palace. You haven't told me who Qing Emperor is. Gu Hai shouted. Go and find it yourself, you big bastard. Fairy Wanner shouted and rushed out of the underground palace. Gu Hai smiled bitterly. However, he did not give chase. Indeed, since he knew the name, he would slowly investigate. Qing Emperor. It should be easy to find them. Turning his head, Gu Hai glanced at the decapitated Hu Dongtian again. His face was gloomy as he reached out and took off the bracelet. Boom! A loud noise came from outside the hall. The Fairy Wanner had broken the enchantment from the inside with a loud bang. Along with the marionette pole on the enchantment, it was cut in half. With a loud bang, it flew into the sky. In the blink of an eye, it had reached the horizon. Emperor! Tang Chu and the others quickly rushed into the underground palace. I'm fine. Gu Hai shook his head. In the outside world, when the marionette pole was broken, everyone was free. Some people ran away in fear, while others rushed in exasperatedly, wanting to take revenge on Hu Dongtian. However, when they rushed into the underground palace, they saw that Hu Dongtian's head was separated from his body. Dead? He got off too easy. Everyone was exasperated. Not far away, there was a lower level. Someone stepped in curiously. Ah! Someone cried out in alarm. What's wrong? Everyone rushed over. Hiss! Everyone who entered sucked in a breath of cold air. Plucking yin to nourish yang. Hu Dongtian cultivated an evil technique. Ah, this woman is shriveled up. But, isn't she the Zhang family's woman who disappeared half a year ago? Everyone was shocked. Ah! Another cry of alarm sounded. They had entered the lowest level of the underground palace. At the lowest level, there were 3,000 corpses. They were obviously used by Hu Dongtian to cultivate an evil technique. Heaven-mending sect. Heaven-mending sect. Evil sects, everyone has the right to kill. If it wasn't for the emperor, who knows how many women would have been killed by him. I was wondering why the city guards were looking for Hu Dongtian, but it turns out that he is a demon. The disciples of Heaven-mending sect are all demons. No, we didn't know. We really didn't know that the sect leader would do such a thing. The disciples of Heaven-mending sect were shocked. Thank you, Emperor Dahan. Thank you, Emperor, for eradicating evil. Thank you, Emperor, for loving your people like your own children. You didn't hurt us when you fought against Hu Dongtian. Thank you, Emperor. Everyone was grateful to Gu Hai. However, they despised Hu Dongtian's corpse. Gu Hai nodded and led the soldiers of Dahan into the third level of the underground palace. After searching slowly, they found a golden bead. Golden bead of the Midas touch. Hu Dongtian fixed it. The city lord of Heaven-mending city was surprised. You know it? Yes, this is one of old man Guanqi's treasures. It can turn earth and stone into metal. The city lord of Heaven-mending city explained. Oh. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Did that mean that there was a heavenly go piece in there too? He carefully put away the golden bead, and the metal below turned back into earth. Rumble. The loose stone people could leave safely. Announce Hu Dongtian's crimes to Heaven-mending city. Hang his corpse outside the city for the people to despise. Gu Hai said coldly. Yes. The city lord of Heaven-mending city replied. Hu Dongtian was dead, but Gu Hai still didn't think it was enough. He wanted to hang his corpse outside the city for the people to despise. Gu Hai didn't deal with the other disciples of Heaven-mending sect. Gu Hai didn't blame them. After dealing with the matters of heaven-mending sect, Gu Hai left with the officials of Dahan. The city lord of heaven-mending city also returned to heaven-mending city. In the end, heaven-mending sect was razed to the ground by the angry gamblers. He didn't stay in heaven-mending city. Gu Hai led the army back to the capital. The flying ship flew towards Chaoga city. It would take some time to fly. Gu Hai sat in the palace of the flying ship and closed his eyes to adjust his breathing. He looked into his body and saw the changes in the fire god palace. An embryo. It was as if there was a small life inside, moving and moving as if it was breathing. Every breath was 10 times faster than before, and the spiritual energy of heaven and earth surged into his body. It was not just a little bit faster than when he was in the Golden Core realm. From this embryo, Gu Hai could also sense that he could use a scorching flame. The first stage of the Yuanying state, the nascent soul. I've finally entered the Yuanying state. The first nascent soul, fire nascent soul. I didn't expect it to be because of Fairy Wan. Gu Hai opened his eyes with a bitter smile. Shaking his head, Gu Hai flipped his hand, and a huge piece of silk cloth appeared in his palm. He gently spread it open. Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang Mary Karma Mending Heaven's Great Compassion Prose Poem. What a long name. Gu Hai revealed a hint of Gu Hai. This is a cultivation technique. Gu Hai read it carefully. There were 129,600 words in the entire technique. They were densely packed and difficult to understand. However, Gu Hai's chest soul clone in the space between his eyebrows was close to 10,000 copies of Gu Hai. He read it all in the blink of an eye and analyzed it quickly. The cultivation technique was too obscure. Gu Hai analyzed it for 3 days before he could understand it. Shock flashed in his eyes. How did the heaven-mending sect end up in such a miserable state with such a ridiculous cultivation technique? Gu Hai said in shock. Gu Hai widened his eyes and read it carefully again. Only then did he confirm that he wasn't dreaming. Heaven and Earth Yin and Yang intercourse, forming karma and mending heaven mending great compassion prose poem. Taking the words from the beginning and the end and calling it talent. The work of talent. Is this a cultivation technique bestowed by the heavens? A cultivation technique nurtured by heaven and earth? It can't be, right? Gu Hai revealed a hint of surprise. The entire technique was too strange. It was the first time Gu Hai had seen a cultivation technique described with the tone of the heavens. Yin and Yang intercourse. This is a dual cultivation technique that connects the 3 souls and 7 spirits. The foundation of cultivation is to form the true God. And the nascent soul of the dual cultivation Tao partner is the God Empress. For example, my fire god palace forms the fire god, and Fairy Wan, Er's nascent soul enters my fire god palace to form a dual cultivation technique with the fire god. From then on, they are bound together for good or ill. Fire god Empress. The fire god's cultivation Tao partner can only be Fairy Wan, her. Gu Hai frowned slightly. The pink aura of the heaven-mending ball had already guided him to dual cultivation with Fairy Wan, her once. No wonder he had broken through the Yuanying state so easily. According to the cultivation technique, the more dual cultivation techniques, the faster his cultivation would improve. Oh. Right. There are also requirements for cultivating this cultivation technique. The stronger the foundation, the smoother the cultivation. The purer the energy in each acupoint, the easier it is to cultivate. The different types of energy can't be mixed up, or it will conflict and explode. No wonder the previous sect masters of the heaven-mending sect cultivated to death. Who can compare to me in terms of purer energy? Cultivating the body externally and cultivating the 5 deity palaces internally is the purest energy. This cultivation technique seems to be tailor-made for me. Gu Hai was slightly stunned and smiled bitterly. A while ago, Gu Hai was still looking through all kinds of cultivation techniques in the Yuanying state. After all, Huangfu Chaoge had collected a lot of them in the past, but he hadn't found one that he was satisfied with. He reluctantly chose a few and was hesitant about whether to cultivate them. Now that this cultivation technique was out, Gu Hai didn't care about the other cultivation techniques. Using karma to nourish the heavens. Cutting off karma and gathering heavenly power. Is karma the cause and effect of all living beings? The evil karma of the evildoers is the most obvious. Hu Dongtian opened the bestial battle arena to make it easier for him to kill the evildoers and resolve their evil karma. Using the heaven-mending power to repair all kinds of magic treasures. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. Heaven-mending power. Gu Hai had never seen it before, but Hu Dongtian was famous for cultivating magic treasures. It shouldn't be fake. Moreover, the cultivation technique he cultivated was incomplete. Repair everything. Can it even nourish the heavens? Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and was shocked. He continued to study the cultivation technique for a while. Gu Hai shook his head slightly. Heaven and earth, yin and yang, karma nourishes the heavens. Great Compassion Poem. I can understand the yin and yang intercourse and karma nourishes the heavens. However, I can't see anything from the names of the heaven and earth and Great Compassion Poem. Moreover, I only have a rough understanding of this cultivation technique. Although Gu Hai had not completely comprehended it yet, he was already determined to cultivate it based on what he saw earlier. He read it 10 times carefully to make sure he didn't remember wrongly. Bang! He reached out his hand and a large amount of flames gushed out from the fire god palace and burned the silk cloth. The silk cloth and the cultivation technique on it were completely burned to ashes. This cultivation technique couldn't be revealed. Since I don't understand the heaven and earth and Great Compassion Poem, I'll call you the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth until I fully understand it. To prevent it from being leaked. The Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth has 9 levels of heavens. I wonder if the first level of heaven is difficult. Gu Hai took a deep breath. He cleared his mind and adjusted his state of mind. When everything was perfect, Gu Hai slowly cultivated the Great Compassion Poem of Heaven and Earth. Chapter 327. On the airship, Gu Hai had been in seclusion all this while. He was practicing the Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth. The Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth was extremely complex. A single cultivation technique was superior to countless other cultivation techniques. Others would need a cultivation technique for their dantian and 5 orifices, but Gu Hai's Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth covered everything. Gu Hai was surrounded by high-grade spiritual stones. Huff! Suddenly, Gu Hai's body was like a black hole, crazily absorbing the spiritual energy in the spiritual stones. In an instant, tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones were sucked dry and turned into dust. The energy from tens of thousands of high-grade spiritual stones rushed into his body. A portion of it went straight to the nascent soul in the fire god palace while the rest went to his dantian. In his dantian, the spiritual progenitor turned into a small purple pool. However, this pool was very strange. It had 2 sides, like 2 bowls stuck together back to back. The top of the pool rotated clockwise while the bottom rotated anti-clockwise. It was very strange. The top is the heaven-mending pool and the bottom is the transformation pool. Transformation heaven-mending pool. It is formed just like that. The first level of the Great Compassion Fu of Heaven and Earth doesn't seem to be difficult. Gu Hai opened his eyes with a trace of doubt. After analyzing for a while, Gu Hai shook his head. No, it is because my foundation is good. The true yuan in my dantian is formed by the spiritual progenitor. The spiritual progenitor is the mother of all spirits, the origin of all kinds of spiritual energy. That is why it is so easy to form the transformation heaven mending pool, although it is just a prototype. Gu Hai let out a long sigh. A trace of expectation flashed in his eyes. Your Majesty. Suddenly, Tang Chu's voice came from outside the door. Gu Hai was slightly puzzled. He got up and walked out of the hall. Squeak, 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 squeak. In the outside world, countless bats were flying in all directions. Your Majesty, look. Tang Chu said with an unpleasant expression. Then, he saw countless bats flying around a large town in the distance. They were savagely attacking the townsfolk. Help! Don't kill me! Vampire, save me! A series of shouts sounded. Vampire? Gu Hai's expression darkened. Yes, they seem to be attacking the people. Tang Chu said with an ugly expression. Gu Hai looked down and saw 20 black-robed men standing in the distance. Don't worry, we won't kill you all. We will leave 10 people alive to report to your emperor. The leader of the black-robed men sneered. Elders of the Blood Clan, we didn't provoke you. A cultivator below said anxiously. You didn't provoke me, but Gu Hai did. Go and report to Gu Hai. Quickly release Chang Ming. Otherwise, we'll slaughter every town. I don't believe that Gu Hai doesn't care about you Han citizens living outside the city, the leader of the black-robed men said coldly. What? The 3 neighboring towns were all killed by you? The Xiozha below exclaimed. As long as Gu Hai doesn't hand over Chang Ming, I will make all the people in his territory suffer. If you want to blame someone, blame Gu Hai, the leader of the black-robed men sneered. Gu Hai looked down from high up in the sky. A cold glint flashed in his eyes as he asked, Are you looking for me? The Yuanying State's Gu Hai's voice was so loud that it shook the area below. Countless bats paused and turned to look at the sky. The 20 black-robed men below also seemed to have just noticed. Huh? Gu Hai. The leader of the black-robed men revealed a shocked expression. Your Majesty. Your Majesty, save us. The people below who were attacked by the bats screamed in horror. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold, and the fire god palace's nascent soul surged with energy. Gu Hai gently waved his right hand. Bang! The overwhelming fire instantly covered everything below. Squeak! 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 Countless bats suddenly fled in horror. What? What kind of fire is this? The black-robed men's faces changed as the fire burned their bodies. Gu Hai controlled the fire so well that it didn't burn any civilians. However, countless bats were burned to ashes in the blink of an eye amidst their screams. With a wave of his hand, millions of bats were burned to ashes. The civilians below the city were shocked. A group of Han soldiers stood on the flying ship. At this moment, all of them were staring with wide eyes as they knew that Gu Hai was only a Golden Core Realm cultivator in the past. Your Majesty just came to the Yuanying State. What? What kind of fire is this? Why is it so domineering? The soldiers looked at Gu Hai in shock. The fire seemed to stick to the black-robed men and couldn't be extinguished at all. Ah, this is the divine fire. The divine fire that the demonic beasts cultivate. The undying divine fire. Gu Hai, you refined the fire god into your body. The 20 black-robed men below desperately tried to extinguish the fire on their bodies. Undying divine fire. The divine fire that can't be extinguished by those who don't open the Sky Palace? Your Majesty seemed to have refined the fire locust deity previously. Is it because of the fire locust deity? That's not right. Divine fire? Aren't humans unable to control divine fire? Moreover, even the supreme demonic beasts can only use a limited amount of divine power. Back then, the fire locust deity didn't have the ability to use the undying divine fire. How did your Majesty? The soldiers looked at Gu Hai blankly. Gu Hai also looked at his own performance in amazement. Below, the fire filled the sky. After incinerating countless bats, Gu Hai pulled them all back with a wave of his hand. The undying divine fire could be retrieved. Why could he use this kind of divine fire? Gu Hai understood. It was because of the great compassion poem of heaven and earth. Ah, ah, ah. The 20 black-robed men below screamed in pain. No matter what they did, they couldn't extinguish it. Gu Hai, I'm going to kill you. Kill Gu Hai and the fire will be extinguished. Kill him. The 20 black-robed men soared into the sky in pain. Gu Hai flipped his hand and a blood saber appeared. The 20 black-robed men approached him in the blink of an eye. Humph. Gu Hai slashed with his saber. When he was in the Golden Core realm, he could already use the power of the Yuanying state with the blood saber. Now, Gu Hai was in the Yuanying state. Boom. One of the black-robed men was instantly split in half. Then, his body was quickly incinerated. The moment he killed the black-robed man, Gu Hai acutely felt that a strange force seemed to have entered his dantian. To be precise, it entered the transformation pool in his dantian. No, why am I here? Am I dead? The strange force screamed in horror. 3 souls. Gu Hai was slightly stunned. The 3 souls of the black-robed men he just killed were sucked into the transformation pool. The transformation pool rotated counterclockwise. It was as if a stone mill was grinding the 3 souls. No. The 3 souls screamed in agony and gradually disappeared into the transformation pool. The heaven-mending lake at the top rotated clockwise and slowly emitted traces of 9-colored mist. Only a little bit. Heaven-mending energy. Gu Hai was surprised. He killed Big Brother. Kill him, or we will all be burned to death. The group of black-robed men rushed toward Gu Hai. Gu Hai's eyes turned cold and he slashed with his blood saber again. Rumble. Gu Hai killed the 15 black-clad men in the blink of an eye. The 3 spiritual souls of all the evil men that Gu Hai killed entered the karmic transformation pool. Then, they all turned into heaven-mending energy, which entered the heaven-mending pool. Those who are killed by me can't be reincarnated. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and analyzed. The remaining 5 black-robed men fled in fear. However, the inextinguishable divine fire enveloped their bodies and could not be extinguished. After fleeing for a while, they finally fell from the sky and died. Even though they had flown far away, their 3 souls and karmic powers entered the transformation pool. A light flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. This cultivation technique was strange and unfathomable. Thank you, Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. Long live Your Majesty. The townspeople below all knelt down gratefully. If it were not for Gu Hai, the town would have been massacred by the vampires. Everyone, please rise. It's because of my incompetence that the vampires dared to invade our territory. However, please believe that the Dahan will become stronger and stronger. One day, all the enemies will be terrified and will not dare to disturb your peaceful lives. Gu Hai comforted them. Yes. The townspeople answered. Gu Hai nodded and waved his hand. The flying boat continued to head toward Chaoga City. Gu Hai had killed a group of vampires so easily just now, but the soldiers of the Dahan were stunned. The emperor was becoming more and more mysterious. Gu Hai returned to the main hall where he had been in seclusion before. After closing the door, he slowly took out the marionette pole that had been cut by the fairy Wan. The marionette pole had been cut in half and was completely broken. After joining the 2 halves of the marionette pole together, a dignified look flashed in his eyes. He reached out a finger and gently touched the broken part, releasing the heaven-mending power that he had just refined from his fingertip. The heaven-mending power was in the form of a mist. When it touched the broken part, it was hazy and went into the broken part. When his finger left the broken part, the heaven-mending power in the form of a mist also went into the broken part. At this moment, the broken part disappeared. It was strangely repaired. The heaven-mending power just now was consumed in the blink of an eye. What he got in return was Gu Hai's astonished expression. It's repaired. The marionette pole is repaired. Gu Hai looked at this magic treasure in amazement. The broken part was very smooth, as if it had never been broken before. Everything was restored to normal. The shocked Gu Hai gently activated it with his magic power. Buzz! The marionette pole emitted a faint golden light. Gu Hai could sense strands of transparent silk waiting for him to throw them out. Heaven-mending power. What a strange heaven-mending power. It's repaired. Gu Hai looked at the magic treasure in his hand in amazement. Another 5 days later. In front of the deck of Gu Hai's flying boat, there was a dragon chair. Behind the dragon chair stood Tang Chu and a group of soldiers of the Dahan. This time, they had opened 12 cities and returned to the capital. All of them looked excited. On the dragon chair, Gu Hai sat, holding the armrests of the dragon chair with both hands, looking at the panicked fate of Chaoga City. Your Majesty, we have arrived at Chaoga City. Tang Chu said with a smile. Chapter 328. Chaoga City. Before Gu Hai left, he had made proper arrangements. Shangguan Hen wouldn't intervene in the affairs of the imperial court, except for major events. After receiving the great Myojin and his entourage, Shangguan Hen stayed away from the three of them. However, Cui Tai found Shangguan Hen again. In a pavilion in Shangguan Hen's mansion. Shangguan Hen received Cui Tai's visit. In the pavilion, Shangguan Hen poured a cup of tea for Cui Tai and himself. Mr. Cui. May I know why you are here? Shangguan Hen asked with a smile after drinking a mouthful of tea. Cui Tai drank a mouthful of tea and said with a sneer, Mr. Shangguan, you are easy to find. I couldn't find you these days. If the great Myojin didn't remind me to stay here, I wouldn't know how to find you. I am busy, so it is normal that you can't find me. But you are waiting for the emperor to come back. Why are you looking for me? Shangguan Hen said with a smile. Cui Tai's expression turned serious as he stared at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen was as calm as ever. Who are you? Why do you give me a familiar feeling? Are you a member of the Xuanwu clan? Cui Tai asked with a deep voice. Ha, maybe my face is more common. Shangguan Hen said lightly. No, it's not your face, it's my feeling. I have looked for information about you these days. You are the 7th son of Guanqi's 9 sons. But I don't believe that Miao Chen, who was preparing to destroy the Han dynasty, suddenly calmed down when he saw you. Who are you? Cui Tai's face turned gloomy. Shangguan Hen drank a mouthful of tea and said with a cold expression, Mr. Cui, who I am has nothing to do with you. No, that aura on you is the aura of a paragon. The paragon is already dead, but why do you have that aura on you? Could it be? Cui Tai's eyes gradually turned red. Could it be what? Shangguan Hen said coldly. God. I, the god of the Xuanwu clan, am. Cui Tai looked at Shangguan Hen with bloodshot eyes. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes. Ha, you really know how to think. However, no matter who I am, what does it have to do with you? Haven't you already become a slave of the Solar Divine Palace? No, the god of my Xuanwu clan must have been destroyed by the heavens. Maybe it was a fragment of the god. Let me see. Cui Tai immediately stood up, as if he was going to pounce on Shangguan Hen. Ugh! But just as he got up, Cui Tai's figure suddenly swayed, as if he was about to lose his balance. There's poison in the tea, you poison me? Cui Tai glared at Shengguan Hen. Mr. Cui, please conduct yourself with dignity. After all, this is not your slave, I can spare your life, but if you act recklessly again, don't blame me for being impolite. Shengguan Hen said coldly. This is the black snake poison, you are indeed from the Xuanwu clan, who are you? What is your relationship with the paragon? Do you have a fragment of the god on you? Cui Tai asked while swaying. Shengguan Hen said in a low voice, Great Miujin. You've been watching for a long time, right? Is this your slave? Are you the one who wants to test me? In Chaoga City, on a floating island in the distance, the Great Miujin and the white-robed woman were playing Go. Ha, Shengguan Hen. This is a matter of your Xuanwu clan, I'm not testing you. But, I'm curious, who are you? Do you have a fragment of the god Xuanwu? The Great Miujin said indifferently. Although they were far away, the Great Miujin's voice strangely reached Shengguan Hen's residence. I said no, but you didn't believe me, but I didn't expect that Cui Tai would be reduced to such a state of being a slave. Regardless of whether I have a fragment of the god Xuanwu or not, he actually dared to provoke this matter in front of outsiders. Shengguan Hen looked at Cui Tai with narrowed eyes. If you have a fragment of the god Xuanwu, you don't have the qualifications to have it. Cui Tai shouted while swaying. Oh. I don't have the qualifications, but you do. Ha, ha ha ha. Shengguan Hen's face showed a trace of coldness. Shengguan Hen turned his head and said, Great Miujin, I remember that you owed the paragon Xuanwu a favor back then, right? What, now that the Xuanwu clan has declined, you want to add insult to injury? On the distant floating island, the Great Miujin's hands suddenly paused. It seems that you are indeed related to the paragon Xuanwu. You even know this? Ha, you are from the Xuanwu clan, and Cui Tai is also from the Xuanwu clan. How about this, I won't interfere in the matters of your Xuanwu clan. You and Cui Tai can deal with it yourselves, the Great Miujin said indifferently. Oh. You won't interfere even if I kill this traitor? Shengguan Hen said in a low voice. I won't interfere. However, Cui Tai has been with me for some time, so I won't interfere in his matters. However, I can help him detoxify the poison in his body once, the Great Miujin said indifferently. As he spoke, he suddenly threw the chess piece in his hand. The chess piece shot over like a meteor from afar and landed on Cui Tai in the blink of an eye. Pfft! The chess piece struck Cui Tai's abdomen, and Cui Tai immediately vomited a mouthful of green liquid. Then, he crashed into a house. Boom! Cui Tai crashed into a house, creating a cloud of dust. However, Cui Tai was inexplicably excited amid the cloud of dust. Ha 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 ha! Many thanks, Great Miujin. The poison is detoxified. Black snake poison. Shengguan Hen, let's see where you can run to now. Cui Tai roared as he charged out of the rubble. Buzz! A large cloud of fog suddenly rose from Shengguan Hen's residence. It was the formation that Gu Hai laid in the past. Strength to pick up mountains, might conquers the world. The guards of Shengguan Hen's residence immediately controlled their cloud beasts to charge over. Humph! You want to be impudent before me with this level of strength? Break for me! Cui Tai shouted. Boom! Cui Tai punched with all his might. Immediately, the Xiang Yu cloud beast exploded. It was not just the Xiang Yu cloud beast. Even the entire formation exploded. Even Shengguan Hen's residence exploded. Shengguan Hen, come out. Cui Tai turned his head to look around the rubble. Shengguan Hen had already disappeared. Cui Tai had opened a heavenly palace after all. Although it was just a low-level heavenly palace, he still opened a heavenly palace. His destructive power was extremely ferocious. Whoosh! A flying ship flew out of the city. Shengguan Hen, where are you going? Cui Tai shouted and quickly gave chase. Whoosh! The flying ship was very fast, and so was Cui Tai. In the blink of an eye, the two rushed out of the city. The destructive power of the heavenly palace was too strong. If they fought in the city, the civilians would suffer. Whoosh! Suddenly, Cui Tai's figure flashed and blocked the flying ship. In the southern part of the city, Cui Tai blocked Shen Guanhen and revealed a sinister smile. Shen Guanhen. Seeing that you and I are both from the Xuanwu clan, if you really have a god fragment, give it to me, and I can spare you. Cui Tai. Back then, supremacy's biggest mistake was to spoil you too much. Shen Guanhen said coldly. As he spoke, rolling green fog suddenly appeared around Shen Guanhen. It was clearly poison gas. Humph. Poison. Previously, when my two bodies merged, you succeeded. Do you think it will still work now? Cui Tai snorted coldly and his figure flashed. Boom. Cui Tai turned into a 500 zhang tall Xuanwu. 500 zhang tall Tong Tian covered the ground. It was incomparably vast. When the black tortoise and black snake merged, a huge heavenly palace aura burst out, forming a storm. The moment the Xuanwu appeared, dark clouds covered the sky, lightning flashed, and thunder rumbled. Countless people in the city turned their heads to look in shock. On the floating island in the city, the great Myojin stopped playing chess and looked into the distance. The black tortoise looked ferocious, while the black snake opened its mouth and sucked in the green fog. My black snake body can even absorb supremacy's poison gas. It's a great supplement for me. Why don't you continue? Oh. Your poison gas does have a hint of supremacy's aura. You really did obtain the inheritance of the Xuanwu clan? Do you have a god fragment? The black snake roared excitedly. Shen Guanhen's face turned ugly. Shen Guanhen didn't have a Xuanwu god fragment, but a complete body. He did have some Xuanwu god's secret techniques, but if he used them, he would be exposed. Most importantly, Cui Tai, a scum of the Xuanwu clan. Forcing him to make a move. If he didn't use his divine power, he would only be part of the Yuanying state. However, if he used it and exposed himself, it wouldn't be just Cui Tai who would be in trouble. Countless supremacy monster beasts would want to snatch his god fragment. Cui Tai, this is the Han dynasty. You're going against me in the Han dynasty. Are you trying to make an enemy out of the Han dynasty? Shen Guanhen said coldly. Han dynasty? Ha ha ha, what bullshit Han dynasty. Today, I want you to hand over the Xuanwu god fragment. What can you do to me? So what if that Gu Hai is in front of me? I can squash him to death with a single finger. Do you believe me? Cui Tai said coldly. Shen Guanhen was about to explode in anger. Suddenly, a cold voice sounded, you think you can squash me to death with a single finger? Ha, what a boastful tone. The black snake and black tortoise were confused. Your Majesty. Shen Guanhen's face lit up with joy. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Your Majesty is back. Countless worried citizens and officials in the city were overjoyed. After all, Shen Guanhen had poisoned Changming and saved the city. Now that he was being cornered by Xuanwu, everyone was worried about Shen Guanhen. However, there was nothing they could do. Gu Hai. On the floating island, the great Myojin said in a deep voice. The white-robed woman stood up slowly, that's Gu Hai. She saw a flying boat slowly approaching from afar. In front of the flying boat was the dragon throne. Gu Hai was sitting on the dragon throne. Gu Hai had just returned. As soon as he came back and saw the surging luck of Chaoga City, before he could feel happy, dark clouds suddenly covered the sky. It was the huge Xuanwu in the distance bullying Shen Guanhen. Gu Hai commanded the flying boat to fly over with a gloomy face. Gu Hai. It's useless for you to come back. Stay aside. This is the business of the Xuanwu clan. Cui Tai said coldly. Everything in the Dahan is my business. Who do you think you are to humiliate the people of the Dahan in my Chaoga city? Gu Hai snorted coldly. As he snorted, he flipped his hand. The heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly flew out and enlarged 100 times in an instant. Roar! Suddenly, the underground dragon vein responded with a long roar. All the luck moved toward the heaven-suppressing divine seal. You want to suppress me with a mere imperial seal? The imperial seal is more like it. What a joke! The black snake swung its tail to the sky as if it wanted to smash the heaven-suppressing divine seal with its tail. Buzz! The black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly emitted a faint black light. Luck from all around suddenly rushed into the heaven-suppressing divine seal, which enlarged 100 times. At the same time, a golden dragon rushed out from the underground dragon vein and floated in the sky. It seemed to be carrying countless mountains on its back as it merged with the heaven-suppressing divine seal and pressed down on the black snake's tail. The black snake's tail was instantly smashed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal, and it smashed onto the black turtle's back. Boom! The huge suppressive force caused the ground to shake violently, and that area suddenly sank. Kaboom! Ah! Along with Cui Tai's scream, the turtle shell suddenly broke into pieces. Blood instantly spurted out from the inside. What? The great Myojin in the distance said in a deep voice. Cui Tai has the power to open the heaven palace. How can Gu Hai? The white-robed woman on the side was also shocked. Huh? Shangguanhen also looked at Gu Hai in shock. Gu Hai's eyes flashed with a trace of surprise. He had just used the great compassion fu of heaven and earth's treasure controlling technique to activate the heaven-suppressing divine seal, but he did not expect the effect to be so strong. The power of the great compassion fu of heaven and earth? No, it should be the power of the heaven-suppressing divine seal itself. The heaven-suppressing divine seal carried the luck of the Han dynasty and the power of the underground dragon vein to suppress Cui Tai. Of course, there was more or less the power of the black chess piece. Chapter 329. Ah! Cui Tai roared in pain. His tail was crushed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal. The black tortoise's body was also suppressed to the point that it could not move. The extremely hard tortoise shell was actually smashed into pieces. No, that's impossible. You're just a golden core realm cultivator. I'll open the sky palace. No. The black tortoise roared with wide eyes. Roar. The black tortoise, whose tail was broken, suddenly rushed toward Gu Hai. Be careful, your majesty. Shangguanhen exclaimed. Cui Tai was the weakest lower sky palace cultivator, but he was still opening the sky palace. The heaven-suppressing divine seal's effect was surprising, but the emperor only had one imperial seal. What should they do if the black tortoise charged at the emperor? In the distance, the great Ming deity king and the white-robed woman stared at Gu Hai after recovering from their initial shock. The black tortoise soared into the sky with a majestic aura. In an instant, countless lightning bolts followed the ferocious snake head. In the blink of an eye, it was in front of Gu Hai, as if it wanted to bite the flying boat into pieces. Gu Hai snorted coldly. Do you think I can't do anything without the heaven-suppressing divine seal? However, they saw Gu Hai slowly take out the repaired marionette pole. While everyone was puzzled, he gently swung it. Buzz! Suddenly, the menacing and ferocious head of the serpent came to a stop. The lightning bolts in the sky suddenly disappeared. The black tortoise's eyes widened as it froze in the air. Countless officials and commoners in the city also looked at the snake head in shock. What? The snake head is scared just because the emperor took out a cross pole. Great Myojin, you have the insight. What kind of treasure is that? It looks like. The white-robed woman was puzzled. The Great Myojin said in a deep voice, that cross pole emitted transparent threads that controlled the black tortoise's soul. It looks a little like the cross in my sun god shrine. A replica of the 10-direction annihilation. The white-robed woman was surprised. That's right. It's one of the 16 great artifacts of history, the 10-direction annihilation. This is just a replica, but it has some effect. The Great Myojin said in a deep voice. In the distance, the Dahan soldiers on the flying ships were stunned. Wasn't this marionette broken by Fairy Wanner? His Majesty fixed it. What's going on? Why can't I move? Mysterious Snake asked in shock. Gu Hai stared coldly at Dusk Snake. You think you can kill me with one finger? Ha! Roar! The mysterious snake wriggled its body madly. In an instant, his body swayed rapidly, as if he was trying to break free from the strings of a marionette. The marionette in Gu Hai's hand shook. His eyes turned cold as he waved his other hand. Boom! The raging flames instantly burned the dark serpent. Ah, what kind of flame is this? Bastard! The mysterious snake shouted in horror. This is the undying divine flame. Gu Hai was a demonic beast. That's not right. The white-robed woman said in surprise. The black tortoise below was pressed down by the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal. It was also rapidly twisting and turning, trying to break free. The mysterious snake could have broken free, but with the interference of the flames, he couldn't break free. Go, bite yourself. Gu Hai shouted coldly. Boom! Under the marionette, the mysterious snake writhed in pain and bit at the black tortoise. No! Bastard, Gu Hai! The black tortoise roared. Boom! The mysterious snake bit off a chunk of the black tortoise's flesh. Let me go, bastard! Cui Tai said coldly. Gu Hai ignored him and looked at Shangguan Hen. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes, and a murderous intent rushed toward Cui Tai. What are you doing? Great Myojin, save me! Cui Tai screamed. Roar! Shangguan Hen suddenly opened his mouth and inhaled. The Great Myojin's voice deepened. He reached out his right hand as if he was about to attack. Swoosh! All of a sudden, Cui Tai's mysterious snake body was sucked into Shangguan Hen's mouth. That several hundred zhanglong body seemed to shrink into Shangguan Hen's mouth. When Shangguan Hen opened his mouth, Gu Hai also withdrew his hand. The marionette pole and the undying divine flame were both withdrawn. He ate it. That Shangguan Hen is indeed suspicious. It's definitely not just a fragment of the Xuanwu divine flame. The white-robed woman exclaimed. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing divine seal was also put away by Gu Hai. Shangguan Hen opened his mouth and sucked towards the black tortoise. Humph! The Great Myojin snorted and pointed his finger. Wang! A green light shot toward Shangguan Hen. Gu Hai's face turned cold. The heaven-suppressing divine seal that just flew up did not return. Instead, it flew toward the Great Myojin's green light. Boom! The green light was like a pillar that actually blocked the heaven-suppressing divine seal. Wang! The black chess piece on the heaven-suppressing divine seal suddenly emitted a faint black light. Boom! The green light was instantly crushed by the heaven-suppressing divine seal and exploded. The Great Myojin's face darkened. In a flash, he appeared in front of Huang Xiaolong. At this moment, the heaven-suppressing divine seal shattered the Great Myojin's green light and returned to Gu Hai's hand in an instant. On the other side, Shangguan Hen also swallowed Cui Tai's tortoise body. No, no! Cui Tai screamed in fear in Shangguan Hen's mouth. The moment Shangguanhen closed his mouth, Cui Tai seemed to see a shining figure in the darkness. God Xuanwu. God Xuanwu. You're still alive. That's impossible. That's impossible. Cui Tai exclaimed. However, Shangguanhen had already swallowed Cui Tai, and Shangguanhen quickly refined all the energy in Cui Tai's body. How dare you! The great Myojin immediately shouted at Shangguanhen. Great light sovereign deity! A shout rang out from Gu Hai. The great Myojin, who was preparing to attack Shangguanhen, suddenly looked up. A cold murderous intent came from his black robes. Ha! I saw that Miao Qin sent a message saying that you are here to thank me on behalf of your master, Tai Yi. You are thanking me just like that? Tai Yi's words are just farts to you. Gu Hai retorted coldly. How presumptuous. The great Myojin snorted coldly. Boom. A vast aura spread out from the great Myojin's body. This aura was ferocious, and it instantly scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Sand and pebbles flew up from the mountain peaks below. Gu Hai coldly looked at the great Myojin, not backing down at all. Shangguanhen, who was at the side, smiled coldly and said, Great Myojin. Are you going back on your word? Who said earlier that he would not interfere in the matters of the Xuanwu race? How long has it been, and you're already going back on your word? I said that I would not interfere in the matters of the Xuanwu race. However, I did not say that I would let others interfere, the great Myojin said coldly. The Xuanwu race is the national beast of the Dahan. The Han dynasty and the Xuanwu race are one. If the emperor interferes, it is an internal matter of the Xuanwu race. It is not up to an outsider like you to interfere. Humph. Shangguanhen snorted coldly and slowly flew toward Gu Hai's flying ship. Gu Hai held the heaven-suppressing divine imperial seal in one hand and the marionette pole in the other. He coldly looked at the great Myojin. The two sides coldly stared at each other. It seemed that a great battle would break out at any moment. Swish! At this moment, a white light flew out from the city and instantly arrived at the center of the two sides. Great Myojin, please calm down. Emperor Dahan, please calm down. The white-robed woman stood between the two sides. Gu Hai frowned slightly as he looked at the white-robed woman. Great Myojin, Gu Hai is right. You promised the Lord and Shangguanhen. Do you want to go back on your word? Moreover, Cui Tai only has himself to blame. Why do you care so much about him? This kind of person who doesn't know how to respect himself will only cause trouble for the Solar Divine Palace. It's fine if he dies. The Solar Divine Palace doesn't need him. The white-robed woman advised. The great Myojin said in a deep voice. Gu Hai, who was at the side, revealed a trace of doubt. The white-robed woman in front of him was actually on his side. Ha, Bingheim, are you already speaking up for Gu Hai? The great Myojin said coldly. Have you forgotten the Lord's instructions? Have you forgotten the reason I came here? Do you want me to recall it for you? The white-robed woman suddenly said in a deep voice. Her tone was actually tit-for-tat with the great Myojin. Gu Hai and Shangguanhen looked at each other. Their eyes were filled with doubt. Weren't these two supposed to be on the same side? Why were they in conflict? The great Myojin stared at the white-robed woman, Bingheim. After a moment of silence, he suddenly laughed arrogantly. Ha 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 ha, good, good, good. Bingheim, you can really take the role. From the moment I stepped out of the Solar Divine Palace, my identity was already different. Bingheim said indifferently. The great Myojin snorted coldly. The great Myojin turned around and flew back into the city. Bingheim turned her head to look at Gu Hai. She suddenly bowed slightly and said, Emperor Dahan, the great Myojin has a strange temper. I hope you can forgive him. Oh. No problem. Gu Hai shook his head in confusion. Bingheim's attitude was too strange. She came with the great Myojin and Cui Tai. The great Myojin and Cui Tai were hostile to the Han dynasty. However, Bingheim's attitude was very amiable. Emperor Dahan, may I board your flying boat? Bingheim asked solemnly. Please. Gu Hai put away the treasure with a flip of his hand and nodded. Whoosh. Bingheim landed on the deck. Bingheim? I don't think there's someone like you in the Solar Divine Palace. Shangguan Hen looked at Bingheim with a frown. Mr. Shangguan, do you know the Solar Divine Palace like the back of your hand? Bingheim asked indifferently. Shangguan Hen narrowed his eyes and said, I can't say that I know the Solar Divine Palace, but I've heard a lot about it. You haven't shown your true appearance recently. Why? However, Bingheim slowly lifted her hood. The instant Xiao Chen lifted her hood, everyone's vision blurred. In that instant, it seemed like the world turned dark, and Bingheim's face lit up the entire world. She had a delicate and pretty face, bright red lips, snow-white skin, aqua blue hair, and dark blue eyes. She looked exceptionally gorgeous and fresh. Xiao Chen's faint smile seemed to bring out countless beautiful things in the world. Bingheim greets Emperor Dahan. Bingheim said with a slight bow. After Bingheim spoke, everyone recovered their wits. However, Bingheim's appearance was indeed exceptionally beautiful. She also gave off the feeling of an iceberg. However, her cold aura instantly attracted countless people. Miss Bingheim is too polite. However, I wonder why the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? To thank me? I wonder if Xiaoro is doing well. No, it should be Queen Hua. Gu Hai said solemnly. However, Gu Hai was not mesmerized by Bingheim's beauty. After all, Qin Xian, Long Wanqing, and Fairy Wan, were all different, but they were not inferior to Bingheim. Queen Hua. She is doing well. Furthermore, there are not many people in the world who can harm her, Bingheim said, shaking her head. Then, the Solar Divine Palace's palace master sent you here? Gu Hai asked with a frown. Chapter 330. Chaoga City. Gu Hai, Bingheim, and Shangguan Hen returned to the Huangfu Hall. The great Myojin, who had lost face earlier, returned once again. Gu Hai had asked Bingheim repeatedly about the purpose of the Solar Divine Palace's visit, but Bingheim looked around and didn't answer directly. At this moment, in the Huangfu Hall, the great Myojin stared at Gu Hai for a while. Ha, Gu Hai. Last time I saw you, you were only in the higher heaven state. Now you're already in the Yuanying state. Last time, I should have killed you earlier to avoid future troubles, humph, the great Myojin said coldly. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes and said, Great Myojin. Just say what you want. Why did the Solar Divine Palace send you here? The great Myojin glanced at Bingheim. Bingheim stood to the side, but remained silent. You saved Queen Hua. Master sent me to thank you and give you a big gift, the great Myojin said solemnly. Oh. Big gift? Gu Hai looked at the great Myojin in confusion. You saw the gift. It's her. The great Myojin suddenly pointed at Bingheim. Oh. Everyone looked confused. No wonder Bingheim looked around earlier. How could she say that she was going to send him away? Bingheim bowed slightly to Gu Hai. Master sent me to assist Emperor Dahan and stay in the Han dynasty to make plans for the Han dynasty. Bingheim said solemnly. Shangguan Hen, Tang Chu, and the others all looked confused. Gu Hai narrowed his eyes. Tai of the Solar Divine Palace sent Bingheim to assist him. Or to spy on him. You want to stay in my Han dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. No one dares to disobey master's orders. I'm here on orders. I will do my best to assist the Han dynasty, Bingheim said solemnly. He traveled hundreds of millions of miles just to escort Bingheim here. What do you want to do in my Han dynasty? Gu Hai asked with a frown. During this time, I studied the Han dynasty. The Dahan Emperor created a special position. Set, Legion Commander. This was different from the Legion commanders of other armies. In the Great Han, a Legion Commander was a title akin to a noble. Furthermore, the Great Han dynasty was very strict about it. Until now, there were only 2 Legion commanders, Gao Xianzhi and Qin Tianshan. Gao Xianzhi is a divine strategist. He has been successful in opening up new territories. However, I can't see anything special about Qin Tianshan. I want to stay in the Han dynasty and do not need any other official position. I want to be the 3rd Legion commander, Bingheim said solemnly. The 3rd Legion commander of the Han dynasty? Ha! What abilities do you have? Gu Hai asked indifferently after a moment of silence. I know almost all the grudges of the Holy Lands and dynasties. I know the map of the divine continent in my heart. I know all the history of the large sects and large countries from ancient to modern times. When it comes to strategizing, I have never lost to anyone. When it comes to politics, I believe that aside from you, no one in the Dahan can compare to me, Bingheim said bluntly. Ha! Gu Hai revealed a faint smile. The great Myojin, who was at the side, said indifferently, Ha! Gu Hai, don't be so doubtful. It is only because you saved Queen while that master was willing to send Bingheim to you. Humph. With Bingheim's abilities, it would not be difficult for her to establish an imperial dynasty. Your Majesty of the Dahan, are you still worried about my origins and not daring to use me? Bingheim said with a faint smile. Shangguanhen frowned as he looked at Gu Hai. Previously, he had mentioned to Gu Hai that he did not have a memory of Bingheim. Naturally, Shangguanhen's memories were of Prime Xuanwu. However, this Bingheim's origins were exceptionally strange. Gu Hai did not believe that Tai Yi had truly given him such a big gift. It was just that he did not understand Tai Yi and could not guess what he was thinking. You want to be the commander of the 3rd Army of the Dahan? Gu Hai asked in a low voice. That's right, Bingheim said resolutely. The Han dynasty, the 24 cities of the divine continent. Compile a policy theory to appease the people and give it to me. If I am satisfied with it, I can make you the commander of the 3rd Army. What's wrong with that? Gu Hai said indifferently. All right. Bingheim nodded. Bing Ji agreed straightforwardly and left Huangfu Hall. Naturally, the great light sovereign deity did not want to remain here either, so he followed. Gu Hai, Shangguanhen, Tang Chu, and the others were left behind, frowning as they watched the 2 leave. Your Majesty, this is a little strange. This Bingheim might have ulterior motives for coming to the Dahan, Tang Chu said with a frown. Gu Hai nodded. We know. That Tai Yi could not have simply given her a gift. However, we know too little about this matter. In that case, Your Majesty, although Bingheim was very arrogant earlier, if she really has the ability, are you really going to make her the commander of the 3rd Army? Shangguanhen asked in confusion. If she really has the ability, so what if we make her the commander of the 3rd Army? It all depends on her ability, Gu Hai said with certainty. But she is still an unstable factor, Tang Chu asked worriedly. It's fine. I will immediately send a message to 95 Island to get Meng Tai to come to Chaoga City. The embroidered uniform guard has been recruiting during this time, so there should be a large number of usable people. A grave look flashed in Gu Hai's eyes. Yes, Tang Chu answered. However, that great Myojin seems to be opposing us at every turn. Gu Hai asked in confusion. Ha! I might know something about this. Shangguanhen said with a faint smile. Oh. Gu Hai looked at Shangguanhen in confusion. The great Myojin can be considered one of the top figures in Solar Divine Palace. However, he is only loyal to Tai Yi. He is too loyal, so loyal that he will immediately eliminate any factor that is disadvantageous to Tai Yi. Shangguanhen said. We are disadvantageous to Tai Yi? Gu Hai asked in surprise. Because your majesty saved Queen Hua. More accurately, you saved the reincarnation of Queen Hua's earthly soul, Xiaoro. Xiaoro is very attached to your majesty. This is a fact, right? Shangguanhen said with a smile. Huh? Gu Hai was slightly taken aback. Although Queen Hua's will is the main one, Xiaoro's memories and attachment are fused into Queen Hua's thoughts. After all, Tai Yi was born extraordinary. He had countless women in his life. No matter which woman he wanted, she never rejected him. There was only one person, Queen Hua. She never paid him any attention. The more this was the case, the more Tai Yi wanted to obtain Queen Hua's favor. Unfortunately, he never succeeded. Tai Yi pursued her bitterly, but he failed. Yet, your majesty, you obtained Xiaoro's attachment. Tai Yi did not say anything, but as the most loyal Great Myojin, he naturally did not want you to remain in this world, Shangguanhen explained. Gu Hai was stunned. So, the Great Myojin is opposing me at every turn because of this? Last time in the innate puzzle world, he saw the signs and wanted to kill me? That's right. So, it is as your majesty guessed. Tai Yi sending Bingheim is not a good thing. Does your majesty still want to keep her by your side? Shangguanhen asked with a smile. Gu Hai shook his head and said, it doesn't matter. If Bingheim has that ability, I don't care about Tai Yi. Shangguanhen smiled, feeling gratified. At the very least, he made the right choice. Despite knowing that Tai Yi was strong, the emperor was not moved. After making some arrangements, Gu Hai used the Dahan dynasty's luck to send a message to the world. His voice instantly reached the ears of all the Dahan citizens. Tell the Dahan citizens that Qinglu City, Mentian City, and the other cities lost by the 12 divine foothold dynasties have officially returned to the Han dynasty. The friends and family who were cut off due to crossing the border can be reconnected from now on. We will set up camp in the 24 cities and will give the Dahan citizens a peaceful world. Boom! His voice reached countless people's ears. Chaoga City's citizens had been paying attention to the luck and were prepared. They did not think much of it. However, the citizens of the 11 cities that Huangfu Chaoga sent back found it impossible. Although these people had become the Dahan citizens, they did not believe in the Dahan dynasty's strength. How capable could a dynasty on a small, barren island be? How could they snatch food from the Day One dynasty's tiger's den? However, Gu Hai was the one who said it personally. A sovereign's words were not a joke, so it had to be true. The former cities of the Divine Foothold dynasty returned to their original positions. Your Majesty is mighty. Many of the citizens celebrated. News of victory was more effective than countless placating policies. Many of the citizens immediately submitted. As for the citizens of 9-5 Island, they did not know what happened. They only knew that the Han dynasty's territory increased again. However, the newly recruited cultivators of the Thousand Islands sea-goggled. The Han dynasty's development is too ferocious, right? Indeed. His Majesty took down the Divine Continent's 12 cities again. In that case, aside from 9-5 Island, the Han dynasty has 24 cities, right? Fortunately, I joined the Dahan. I am now an official of the Dahan. Ha ha ha. The newly recruited officials cheered excitedly. Guqin was still sorting out administrative matters. However, Montez's eyelids twitched wildly. The stronger the Dahan was, the more authority Xiao Chen would have. Only 2 years had passed. Not counting 9-5 Island, the Dahan had already taken down 24 cities in the Divine Continent. What would happen in the future? If it were Shao Chen, it would be impossible. Montez no longer had any desire to rule. Now, he focused on controlling his embroidered uniform guards. In a valley at the border between the Han Dynasty and the Day-1 Imperial Dynasty, after Chang Ming, the former commander of the 8th Army of the Northern Expedition Army, obtained the barbarian inheritance, he had been quietly cultivating in the valley. What a powerful cultivation technique! Ha ha ha! Vile Gu Hai, when I master this cultivation technique, watch as I destroy your Chaoga city and wipe away my previous humiliation. Ha 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 ha! Chang Ming cultivated proudly. Black energy surged around Shao Chen. Countless scarlet bats flew around in the black energy. These bats looked much more ferocious than before, and they seemed much stronger as well. Chang Ming was focused on cultivating this cultivation technique. He did not know that his clan, the Chang clan, was frantically searching for him. Chapter 331. Use our soldiers to help Dahan defend the country. Gao Xianji is really bold. He even dared to write a report to the Grand Marshal asking for help. Humph. One of the strategists snorted. When one of the strategists spoke, the other strategists started to criticize him. Although Gao Xianji was good at fighting, there were too many soldiers in the Northern Expedition Army. Furthermore, Gao Xianji was unable to carry on and needed reinforcements. Help Gao Xianji. That was to help Gu Hai defend the country. Using our own soldiers to defend someone else's home. What a joke. Grand Marshal, recall Legio 6. Yes, Grand Marshal. Gao Xianji has played enough. He should be back soon. All the strategists tried to persuade him. Obviously, they didn't want to help the Han dynasty. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. You are all thinking too simply. Huh? Everyone looked at Sima Changkong. When the general is outside, he can't obey the orders of the emperor. Sima Changkong shook his head. Mr. Sima, are you saying that Gao Xianji dares to disobey the orders of the Grand Marshal? Even if Gao Xianji is bold, there are others, right? Inform Bai Lizhan and the other generals to bring Gao Xianji back immediately. One of the strategists said. The problem is, will Bai Lizhan and the others still listen to you? Sima Changkong shook his head. Huh? What does Mr. Sima mean? Everyone was confused. Sima Changkong didn't explain. Instead, he looked at Jinmu of Silla. Are you saying that Legio 6 only listens to Gao Xianji now? Jinmu of Silla asked in a low voice. It seems that Legio 6 is indeed surnamed Gao. Sima Changkong smiled bitterly. Humph. Jinmu of Silla snorted. It's a pity that the Grand Marshal's many rewards couldn't move Gao Xianji's heart. Alas. Sima Changkong sighed slightly. All the strategists were stunned. Some were in disbelief, while others were in shock. Gao Xianji had been leading the army for several months, but she had abducted the Legio 6. Is that true? Grand Marshal, do you want to try? Perhaps. A strategist said with a hopeful attitude. Jinmu of Silla didn't say anything. As Sima Changkong said, it was no longer suitable to test the waters. Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji's request for help is in Zhaoga City. She is confident that she can lead the Northern Expedition Army to Zhaoga City. Sima Changkong frowned. She wants us to protect Gu Hai's imperial capital. Zhaoga City. How is that possible? Grand Marshal, we are not Gu Hai's private army. All the strategists refused. Jinmu of Silla nodded. Grand Marshal, Gao Xianji's report. Sima Changkong said seriously. Keep it and don't release it. Jinmu of Silla said lightly. Northern Expedition Army. Main Hall. Bang! The Grand Marshal of the Northern Expedition Army smashed the table into pieces. The three armies are all being held back by Gao Xianji? Grand Marshal said coldly. That's right, Great Commander. Great Commander believes that the people's hearts are not stable yet and must immediately take back the 12 lost cities. That's why he sent the 3 legions there. However, Gao Xianji kept making things difficult for us, constantly obstructing our 3 legions, making it impossible for the 3 legions to seize a single city. Grand Marshal, I heard you say that Duke Changsheng has already gone to the Deqian capital. The war should be ending soon, right? We don't want to think about the cities in Yingzhou. We must take back the 12 cities that were tricked by Gu Hai. Yes, Grand Marshal, the armies are fighting with the Jinmu of Silla in Yingzhou. Should we call them back? Take back what belongs to us first. The soldiers analyzed the situation. The Grand Marshal narrowed his eyes and shook his head. No, the final result is not out yet. We cannot withdraw the troops in Yingzhou. Once we withdraw, the Jinmu of Silla will quickly move south. At that time, we will not only lose the 12 cities. The other armies are holding back the Jinmu of Silla. What about Gao Xianji's army? Are we not going to take back the 12 cities that we lost? A soldier frowned. Fighting with the Deqian and losing cities is one thing. How dare a small empire try to pull a tooth out of the tiger's mouth? Gao Xianji's army is limited. I will personally lead the troops and take him down. Grand Marshal said in a low voice. Yes. The group of soldiers responded. Outside Qinglu City. The Qinglu City Lord sent large amounts of supplies to Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji only camped outside the city and did not enter. Thank you, General Gao. You defeated the Yuan army, the Qinglu City Lord said gratefully. Once the Yuan dynasty soldiers entered the city, the Qinglu City Lord would lose the position of City Lord that he had just regained. He would become a prisoner again. Naturally, the Qinglu City Lord was very grateful to Gao Xianji for defeating the Yuan dynasty soldiers. Don't worry, Qinglu City Lord. You are the subjects of the Dahan. Gao Xianji has the duty to protect you. Activate the city defense formation. During this time, everyone who enters and exits the city must be strictly checked to prevent accidents. Gao Xianji smiled. Of course, of course. Our injured soldiers are placed in your cities. Please take care of them. Gao Xianji said solemnly. The Legion 6 also had casualties. The injured soldiers were placed in various cities. General Gao, don't worry. We will use the best medicine and find the best alchemist to treat them. The Qinglu City Lord promised. Thank you. Gao Xianji nodded. After sending off the Qinglu City Lord, Gao Xianji naturally took care of the large batch of medicine and weapons. In Gao Xianji's camp, Bai Lizhan and a group of generals stood in the main camp. General, your guerrilla warfare is amazing. The 3 legions of the northern expedition were all fooled by us. Ha ha ha. Bai Lizhan laughed. General's guerrilla warfare is invincible. All the officers and soldiers burst into laughter. My guerrilla warfare? Ha, you're overpraising me. I've only learned a little from the emperor. Gao Xianji shook his head and smiled. Huh. The generals and soldiers' smiles froze. It's nothing. General Bailey should have some information about me, right? My military strategy and fighting style were all learned from the emperor in the past. Therefore, your praise is too high for me. Gao Xianji said with a smile. The generals and soldiers looked at Bai Lizhan. Bai Lizhan frowned slightly and then smiled bitterly. General, we are blocking the Yuan army here. Some people say that you are defending Dahan. Bai Lizhan said with a frown. The generals and soldiers immediately looked at Gao Xianji and became serious. Gao Xianji was silent for a while and did not deny it. He nodded and said, "That's right." Huh? The generals and soldiers were confused. Bai Lizhan also frowned. Legio 6 is indeed defending Dahan, but didn't you see? Because of our Legio 6, 4 legions of Daewon's northern expedition are being held back by us, right? Gao Xianji said with a smile. Huh? That's right. Including the Legio 6 of the northern expedition that we destroyed, our achievement is the best among the southern army. It's all thanks to the general's prediction. That's right. General, so what if we are protecting Dahan? As long as we can hold back the Yuan army, it will be a great achievement. Because of us, the other legions have a much easier time. That's right. We are holding back most of the northern expedition. Helping the Han dynasty is just a matter of convenience. The generals and soldiers nodded and agreed with Gao Xianji's argument. But this. Bai Lizhan was still worried. After all, Jinmu of Silla had given him the task of persuading Gao Xianji. But Gao Xianji was helping Dahan. How could he persuade her? Gao Xianji took a deep breath and said, "Generals, I know that some of you are still angry about me leading the army to the south. How about this? I won't force you. If you think that I am wrong, you can leave with your army. I won't blame you." Huh? The generals and soldiers were stunned. At the same time, I will write a letter to Jinmu of Silla. In the letter, I will not erase any of your achievements. I will also emphasize that I am the one asking you to go back. Don't worry. As long as you want to leave, Gao Xianji will not stop you. Gao Xianji said solemnly. Grand Marshal. Bai Lizhan was confused. I'm leading the army to the south, but I'm taking all of you with me. Moreover, we'll face the encirclement of the Northern Expedition Army in the near future, which will be even more dangerous. I won't leave. If anyone wants to leave, it's still my brother Gao Xianji. Gao Xianji won't stop you. I'll see you off personally. The generals and soldiers were silent. Damn it, General. I will follow you. I will follow you wherever you go. General, I will follow you too. General, I won't leave. I want to kill more Yuan army with you. During this period of time, Gao Xianji's restraint was effective. On the battlefield, life and death were the best places to cultivate brotherhood. For a moment, almost everyone followed Gao Xianji's lead. Even Bai Lizhan seemed to have figured it out after a moment of hesitation. General, Bai Lizhan will follow you. Bai Lizhan said seriously. Gao Xianji noticed the change in Bai Lizhan's attitude and bowed slightly to Bai Lizhan. General, you can't. Bai Lizhan's expression changed. He bowed to Bai Lizhan, and then bowed to all the officers and soldiers present. General. Everyone wanted to stop him. Gao Xianji thanks you for your trust. Although the battle is difficult, Gao Xianji will do his best to protect all the generals and soldiers. Gao Xianji said seriously. Thank you, General. All the generals and soldiers bowed. As Sima Changkong expected, all the Legio 6 soldiers were waiting for Gao Xianji's orders. You're tuning in to the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.